Game On. Written by Christine Kersey. Narration by 11 Labs. Produced by Christine Kersey. Copyright 2018 by Christine Kersey. Note from the author. If you'd like to see video of Yellowstone National Park, Christine's favorite place to camp, make sure to check out her other YouTube channel where she's documented several trips to Yellowstone. The link is in the description. Chapter 1. Slow down, Brielle said to the cream-colored golden retriever at the end of the leash she gripped with both hands. Luna ignored her, pulling hard as she sniffed everything in her path. They were at the park near the small apartment Brielle shared with her best friend Kara, and as Brielle blew a wayward strand of hair off of her forehead, she wondered if taking Kara's beloved dog on a walk while her roommate was at work had been such a good idea after all. It's not that she didn't love dogs, because she did, Luna in particular. It was just that she knew she should be spending every spare minute looking for a job. It was bad enough that the company where she'd been a receptionist had gone under without warning 2 weeks before, but if she didn't come up with money for her share of the rent, which was due that very day, she would be forced to move out. Kara couldn't afford the rent on her own, and Brielle didn't want to be dead weight. Her savings weren't exactly robust, and though she'd gone on 2 interviews, no job offers had come her way. Even when she was employed, she lived paycheck to paycheck. Now, the little money in her bank account was rapidly running out. To stretch it, she'd decided to end the one luxury she'd been indulging in, getting her nails done every 2 weeks. The sad state of her nails could attest to that, and she'd stopped going out to eat as well. There wasn't much else she could cut. Yes, she could sell her car, but it wasn't worth much, and she needed a reliable form of transportation to get around the city where she lived, Sacramento, California. Sighing with a mix of despair and frustration, she plodded on, wondering why she'd decided to take Luna on a walk in the afternoon when the heat of the August day was stifling. But she knew why. She needed a break from the desperation she was feeling. Better yet, she needed a vacation from her worries. Shaking her head, she shoved down the sad laughter that wanted to erupt. A vacation was the last thing she could afford. With every step she took, the desperation she'd felt earlier notched higher and higher. If she didn't get a call with a job offer in the next 30 minutes, she would have to tell Kara to find a new roommate. Not a great way to start the weekend. But hey, maybe Kara would have time to help her pack. Sighing in despair, Brielle did her best to control Luna as they marched along the pathway, while at the same time thinking about what would happen if she had to move out. She would have to move in with her mom. That's what. Something she wanted to avoid at all costs. Not only had she lived on her own for 5 years, since she was 19, but she knew her mom was barely making ends meet herself. Besides, she loved her independence and was loath to give it up, not to mention that her mother lived in Colorado. California was Brielle's home now. In love with the sunny days and warm weather, she had zero desire to live in the snow ever again. "Heel, Luna," she called to the dog, who completely ignored her. Silently acknowledging that Luna was still a puppy, even if she was nearly 50 pounds, Brielle murmured, "You really need to learn some obedience." She would point that out to Kara, even though she knew Kara would say Luna was perfect just as she was. Another dog on a leash approached them, and Luna tugged hard, yanking the leash right out of Brielle's hand. Groaning out loud, Brielle took off at a run. If Luna got away, Kara would kill her.
Leaning against the picnic table, his legs stretched out in front of him, Tyler wondered how he'd gotten himself into this predicament. Well, he knew. He just couldn't believe the way his mouth had run ahead of his brain. Sprinted, actually. Rolling his eyes, he replayed the conversation he'd had with his parents 2 nights before. He'd gone to their house for dinner, excited to discuss their annual camping trip to Yellowstone National Park. Though most of Tyler's time was taken up playing for the Sacramento Vipers as a running back, he still loved to camp, and his absolute favorite place to camp was Yellowstone. He'd gone there with his family every year since he was 15, 11 years now. And despite his busy schedule, he'd never missed a trip. When he'd arrived at his parents' house 2 nights before, everyone had been there. his parents, his younger brother Rob, and his younger sister Mia. They'd gathered to plan their trip, although it hadn't taken them long to start harassing him about his love life, or lack thereof. Why this seemed to be a favorite pastime of theirs, he had no idea. Yet it was. And why they expected him to have a steady girlfriend, he couldn't quite understand. Maybe it had something to do with his mother dying to have a grandchild. Since he was the oldest, somehow that responsibility had fallen on him. He was sure his younger siblings were happy to help take the heat off of themselves. That night, he'd had enough, which is why he'd blurted that they could stop bugging him because he had a girlfriend.
You do?
His mother had asked, her eyes alight with pleasure.
When can we meet her?
Soon, he'd said.
Is she coming to Yellowstone?
His sister had thrown in, obviously just as excited to meet her as their mother was. Of course. Tyler had heard the words coming out of his mouth, but it was like someone else was speaking, someone he wanted to slap upside the head so he'd shut up.
Does she like to camp?
His mother had asked, her hands clasped together and her eyes bright. She's never been before, but she said she's up for the adventure. Who was this person talking? It was as if Tyler's mouth had been possessed by an idiot who liked digging deep holes for him to fall into, or maybe an idiot who was letting his own wishful thinking get the better of him.
We're so excited to meet her,
His mom had said.
She sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, she sounded like a lot of fun to him too, except for the small detail that she was a figment of his imagination. Shaking his head in disgust, he watched the people nearby as they enjoyed the beautiful summer day at the park. What would his family say when he showed up in Yellowstone the next day all alone? The thought of admitting to his family that he'd lied, that he had no girlfriend, mortified him. Then again, he could tell his family that his girlfriend couldn't make it, but he had a feeling his family would see right through him. Maybe he should beg off from going at all, claim he had a workout with the vipers that he couldn't get out of. But Yellowstone. Sighing in frustration and focused on his dilemma, Tyler barely saw the flash of cream-colored fur before it practically leapt onto his lap, its tongue lolling out in a huge doggy smile. A leash trailed from its collar, but no one was holding on to the leash. Hello there? He gently pushed the dog off of his legs. Who do you belong to?
Luna! Luna, come!
Tyler looked up to see an angel walking in his direction. An angel who was out of breath and whose silver blonde hair was sticking to her sweat-dampened forehead. He watched her approach, appreciating the way her shorts and tank top displayed her athletic build. As she got closer, an embarrassed smile on her lips, he couldn't miss the startling green of her eyes.
Chapter 2. Brielle was so embarrassed. Luna had nearly launched herself into this stranger's lap. She would definitely have a chat with Kara about enrolling Luna in dog obedience school. As she got closer and saw how attractive the man was, short black hair, chiseled jaw, a nose that fit perfectly on his face, her embarrassment increased. Why she should be more embarrassed because she found him astonishingly good-looking, she didn't know. All she knew was that she desperately wished Luna would stop begging the man for attention and come to her side.
This your dog?
The man asked, and then he stood. Taking in his tall frame, broad shoulders, and rounded biceps, Brielle slowed, then stopped about 6 feet away. Wow. The closer she got, the hotter he became. No, she said. Then she closed her eyes and shook her head. I mean, yes. Luna's with me. The man smiled, revealing straight white teeth.
So,
He rubbed the back of his neck as he raised his eyebrows.
she's your dog?
My roommate's dog. Who cared whose dog she was? She was Brielle's responsibility. Isn't that what mattered? Feeling like an idiot, Brielle tore her gaze from the man's incredibly handsome face and looked at Luna. Luna, come. Luna was much too interested in the man, vigorously sniffing the leg of his pants, to notice Brielle. The man chuckled.
I don't think Luna heard you.
Yeah. The man picked up Luna's leash, then looked Luna in the eyes.
Sit.
Luna neatly sat on the ground, then looked at the man for approval.
Good girl.
He tossed a smile to Brielle.
I don't have any dog treats.
Oh, right. That was her cue. She dug a small handful of tiny treats out of her pocket. Then, feigning expertise, she strode over to Luna and gave her one. Good girl, Luna. Wanting to show the man that she could actually handle Luna, which was patently false, as she'd already proven, she tapped the ground and spoke in a commanding voice. Down! Luna's eyes were locked on the man, and when he pointed to the ground, she fell to her stomach. Then she looked at Brielle. Finally. Good girl, Brielle said with less enthusiasm. Then she gave her a treat before straightening.
How old is she?
Brielle had to stop and think. 6 months.
Ah, still a puppy.
Do you have a dog? He sure seemed to know a thing or two about them. He smiled, which emphasized his good looks.
Not right now, but I've had dogs in the past.
You seem to have a way with them, she smiled. At least you seem to have a way with Luna. At the sound of her name, she leapt to her feet, and with tail wagging, she looked up at the man. He chuckled.
She's very friendly.
With no hope of her obeying, Brielle faced Luna. Luna, down! Again, Luna ignored her. The man sat on the bench, then looked at Luna.
Sit.
Luna immediately sat. The man held out his hand, and Brielle handed him a treat. He gave one to Luna, then said,
Down.
Luna fell to her stomach. Okay. Brielle handed him the leash. I give up. The man laughed.
I don't know why she's listening to me.
I do. She clamped her lips shut as she completed her reply in her head. Because you're so darn attractive. Slowly blinking to break the spell he seemed to cast over her, she murmured, Never mind.
No.
He tilted his head in question.
Tell me.
There was no way she was about to tell him what she really thought. Slowly, she sat on the bench. Because she responds better to a lower voice?
Could be.
Then he smiled.
I'm Tyler, by the way.
He looked like a Tyler. Then she wondered what someone named Tyler was supposed to look like. Feeling silly for even thinking such a thing, she said, Brielle.
So, Brielle.
She liked the way her name sounded coming from his lips. Maybe that was how Luna felt. She nearly laughed at the ridiculous thought. Yes?
What do you do when you're not walking Luna?
I'm, between jobs right now. Great. Now she sounded like a loser. Deciding to turn the attention away from her lack of employment, she smiled. What about you? What do you do when you're not hanging around parks?
Today's my day off.
That didn't exactly answer her question.
I think Luna's thirsty.
He said before she could dig deeper. Brielle removed the doggy water bottle that had been hanging on her shoulder and folded out the attached bowl before opening the spout to allow water to fill the bowl. She set the bowl in front of Luna, who lapped it up.
You said you're between jobs. Are you looking for work?
She straightened. Yes. She wanted him to know that she wasn't a deadbeat, just unemployed. He rubbed the back of his neck, then chewed on his lower lip before saying,
I might have a job for you, if you're interested.
A job? Her ears perked right up.
Tyler had gotten the craziest idea. Insane, really. Where had it come from? He had no idea. Wasn't even sure he should proceed. Did he really want to do this? Really want to make this offer? Would it even work? His focus went to Brielle again. She was the right age, and she didn't seem anything like the groupies he often ran into. And he certainly found her attractive. Yeah, this could work if she agreed to it. But would it be too weird to even ask? Brielle stared at him.
What kind of job?
Now that he was about to come out and say it, it sounded pretty nuts.
I really need a job.
Then she straightened her shoulders.
I have years of experience as a receptionist. I type over 90 words per minute and I'm a fast learner.
Those were great qualifications, although they didn't matter for the job he was offering. He ran his fingers through his short hair. Okay. When he didn't say anything more, her shoulders slumped and she held out her hand for the leash. She was going to leave, his one chance to get out of the mess he'd created. Hold on. Her hands fell to her lap, but hope reappeared in her eyes. I'd like to hire you to pretend to be my girlfriend.
Chapter 3. Brielle recoiled. What? This guy was out of his mind.
Just for a week.
The words tumbled out of his mouth like he was afraid she was about to turn and flee.
And just in front of my family. Nothing physical, and I'll pay you $3,000.
She'd been about to flatly refuse, until he named his price. She wouldn't have to tell Kara she was moving out. In fact, $1,000 would keep her going for the next 2 weeks. $3,000 would be amazing. Her mouth slammed shut. He leapt to his feet and began pacing as he ran his fingers through his hair. Then he spun around and faced her.
Forget it.
Brielle was kind of dumbstruck by the whole proposal, but when he seemed ready to retract his offer, she felt a moment of panic that she would lose an easy $3,000. Then again, maybe a job offer would materialize in the next 30 minutes, and this crazy proposition wouldn't be needed. Yeah, right. When would this week start? He stared at her like he couldn't believe she was actually considering accepting.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow? She thought. 5,000, she heard herself say, and I want half up front. Since when had she learned to negotiate? Go me. Unless he laughed in her face. After all, she'd just demanded $5,000. Who had that kind of money lying around?
Are you sure?
He said it as if the money wasn't an issue. Maybe she should have asked for more.
I mean, you don't even know me.
That was true, and him pointing it out gave her pause. Very deep pause. Then she pictured herself sitting down with Kara and breaking the news that she was still unemployed, that she couldn't come up with her share of the rent. Quickly following that sad sight was a picture of her carrying her belongings into her mom's house. Despair crashed over her. She didn't want to be a burden to her mother, and she didn't want to be uprooted. She liked her life, except for the part where she didn't have any money to actually live it. She needed this job. Still, she had to be cautious. Who in his right mind, and who so sinfully hot, needed to hire someone to pretend to be his girlfriend? This guy could be a huge creeper. She needed to know more, because so far all she knew was that she found him beyond attractive. That, and he had some sort of magical touch with dogs. Luna was still resting right where he'd left her. Those qualities weren't exactly enough to commit to spending a week with him, but it wasn't a bad start. You're right, I don't know you, so tell me about yourself.
Tyler was kind of stunned that she was entertaining the idea of doing this. Then again, she'd said she needed a job, and demanding he nearly double the payment? He held back a grin at her chutzpah. Then he considered her question. He wasn't quite ready to confess that he played in the NFL because if she found out, she'd probably demand $10,000 at least. Not that he wouldn't pay it, but still. I live here in Sacramento. Grew up in the area, actually. He tapped his finger against his chin. Went to CSUS. Graduated 5 years ago.
What did you get your degree in?
Business management.
And what do you do now?
This was the tricky part. He didn't want to lie to her, but he didn't want her to know the full truth just yet. Then he hit upon the perfect answer. Something that was totally true, but wouldn't give too much away. Plus, it would be a good test. Would she be impressed? Secretly, he hoped she would be. I work for the Sacramento Vipers. She didn't react. At all. It was like she'd never heard of the Vipers. Was that good? Bad? He didn't know, but he was kind of deflated. He'd half expected her to ask if he could arrange for her to meet Josh Weisener, their star quarterback, or maybe Greg Sinclair. He'd been in the news lately with the whole thing surrounding his wife's amnesia, but no. She just stared at him. Then she said,
I'd need some sort of reference to make sure you're legit.
He almost burst out laughing. Legit? Him? He was more than legit. He was Tyler Brandrick. When he didn't reply, she narrowed her eyes.
Is that going to be a problem?
Nearly choking on his repressed laughter, he shook his head. No, no problem.
Brielle frowned. This was like doing a live version of a dating app. So much easier when you could just read the profile and swipe left or right. Much harder when you had to face the candidate in person. Especially when everything in you was urging you to swipe right, to agree without conditions. But she had to be smart. She was smart. there would be conditions. Many conditions. She stared at him. Was he for real? Did he actually work for the Vipers? Though she wasn't into football herself, while she was growing up, it didn't feel like it was the weekend unless football was playing on the TV and her brothers were rooting for some team or another. If she could talk to Tyler's boss, verify that he wasn't some psycho, then she'd feel better about taking this job. Well, it wasn't really a job, unless she wanted to consider it an acting job, because she would be pretending to be something she wasn't. Was that even okay? Why did he need to have a pretend girlfriend? Then she stood to face him. Why do you need a pretend girlfriend? Then his lips curved into a sheepish smile.
I kinda told my family that I have a girlfriend and that she'd come with me on this family trip.
Wait, this was a trip? Like a vacation? She pictured herself lying in the sun on a pristine beach beside turquoise water while waiters served her cold drinks. Brielle's interest mushroomed. Then the part of her brain that tried to be reasonable, that tried to stop her from being impulsive, took over. Hold on. Why would you tell your family that? Then she silently added, what kind of family is this? One side of his mouth tugged up and he softly chuckled.
I guess I was tired of them hassling me about being single.
She could tell he was embarrassed. Whether it was from fibbing to his family or being single, she couldn't tell. But she liked the idea that he was single. Wait, why was he single? Hot, smart, at least he seemed smart. College graduate, good job, right touch with animals. What was wrong with him? Why was he single? And how long had he been that way? Because surely his family wouldn't give him a hard time if he'd just come out of a relationship. Why were they hassling you? He stared at her, then frowned.
You know what? Just forget it. Forget the whole thing.
Touchy much? On the other hand, she could understand his reluctance to get into something so personal. They'd just met, after all. And maybe he was right. This whole idea was beyond ridiculous. Who'd ever heard of paying someone to pretend to be their girlfriend? You're right, Brielle said as she stood. This is a bad idea. She tugged on Luna's leash. Come on, girl, let's go home.
Chapter 4. Wait, is she turning me down? He ignored the fact that he'd withdrawn the offer. Why would she do that? Doesn't she know I'm Tyler Brandrick? He had to suppress a chuckle. Of course she didn't. He hadn't told her, and he wasn't about to, not now. What if it got out? He could see it all over social media. Tyler Brandrick so desperate for a date he paid a stranger to pretend she liked him. No, that couldn't happen. Good thing he hadn't told her who he was. But he wasn't quite ready to tell this stranger goodbye.
Luna, get up.
Tyler watched Brielle tug on the dog's leash, but evidently Luna wasn't ready to leave. Brielle slid her hands under Luna's belly and tried lifting her, but rather than stand, Luna rolled onto her back, her tongue hanging out, her body shaded by the picnic table. Guess she likes the shade, he said, working hard to hold back his grin. Brielle straightened and rolled her eyes.
Yeah.
Then she held out the leash.
Maybe you can get her to stand.
Tyler took the leash, his gaze sweeping over Brielle's silver blonde hair and stopping on her grass-green eyes. I have a better idea. Brielle's head tilted and her eyes twinkled.
You want to rent Luna to show your family you have a dog?
Tyler burst out laughing. No. Eyes still lit with mirth, she said.
Okay. What?
Just to make your morning a little easier, why don't I walk Luna to your car for you? That way he could take a moment and reconsider if he wanted to extend his job offer again, because the more time he spent with her, the more he wanted to hire her, to have her be his fake girlfriend. What was wrong with him? He couldn't do this. He would have to tell his family the truth. Then he pictured his younger brother, Rob, mercilessly needling him for having an imaginary girlfriend. It would make his favorite camping trip decidedly less fun, and every trip thereafter.
My car isn't here.
His forehead creased. Did you take the bus? Then he turned to the cream-colored dog. With Luna? Now she laughed, then she shook her head.
No, I live nearby.
Even better. He could find out where she lived. That is, if she agreed to let him walk with her and Luna. Oh, how about I walk you and Luna home then?
Did Brielle want Tyler to know where she lived? On the one hand, she'd just met him. Normally, she wasn't a fan of letting a man she'd just met have her address. On the other hand, she liked the vibe she got from him. Funny, yet interesting. Sweet, yet strong. Too bad he'd withdrawn his job offer. No, it's a good thing, because it's too weird. What would Kara say? She would definitely tell her best friend about this whole strange encounter. Strange, yet fascinating. Yeah, she said. Okay. If he tried anything funny, Luna would protect her. Right. Tyler had Luna wrapped around his little finger. Well, it wasn't actually little. Nothing about Tyler was little. The masculinity radiated off of the man. What did he do for the Vipers? Maybe he was a trainer. He had the build for that. Why am I suddenly so warm? She asked herself. Is it just the August afternoon? Yeah, that's it.
All right.
He gently tugged Luna's leash upward. Luna leapt to her feet.
Which way?
Deciding to be grateful Luna obeyed at least one of them, instead of annoyed that she had no control over the dog, Brielle pointed in the direction she'd come from. That way. Tyler looked at Luna.
Let's go.
He started walking and Luna trotted along beside him, letting him lead. Still amazed by the magical way he controlled Luna, Brielle hurried to catch up. Tyler was a brisk walker, something Brielle appreciated, although she wondered if maybe he didn't walk a little too briskly. My legs aren't quite as long as yours, she called out. He glanced at her as he slowed, a smile on his face.
Sorry, I forget that not everyone likes to walk as fast as I do.
She didn't want him to think she was one to just stroll along. Oh, I like to walk fast. Then she smiled. Just maybe not that fast. He laughed. Then his face sobered.
How do you feel about hiking?
Hiking? Where had that come from? Was he going to ask her on a date? Did she want to go on a date with him? I haven't been hiking since I was a teenager.
Do you like to hike?
Brielle thought back to her childhood. Her best friend back then, Kate, had taken Brielle camping with her and her family a few times. But only a few, because Kate's family liked to rough it. Like camp, where there were no campsites, which meant there were no toilets. That had gotten old pretty fast, and Brielle had stopped going. But when they'd gone hiking, she had enjoyed it well enough. I don't know, she finally said. It's okay, I guess. Tyler was quiet, and Brielle wondered what he was thinking.
Chapter 5. It sounded like she wasn't big on hiking. How would that work if she came with him to Yellowstone? Hiking was one of his favorite activities while there. It was the best way to spot wildlife. Hold on. He'd rescinded his offer, so what did it matter? Then he remembered that he'd told his family that his girlfriend had never been camping before. Brielle really was perfect for this job. So, he said, kind of desperate to get this fake girlfriend thing resolved, about that job offer. She shifted her focus to him, a spark of interest in her eyes.
What about it?
Did that mean she was willing? Yeah, so I really need to find someone to play the part in front of my family.
And I'm the only person around who's willing.
It came out as a statement, like she believed he'd only chosen her for the sake of convenience, which he had, although that had nothing to do with it. He thought she was cute and funny and interesting, and he believed she could pull this fake girlfriend thing off. But what if she said no? What would he do then? He had to leave the next morning. He didn't know anyone he could ask. Not that he would ask someone he knew. He hated the idea of word getting out that he'd stooped to this level. So yeah, he really needed to hire her. I'll pay you 10 grand, he heard himself say, half up front. Tyler really needed to gain control over this alter ego of his that kept taking over his mouth. How desperate did he sound anyway?
Brielle stopped walking. Tyler stopped too. This had to be some kind of joke. Brielle glanced around, looking for someone filming. Who had $10,000 lying around that they were willing to give a stranger for going on vacation while pretending to be a fake girlfriend? especially when he'd specifically said nothing physical was required. Yeah, it was too good to be true. Not wanting to be the butt of his joke, she shook her head and laughed. Very funny. Expecting him to laugh, when his forehead furrowed and worry washed across his face, she knew he was serious. You're not joking.
No. Why would I joke about something like this?
Because it's crazy? One side of his mouth slid upward.
Yeah, it is, but I'm serious.
He glanced at Luna, who had sat beside his leg when he'd stopped. Then he looked at Brielle.
I can't show up on this trip alone. Not after I told my family I have a girlfriend. They'd never let me live it down.
Brielle hardly heard what he was saying. All she could think about was the 10 grand, $10,000. It would solve so many of her problems. Still, she had to be cautious. She took her phone out of her back pocket. I'm gonna call the Vipers right now and make sure you're legit. He got a funny look on his face, and Brielle wondered if he'd made up the fact that he worked for the Vipers. But then he smiled.
Okay, ask for Jack Gilby, but let me talk to him first.
Brielle narrowed her eyes. What for? She asked, then thought, was this a trick? Looking sheepish, Tyler said,
I don't want my coworkers to know what I'm doing. It's kind of embarrassing.
She could understand that. All right, fine. She pulled a search engine up on her phone, then looked at Tyler. Where can I find the number?
Look up Sacramento Vipers executive offices.
In moments, she was listening to the phone ring on the other end. When someone answered, she asked for Jack Gilby.
One moment, please,
the woman who answered said. Confident that the man Tyler wanted her to talk to was legit, she handed him her phone, ready to listen for anything that sounded suspicious. She wasn't about to let herself get played.
Hi, Jack.
Tyler smiled in her direction, a smile that lit up her insides.
This is Tyler. Tyler wondered how he was going to let Jack know not to reveal that Tyler was on the team. His mind raced.
Hey, Tyler. What's up?
Hey, so, I just need you to verify that I work there, to a woman I met today.
What?
His tone broadcast incredulity.
Doesn't she have Google?
Chuckling, he said, Don't worry, I'm not looking for another job. This is a personal matter. She just wants to make sure I'm legit.
Oh, I get it. You don't want her to know you're on the team.
Right. Tyler tried to hide his relief. Her name's Brielle.
Okay, put her on.
Tyler handed Brielle the phone.
Hello? Brielle said, feeling kind of silly now for calling Tyler's employer.
Brielle.
Yes, hi. Sorry to bother you.
It's no problem. What do you want to know?
What does Tyler do there?
He's an account executive. Works with our sponsors.
So, not a trainer, she thought, but he uses his brains. Even better. Impressed, Brielle asked, How long has he worked there?
3 years.
Satisfied, she said, Okay, thanks, and sorry to bother you.
Take care now.
Bye. Brielle disconnected the call and tucked her phone in her pocket, her eyes going to Tyler. Handsome, smart, an impressive job. Why didn't he already have a girlfriend? Why are you single? He paused, like he wasn't sure how to answer, then said,
I could ask the same of you.
That was true, but this conversation wasn't about her. Yes, you could, but I asked you first. Softly laughing, he shook his head.
I've been too busy to date much.
She could buy that. And now that she'd verified his employment, knew he was legit, she seriously considered the job he was offering. 1 week, on vacation, sand, ocean, blue skies, servers bringing her cold drinks. And Tyler. Not to mention the $10,000. What wasn't to like? Should we, sign a contract or something? His eyes widened in clear surprise.
You're accepting the job?
Was that what she was doing? Yeah, she smiled. I guess I am. What would Kara say? Well, she would be glad Brielle had the money to pay her share of the rent. That's for sure.
Tyler began. I hadn't thought about a contract. And having one would require that he reveal his last name, which he was trying to avoid, because if he did, Brielle would most certainly Google him. For some reason, he liked the idea that she was willing to do this, thinking he was just some staffer for the Vipers. He'd have to find out what Brielle thought his job was. He would call Jack as soon as he could. Brielle kind of smirked.
You trust that I won't run off with your money?
That was a good point. He had no idea who she was. He'd been so focused on keeping his true identity a secret that he'd forgotten to consider what kind of a person she was. Although what he'd seen of her, he liked. He was willing to risk his cash. Yeah, he said, I trust you. His bigger concern was her keeping their arrangement a secret. Maybe they should have a contract. Then again, what would he do if she didn't honor it? Sue her? The woman obviously was in desperate need of money. Otherwise, she wouldn't have agreed to the job in the first place. He had a better idea. Let's go old school. She tilted her head.
Huh?
Discuss our agreement and then shake on it. That way, he wouldn't have to reveal his last name. Not yet, anyway. He knew he couldn't keep it a secret forever because she was bound to discover it when she was with his family. But cell service was spotty in Yellowstone. Still, he would like to get to know her, and for her to get to know him before she knew he was a star in the NFL.
Okay. What exactly is our agreement? Chapter 6. Brielle couldn't believe she was going to do this. Even so, she was ready to do something different, to shake up her life. Maybe that's what she needed, to change directions, to take a chance. Yes, that was exactly what she needed.
Our agreement.
Tyler began. Then he looked at Luna, who was panting.
Why don't we sit down while we hash it out?
Brielle nodded. Good idea. She pointed to a nearby park bench nestled under a large tree. How about over there? Once they were seated, Brielle gave Luna some water. Luna lapped it up before lying down and resting her chin on Tyler's foot. I'll go first, Brielle said, wanting to get her conditions in stone before Tyler had a chance to contradict her.
Okay.
Like I said, I want the $5,000 up front, in cash. That means today. Was she being too pushy? Didn't matter. He was the one who was desperate. She kind of was too. But he was more desperate.
That shouldn't be a problem. What else?
Like you said, nothing physical.
Right, but maybe, I don't know, you could hold my hand once or twice, just to make it more believable.
When she imagined what it would feel like to have her hand in his, her pulse fluttered. Yeah, okay, I think I can do that. Once or twice.
If it's only once or twice, it's got to be in front of my family.
Made sense. Okay.
Anything else?
The balance of the payment the moment we return. He smiled.
All right.
What about you? What are your conditions?
I guess I haven't really thought it through. I've never done anything like this before.
I should hope not. He laughed.
I guess when my family's around, you pretend like you're into me. And of course I'll pretend like I'm into you.
That didn't seem too hard, especially since she was genuinely attracted to him. Okay, what else?
No one can know about our arrangement. No one.
Did that mean she couldn't tell Kara? She had to tell Kara. I have to tell my roommate. She knows I'm not dating anyone. And for my safety. Tyler's eyebrows bunched.
I can't have this getting out.
She can keep a secret. This is non-negotiable. Tyler sighed, but he didn't argue.
Fine. But if she tells anyone?
She won't. Before he could say anything further or take back his offer, she added, Are you paying all of my expenses on this trip?
Of course.
Score. A fully paid vacation while earning more cash than she'd ever had at one time. Then a thought occurred to her. On this trip, will your family expect us to share a room?
A room?
Yeah, at the hotel.
About that.
Tyler got a funny look on his face.
There won't be a hotel.
What kind of a vacation was this? What do you mean? Where are we going?
Camping.
Camping? Like, in the wilderness? Her voice kind of went high-pitched. He chuckled.
I don't know where else you would camp.
Brielle had already mentally spent a portion of the $10,000 on getting her nails done, getting her hair cut, and buying several new outfits for the beach. Camping had been the last thing on her mind. If we're not going to be in a hotel, where will we be sleeping? She already knew the answer. She just didn't want to hear it. Too many memories of roughing it with Kate's family, of digging a hole for a toilet, of carrying buckets of water from a river to the campsite. Tyler grinned.
In a tent.
A tent?
Is that going to be a problem?
$10,000. You're going to get $10,000. No problem. It wouldn't exactly be her dream vacation, but the thought of the money would keep her going. It would have to.
Good.
Where will this camping be taking place? Tyler's smile grew.
Yellowstone National Park.
Oh, Kate's family had never taken her to Yellowstone. No. They'd always gone to places in the mountains where no one had been before, places where they had to backpack in. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all. What do I need to bring?
Just your clothes and toiletries. During the day, it might get into the 80s, but it's chilly at night.
She could handle that. Okay.
I'll pick you up about 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's a 12-hour drive, so we'll want to get going early.
This was getting much too real. She was actually going camping in Yellowstone National Park with this hot stranger and his family. The next day. Was she out of her mind? $10,000, she silently chanted. $10,000. What about your family? Are we driving with them?
No, we'll meet them there.
Good. His forehead creased.
Why do you say that?
This time she grinned. We'll need to get our story straight. About how we met. He laughed.
Right.
Then he held out his hand. She just looked at it.
We need to shake on it.
Oh, of course. She reached for his hand, and the moment their skin made contact, she felt a zing of energy. This camping trip was going to be interesting.
Tyler released her hand. Her incredibly soft hand. Not the hand of someone who knew how to rough it. He hoped she wouldn't hate Yellowstone because he liked her, willing to give his crazy idea a go, willing to camp, not to mention attractive.
I should probably get back.
Okay. He stood, and Luna stood as well. Do you want me to walk you and Luna home?
No, I can take it from here.
Are you sure? She laughed, but it didn't sound confident.
Yeah.
He handed her the leash. Here you go.
Thanks for your help with Luna.
He chuckled. Anytime.
I guess you need my address.
He cocked his head. Only if you want me to bring the money over.
Of course.
She told him her address, which he typed into his phone. I'll come by in an hour or so.
See you then.
She turned and walked away, and to Tyler's surprise, Luna trotted along with her. He watched her until she was out of sight. Then he called Jack to find out what he'd told Brielle, all the while thinking about seeing her later that evening.
Chapter 7. The moment Kara got home, Brielle told her everything. Kara listened, wide-eyed, but she let Brielle finish before speaking.
Are you insane?
At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Brielle's heart hammered against her ribs. It's him. Then she panicked. Don't blow this for me, okay? Kara stared at her. Then she sighed and shook her head.
It's your funeral.
Throwing her arms around her friend, Brielle said, Thank you. Then she leapt to her feet and crossed the floor, her body tense with anticipation. Would Tyler come through, or was he there to tell her it was all a mistake? Pressing her eye to the peephole, she verified it was him. Seeing him standing there, tall, ripped, hot, she really hoped he wasn't going to tell her he'd changed his mind. Luna had raced to the door as well, and Brielle wondered if she knew it was him. Probably not. She always got excited when someone came to the door. Kara called Luna back, and she actually obeyed. Then Brielle grasped the doorknob and pulled the door open.
She was more beautiful than Tyler remembered. Good thing he'd brought the cash. When he'd gone to the bank to make the withdrawal, he'd told himself he didn't have to go through with this, that he could change his mind. But he'd withdrawn the money anyway, just in case. And now that she stood in front of him, those green eyes sparkling, that smile drawing him in, he knew he couldn't back out. Hi, he said. She leaned against the edge of the door.
Hey.
I brought it. Her eyes lit up, and for a moment he was disappointed. It was all about the money for her. That's all she cared about. But what did he expect? It was a job to her. a job she needed. She'd said as much. She wasn't looking for a boyfriend, just an income. Feeling like an idiot for thinking otherwise, he held out the envelope. "You can count it if you want." She took it from his hand.
I'll count it later. Right now, I'd like you to meet my roommate, Kara.
Right. The person he needed to convince that this wasn't as crazy as it sounded. Then he heard barking. Luna. Smiling, when Brielle opened the door wider, Tyler walked in. The living room was tiny, about the size of his entryway, but it was cozy. A couch tucked under the window, plants here and there, a large TV mounted to the wall across from the window. And on the couch, a woman with short dark hair and a suspicious look in her eyes. Kara was holding Luna's collar, though Luna was struggling mightily to be let free. Putting on a veil of confidence, Tyler took a step in Kara's direction. That's when she released Luna, who bounded toward him and leapt up, her paws on his legs. "Hi, Luna," he said with genuine happiness. Then he pushed her off of him. When all 4 paws were on the floor, he snapped his fingers and said, "Down." She fell to her belly, though she kept her eyes on him. "Good girl, now stay." He looked at Kara, who had stood, clearly surprised at the way Luna had obeyed him. Tyler crossed the space, stopping in front of her. "Hi there." She didn't smile.
Hey,
He held out his hand. "I'm Tyler." She shook his hand.
do you have a last name, Tyler?
Uh-oh. It hadn't occurred to him that she would ask. Thinking quickly, he said, "Of course." As if he didn't. "I mean," he added, "yeah, it's Ford." That was his mother's maiden name. Then he smiled the smile that usually made women melt. Kara just nodded. Must be made of stone.
Bree told me about this job you hired her for.
Then she narrowed her eyes like she was trying to see into his soul.
Kara.
Brielle said before Tyler had a chance to answer. Kara made a scoffing sound, then she turned and began walking out of the room, stopping to motion to Luna.
Come, Luna.
With a glance at Tyler, Luna got to her feet and padded after Kara. A moment later, they were out of sight. Glad she'd left, Tyler turned to Brielle. Kara wasn't his problem. "I'll pick you up tomorrow morning at 5.
I'll be ready.
At that, he left, surprised at how eager he was to come back the next morning.
You can come out now, Brielle called to Kara the moment Tyler left. As she waited for her friend to appear, Brielle sat on the couch and counted the cash. It was all there. Putting aside enough to cover her share of the rent, she tucked the rest back into the envelope as a feeling of comfort slid over her. She had enough money to get by for several weeks.
I can't believe you're doing this,
Kara said as she walked into the room, Luna on her heels. Brielle tapped the cash on the coffee table. My share of the rent. Kara frowned as she sat on the couch.
That's good.
What did you think of him? Cute, huh? A tiny smile tugged at the corners of Kara's mouth.
All right, yes.
And I talked to his boss. The man's legit, so stop worrying.
We need to Google this guy.
They did. And there were lots of Tyler Fords, but none of them matched their Tyler. Not everyone is going to come up in a search, Brielle pointed out. He's just a regular guy, you know?
Well, at least he didn't come up as a wanted fugitive or anything.
Brielle smiled and shook her head.
One more thing I want to search,
Kara said as she began tapping on her screen. What? She glanced at Brielle.
Whether there's cell service in Yellowstone.
After a moment, she said,
Looks like there is, at least in portions of the park.
She stared at Brielle.
You'd better keep me posted on how it's going, or I'll call the park rangers and have them track you down.
Brielle smiled. I definitely will. Was I right about how good he is with Luna?
That was pretty amazing.
Brielle stroked Luna's head. I think Luna likes him. Kara narrowed her eyes.
I think you like him.
I just met the guy, but yeah, there is something about him.
Let's just hope it's something good.
Chapter 8. Well before the sun came up the next morning, Brielle was ready. She'd hardly slept, so it had been easy to get up early. Tyler would be there any minute. Moments later, a soft knock sounded on the apartment door. Heart going into overdrive, Brielle hurried to the front door, peeking through the peephole before swinging the door open.
Good morning.
Tyler wore a bright smile. Was he a morning person, or was he just excited about the trip? "Good morning," she said in reply. It was easy to be in a good mood with him standing there, all handsome and cheery.
Ready to go?
The moment he'd left the night before, she'd gone into overdrive getting ready. Not that she wanted to admit that. "Yep, got my suitcase right here." She lifted the small suitcase from the floor. "I packed as light as I could." He took the suitcase from her, obviously impressed with her efficient packing.
Nice.
Then his smile grew.
Let's do this.
Following him out the door, she told herself this was her last chance to change her mind. But she didn't want to change her mind. She'd been living for this vacation ever since that handshake. When they reached his car, a late-model Range Rover in a silvery blue, Brielle could see under the street lamp that the rear was packed full with all kinds of camping gear. "Is there room for my suitcase?" He chuckled.
Of course.
Then he opened the rear passenger door and shoehorned her suitcase inside. Next, he opened the passenger door and swept his arm toward the interior. Pleased that he was being so gentlemanly, Brielle hoisted herself inside. He closed her door, and as he came around to the driver's side, she perused the space. Luxurious. And the new car smell only added to that impression. Tyler climbed behind the wheel and they pulled away from the curb and onto the road.
I hope it wasn't too hard to get up so early,
he said with a glance in her direction. Deciding to be honest, she grinned. To tell you the truth, I was excited to go, so it wasn't hard at all.
Really? You're excited? Why?
Because you'll be there, she thought, but said, I've never been to Yellowstone. With one hand casually resting on the steering wheel, he smiled at her, sending her heart flipping and flopping.
My family goes every year. It's kind of a tradition.
How long have you guys been going? He looked thoughtful.
11 years.
11 times? Wow.
Yeah, and I've never missed.
Which is why you didn't want to skip this year.
That, plus it's my favorite place to camp.
He turned to her with a questioning look.
I never asked if you've been camping.
Not since I was a kid.
Oh.
Why did he seem disappointed by that? What's wrong?
I kind of told my family that my girlfriend had never been before.
Shaking her head, she softly laughed. Okay, so I'll pretend it's all new to me. Plus, I only went a few times with my friend's family. He tilted his head in her direction.
You've never been to Yellowstone, so that is new to you.
True. What's so great about Yellowstone anyway? Why do you love it? He put both hands on the steering wheel as he drove.
Where to start?
Then, after a brief pause, he said,
The geysers, the mud pots, the steam vents.
He glanced at her.
Not to mention the wildlife.
What kind of wildlife? When she'd gone camping with Kate, she'd only ever seen deer and squirrels. Lots and lots of squirrels.
The bears and wolves are my favorite.
Brielle's eyes widened. Wolves?
Yeah, whole packs of them. But don't worry, if we see any, we'll be considered lucky.
She wasn't sure she wanted that kind of luck. Then again, maybe Tyler had a magical touch with wolves. Weren't they the same species as dogs? What about the bears? How likely is it we'll see them?
Pretty likely. We know where and when to look for them, and I think we've seen at least one every year we've come.
We're talking black bears, right?
There are plenty of grizzlies in Yellowstone.
She didn't know much about grizzly bears, but the thought of them scared her. Wait, aren't we going to be camping in a tent? He tossed her a carefree smile.
Yeah.
So, just a thin piece of fabric between us and death? He chuckled.
Basically.
Maybe this wasn't worth 10 grand, but she'd already used a chunk of the half he'd given her on rent, and she needed the rest for other bills.
Don't worry, Brielle. I won't let anything happen to you.
As comforting as that was, she didn't think he could actually fight off a grizzly bear.
Besides, we put the food in bear-proof containers.
That only made her more worried. Clearly, if food needed to be put in bear-proof containers, that meant bears were rampaging through the campground. Not good. Not good at all.
Maybe Tyler shouldn't have told her about the bears. When he glanced her way, she seemed to be hugging the door as if she might jump out at the next stoplight. He couldn't let that happen. If it makes you feel any better, I've never actually seen a bear in the campground. She smiled, but he could tell it was forced.
Maybe that's because all the food's locked up.
It's not like the bears want to interact with humans.
Oh,
Look, if you want, you can sleep in the car. Her body seemed fractionally less tense.
really?
Yeah, I want you to have fun on this trip.
Okay,
She settled back into her seat.
I might take you up on that.
That was fine. It would only reinforce what he'd told his family, that his girlfriend had never been camping before. And from the way Brielle had reacted to the discussion of wildlife, it didn't seem like it would be difficult for her to pull off the part of a non-camper. There's lots of other wildlife that's much less scary.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Deer, elk. Oh, and bison. Lots and lots of bison. And if we're lucky, we might see a moose.
That would be cool.
There's even a hike we've been on a few times where we always see marmots. She laughed.
I don't even know what a marmot is.
It's basically a giant furry rodent, although much fatter and larger.
I can see why you like seeing the wildlife.
In all the years we've gone, we've also seen bighorn sheep and river otters. We even saw a beaver once.
Okay, now I'm getting excited.
Glad to hear that, he added. It's not like the zoo, though. I mean, it's not like you constantly see wildlife, but that's what makes it fun. You never know what you'll come across. He smiled. That's one reason we love to hike. The touristy spots have lots of people, but get off on the trails and you'll hardly see anyone. And that's when you have a chance to see some wildlife, although we see plenty just driving around.
Have you ever come across a bear on your hikes?
No, but we carry bear spray, just in case.
Oh,
Before she got scared again, he wanted to turn the conversation in another direction. Let's talk about how we met.
Chapter 9. Such a strange thing to have to discuss. Even so, Brielle knew it was necessary. Did you know that it's called a meet cute?
What is?
She laughed. The story behind how a couple meets.
It is?
Laughing harder, she said, "Yes." After a moment, her laughter died down. That's what they call it in movies and television.
How do you know that?
I heard it somewhere. Don't remember where. And luckily for you, I have an idea for how we met that's even true.
Okay.
He glanced her way, his hazel eyes dancing.
What's our meet cute?
We can say exactly what actually happened. We met in the park when Luna got away from me and ran up to you.
Oh, yeah, I guess that makes sense. We just have to leave off the part where it only happened yesterday.
She smiled. Right. When did it happen? In our imaginary relationship.
At least 2 months ago.
So, in June.
Uh-huh.
Brielle was suddenly worried that she'd mess this up, that she'd forget an important detail, a detail they hadn't even come up with yet, that she'd mess things up with his family. We need to keep this as simple as possible.
Good idea.
Tyler was quiet for several moments.
After we met, we went out a bunch of times, and now we're exclusive.
He turned to her with a grin.
Is that simple enough?
Yeah. Then she thought of something else. What if your family asks questions we haven't discussed? Like, what did we do on our first date? Or what's our favorite song? He shook his head.
They won't.
She hoped he was right, but worried nonetheless. Then another, more pressing thought occurred to her. You need to tell me about your family. She would be spending the week with these people, and if she and Tyler were really an item, he would have told her stuff about them. She couldn't go in blind.
Not much to tell. My dad's name is Jeff, and he's an electrical engineer. Mom's Anne. She teaches high school math.
Brielle scrambled to take out her phone. Hold on. I think I'd better take notes. Tyler chuckled.
I'll quiz you later.
Trying not to roll her eyes, Brielle pulled up a note app and jotted down what he'd told her. Then she turned to him. Brothers and sisters?
One of each. Mia is 22 and finishing college. Rob is 24 and a software developer.
Brielle frantically typed in the info. Then she thought of something she should know. How old are you? Laughing, Tyler said,
Yeah, I guess that's an important bit of info. 26. What about you?
24.
I should know something about your background.
Brielle nodded. All right. My mom is Susan. She works in a doctor's office. My dad died before I was born. Tyler frowned.
I'm sorry to hear that.
She shook her head. It's okay. I don't remember him, obviously. I just know my mom worked really hard to make up for it. I have 2 older brothers, Mitch and Wyatt. Do you need to know more about them? Tyler shrugged.
It's not like we would have spent a lot of time talking about our families.
Yeah, I guess you're right. This whole thing was weird. Do you like your family?
What?
Tyler looked at her sharply.
Of course.
Then doesn't it bother you to lie to them?
When she put it that way, Tyler had to admit he wasn't super thrilled, but this was the hole he dug for himself. He had to see it through. Then again, why did they have to pretend? Why couldn't Brielle be his girlfriend? So far, he liked everything about her. He glanced her way and saw that she was waiting for an answer. Let's not look at it as lying, he said. Her eyebrows slid together.
Then how should we look at it?
I don't know, just be my girlfriend.
You mean your pretend girlfriend?
No, I mean my real girlfriend. Her eyes narrowed.
But we just met, and you're paying me to do this.
Then her eyes widened.
You're not trying to get out of paying me the rest, are you? Because I'll get out right now and go home.
He laughed. No, that's not it. Shaking his head, he glanced her way before focusing back on the road.
Then what?
Sighing, he tried to figure out what the heck he meant, because he wasn't quite sure himself. Just, for the next week, you're my girlfriend. Simple as that. Then, his voice trailed off. Then what? Then he'd go back to his busy but solitary life?
Yeah? Then?
Then that's it.
Brielle wasn't sure how she was supposed to feel. Disappointed? Relieved? But what had she expected him to say? That after this week they'd get engaged? That was ridiculous. This was a job. Nothing more. In fact, knowing that this was simply a job removed all the pressure she normally felt when she started to date someone. There was no need to impress Tyler. They were already exclusive. At least for this week. Although she had to admit that she did want to impress him.
What do you think?
About what? As she debated over whether or not she wanted to impress him, she'd kind of lost track of the conversation.
About just being my girlfriend, not pretending. Then no one will be lying about anything.
She liked the not lying part. And the being his girlfriend held a lot of appeal, too. At least, from what she'd gotten to know of him, it did. But you're still going to pay me the balance, right? His mouth tightened, but he nodded.
That was the agreement.
She could tell something was bothering him, but she wasn't sure what it was. Wanting to lighten the mood, she said, Right. We even shook on it, so that makes it about as official as it can get. That earned her a smile. I hate to be the one to point this out, she added, but you still, lied to your family. Heavily sighing, he looked her way before facing the road, which was relatively clear of traffic so early on a Saturday morning.
That's my burden to bear, and who knows, maybe one day I'll fess up.
Now that things seemed to be on the right track, Brielle turned to a lighter topic. Since we're going to be traveling all day together, tell me what kind of music you like. Tyler laughed as he tapped the screen on the dashboard.
Rock and roll, baby.
The sound of the latest tunes filled the Range Rover, and Brielle smiled. Moments later, the music went silent as the sound of a phone ringing took its place. On the screen it said, Mom. Chapter 10. Brielle's heart began to pound. His mother was calling. She wasn't ready to interact with his family. Not yet. Tyler tapped the screen to answer the Bluetooth.
Hello?
Hi, Tyler. I didn't wake you, did I?
He laughed.
No, Mom. I'm already on the road.
You're not alone, are you?
Her voice was filled with cautious optimism. Chuckling, he said,
No. And you're on speaker.
Tyler looked at Brielle and winked.
Mom, meet Brielle.
Brielle's eyes went wide. A soft gasp came across the line.
Well, hello, Brielle.
Desperately trying to fix her dry mouth, Brielle squeaked out, Hi. Tyler's mother went on as if this was all perfectly normal, as if she really was Tyler's girlfriend.
I'm Anne, and I'm so excited that you're coming to Yellowstone with us.
She swallowed hard. I'm excited too. Brielle's eyes shifted to Tyler to see if he was unhappy with her performance, but he was grinning as they sped east on I-80.
I know you've never been camping before, but I promise you'll love it. Yellowstone is so beautiful, and we always have such a good time.
This woman, Anne, sounded so nice. How could Tyler have lied to her? Then again, maybe she was so nice that he didn't want to disappoint her with the truth. Wasn't her problem. Her job was to convince Tyler's family that she and Tyler were an item, and as she looked at his profile, she didn't think it would be all that hard. Tyler told me all about Yellowstone, Brielle said, getting more comfortable with her role. I'm kind of stoked to see everything. Which was totally true.
Wonderful. We're already at the Bridge Bay campground, and we've checked everyone in, so you just need to show up.
Sounds good, Mom.
Tyler said with a smile at Brielle. The happiness that shone from his eyes did funny things to her insides.
See you tonight, Tyler. And you, Brielle.
Bye, Mom.
Bye, Anne. Tyler tapped a button on the screen on the dash, and the call disconnected and the music came back on.
That went well.
Brielle's heart began settling into its normal rate. Yeah. She thought about Tyler's idea that they just be boyfriend and girlfriend. In a strange sort of way, it made sense. Why not go with it? It would make everything more convincing, not to mention less stressful. Yeah, she could do that. And for some reason, hearing his mother's genuine excitement to meet her calmed Brielle about this whole adventure. This would be fine. It would all be fine. As they drove along in companionable silence, Brielle became sleepy, and shortly after leaning the seat back, she fell asleep. She woke abruptly when the car stopped. Blinking, she looked at Tyler, who was smiling at her.
I was wondering if you'd wake up.
What's going on?
Just stopping for snacks.
One of his eyebrows quirked up.
Or maybe breakfast.
Brielle put the seat into an upright position, then looked out the window. They were parked at a gas station/mini mart. Where are we?
Reno. Are you hungry?
She hadn't eaten that morning, so she was kind of hungry. Normally, with a man she'd just met, she wouldn't want to broadcast how much she could put away. But hey, Tyler was her boyfriend, so what the heck? Yeah, I could eat.
Do you mind breakfast to go? I want to get back on the road soon.
Sure, that's fine. She looked at the steering wheel, then back at Tyler. If you want a break from driving, I can take a turn.
Tyler's Range Rover was practically brand new. Did he trust Brielle to drive? He wasn't so sure, so he said, maybe later. Then he opened his door and got out. He had taken several steps toward the mini-mart when he realized Brielle was still in the SUV. He turned around and walked back to the SUV, opening the passenger door once he reached it. Something wrong? A mirth-filled smile curved her mouth.
The only thing wrong is my boyfriend didn't open the door for me.
Embarrassed that he hadn't thought of that, he said, "Oh, right, sorry." And when she held out her hand for him to help her out, he took it, holding on as she jumped to the pavement.
Thank you.
Her voice was brisk as she removed her hand from his. Then she strode toward the mini-mart. Tyler hurried to catch up, opening the door and holding it for her. She smiled up at him, the brightness of her green eyes drawing him in. He followed her inside, his attention kind of riveted to her to see what she would do next. She stopped to look over the sausage, egg, and biscuit sandwiches, then moved on to the breakfast burritos. She turned and faced him.
What are you going to get?
To his surprise, he hadn't thought about food for the last several minutes. His thoughts had been all about her. Shifting his focus to the offerings, he reached for a breakfast burrito. 2 of these, plus something to drink. She looked at the food on display.
I guess I'll get a breakfast sandwich.
After he'd purchased their food, they walked side by side out to his SUV. Tyler had learned his lesson, and while balancing his food in one hand, he opened Brielle's door for her, then helped her climb inside.
Thank you,
She said with a pleased look. Glad he'd gotten it right, he went to the driver's side and got behind the wheel.
Are you going to be able to eat and drive?
I think I can manage. A doubtful look crossed her face.
I'd hate for you to get any of that greasy burrito on your pretty leather seats.
He chuckled. Yeah, I'd hate that too. I guess we can take a few minutes and eat before getting back on the road. While he took a large bite, she nibbled at her sandwich. Maybe nibble wasn't the right word, but compared to him, it would take her much longer to eat. Good thing she wasn't driving. Once he finished, they hit the road.
When did you get this car?
She asked as she wiped her fingers on a napkin. He counted backwards. 4 months ago. Her gaze bounced around the interior.
It's very nice.
Thanks. What do you drive? She grimaced.
An old Toyota. It's kind of on its last legs.
Tyler had gone through a time when he didn't have much money, so he knew what it was like to struggle. That time made him appreciate the financial benefits of his job all the more. If you could have any car in the world, what would you get? Tilting her head, she said.
I've never thought about that.
She softly chuckled.
I don't even know what's out there.
He'd always had an interest in cars, especially exotic ones. In fact, he owned a Dodge Viper. It wasn't nearly as exotic as the Bugatti Chiron, but he couldn't bring himself to spend that kind of money on a car. I have some suggestions for you, he said as they drove. Then he rattled off a list of cars he thought she might like, mostly sports cars, though nothing exotic.
I don't know. I can't really see myself in any of those. I think I'd prefer something more practical. Really, anything fairly new would be amazing.
A woman with simple tastes. He liked that. Remember, I said if you could have any car, no need to be practical. She smiled.
I can't help it. One day I want to have kids. I can't see strapping a car seat into a Corvette.
Laughing, he said, Yeah, that wouldn't work too well since there's only 2 seats.
Exactly. What about you? Do you want kids one day?
The question caught him off guard. Even so, he said, I know my mom hopes I do. She's dying to be a grandmother.
But what about you?
Then a sly smile curved her lips.
As my boyfriend, I think this is something we ought to discuss.
He shook his head, but he was smiling. All right. His focus had been on football for so long that kids had been buried deep in his mind, especially since he had yet to find a woman to have them with. That part of the equation was kind of important. He pictured a mini Brielle, grass-green eyes, blonde hair, sweet-natured. He could see himself wrapped around that little girl's finger. Then he pictured a sturdy little boy, into sports, into hiking, into all the things Tyler loved. To his surprise, the idea excited him. Yeah, I can see myself having kids one day. Lips pursing into a smirk, Brielle said,
Your mom will be thrilled.
He threw one hand into the air. Hold on. Then he looked at her. You're not going to tell her I said that, are you? Her eyes twinkled.
Don't know. Depends on the conversations she and I have.
This wasn't what he had in mind with this setup. Don't forget, this is a job.
Really?
Her eyebrows had risen.
Earlier you said we actually are boyfriend and girlfriend. Have you changed your mind?
Suddenly he wasn't so sure he'd be able to handle this girl.
Chapter 11. Brielle wasn't sure why she was giving Tyler such a hard time, but she had to admit, it was kind of fun. The deer in the headlights look he was giving her now made her want to chuckle. She wouldn't really tell his mother that he wanted kids, but it was fun to tease him.
No, I meant it when I said we're boyfriend and girlfriend. That's the only way this will work.
She liked the sound of that. It had been a while since she'd had a boyfriend, many months, and she'd missed having that other half. Knowing that she would have a bona fide boyfriend, at least for the next week, gave her a thrill, especially one as hot as Tyler. Deciding to let him off the hook, she smiled. I was just teasing you. I won't say anything to your mom. He sighed.
Thank you. You have no idea how much more difficult that would make it for me when I tell her we've broken up.
Jolted, her mouth fell open. She'd just been mentally celebrating having a boyfriend, and already he was moving on to the breakup. She knew she was being slightly ridiculous, but she couldn't deny the hurt that she felt at his words. Slamming her lips together, she reminded herself that in reality, this was a job. Still, the casual way he'd stated that they would be breaking up had stung.
She would blame me for delaying the arrival of her grandchildren,
Tyler said, as if he hadn't just sliced into her heart.
It would be worse than telling them I'm not dating anyone.
He glanced her way.
What's wrong?
Was her disappointment so transparent? She couldn't let him know. That would just make the next week beyond awkward. Nothing. I was just thinking how rough it must be to have your family hassling you about your love life.
You have no idea, or maybe you do.
No. My mom's not in any hurry for me to get married. Then again, my oldest brother already gave her 2 grandkids.
Lucky you. The pressure's off.
Wanting to talk about something else, she said, "Tell me about your job.
Okay, what do you want to know?
What's it like to rub shoulders with the players on the team? Are they down to earth or are they that stereotypical NFL player? You know, cocky and entitled." He squinted as if her comment bothered him. Why, though? Was he close friends with some of the players? Had she offended him somehow? She'd just been trying to make conversation, but at his reaction she said in a half-questioning, half-statement, never mind. No reason to rub him the wrong way on their first full day as boyfriend and girlfriend.
Was that how she thought NFL players were? Cocky and entitled? That's not how he was. At least he didn't think he was. And his friends weren't either. He had to set her straight, had to show her that he wasn't that way. Then again, she had no idea he was on the team. Even so, he would make an extra effort this week to prove to her that he wasn't cocky and entitled. No, he said. They're not like that at all. He glanced her way. What makes you think NFL players are cocky and entitled? Shoulders lifting in a shrug, she said,
I don't know. Maybe it's the way they pound their chests when they make a good play, or the way they celebrate in the end zone when they score a touchdown.
She had no clue what it was like when hundreds of hours in the gym and studying film translated into just enough to evade a Pro Bowl defender, when his lifelong dream of crossing the goal line in overtime was realized, when adrenaline was surging through his veins after making the game-winning play. It was like nothing else. Why wouldn't he celebrate? Slightly offended, he worked to push aside his feelings. She didn't know what she was talking about. Wait, did she know more about football than she'd let on? So, you watch football?
Not really. My brothers do, though, so I've seen a game or two.
Okay, he was still safe. But how much longer could he hide his true identity? He wasn't sure, but he really liked that they were getting to know each other without the distraction of his celebrity and his wealth. Brielle thought he was a regular guy who sat behind a desk, a guy who went to the office each day and came home each night. Nothing exciting, nothing special. He liked it that way. But how would he get his family to stay away from the subject of football?
Tyler seemed deep in thought, and Brielle had no idea what he was thinking about. She didn't know his poker face, his angry face, his happy face. She didn't know any of his faces. Maybe by the end of the week, she would. Clearly, talking about work wasn't the way to get to know him, so she changed tactics. Besides camping, what do you like to do for fun? His face brightened, and she knew this was a better topic.
When I have time, I like to build furniture.
Really? He smiled.
Yes, really. Why do you seem so surprised?
I don't know. I guess I shouldn't be. I mean, I don't know you at all. Her eyes twinkled. For all I know, you enjoy crocheting while you watch TV. He barked a laugh. What kind of furniture do you build? Still smiling, he said,
Bookcases, dressers, tables, stuff like that.
Beyond impressed, Brielle heard herself say, I'd love to see some of what you've built. Shut up, she thought. When this week is over, you'll never see him again. She had to get a hold of herself. Or maybe she was just too good at this role, with some part of herself actually believing that she was his girlfriend. What was up with that?
Yeah.
He said, his eyes pointed toward the road. Face burning with embarrassment, Brielle picked invisible Luna hairs from her jeans.
What do you like to do?
Besides make a fool of myself, she thought. I love to read, and I've been known to do a cross-stitch or two. Looking perplexed, he said,
What's cross-stitch?
It's where you create a picture using a needle and thread, but you do it making little X's on the fabric.
Oh.
Not as practical as building furniture, but I find it therapeutic. Giving her a sidelong glance, he said,
Did you bring any to work on while we're camping?
Why? Do you want to try it? He laughed.
Nope. Kinda curious what it looks like, though.
Flattered that he was taking an interest, she smiled. I didn't bring any, but when we get back, she cut herself off before finishing her sentence.
Yeah? When we get back?
Shaking her head, she said, It doesn't matter, right? This is a 1-week gig.
When Tyler had offered her the job, he'd meant it as a 1-week thing. But the more time he spent with Brielle, the more he imagined what it would be like if their pretend relationship continued past the Yellowstone trip. But obviously, she wasn't interested in that. This was all about the paycheck for her. A whisper of disappointment brushed over him, but he pushed it aside. Today was only the first day. They needed to focus on what was in front of them, not think about the future.
Chapter 12. As they drove through West Yellowstone, Brielle's excitement grew. Everywhere she looked, she saw rows of stores, but they weren't like the stores in Sacramento. These ones had a touch of the Old West to them. Wooden shingles, the word outpost or trading post or saddlery in their names, and several places had life-sized bison out front painted in bright colors. And then they passed a place that must offer river rafting, because there was a life-sized raft on the roof filled with full-sized bears wearing life jackets. One even held an oar. Laughing at the sight, Brielle couldn't stop smiling.
We're almost to the gate,
Tyler said as he glanced at her. His words drew her attention away from the sights outside the window and to his face. A face that showed how pleased he was that she was enjoying herself. What wildlife do you think we'll see first?
If I were to guess, I'd say elk.
Any wildlife would give her a thrill, but she hoped he was right. A majestic elk with a large set of antlers would be amazing to see. Soon, it was their turn to pay the entrance fee. Tyler handed the ranger some cash, and the ranger handed him a map and some other papers. Then they pulled forward. Tyler handed the stack of papers to Brielle, then with a grin he said,
There should be a checklist in there of the wildlife we might see. You can keep track.
She knew he was being somewhat facetious, but she loved the idea. I will. He chuckled, but she just smiled. They drove on, following the other cars that had just arrived. There were quite a few. Is it always this busy? Brielle asked as she scanned the trees on both sides of the road, on the lookout for animals.
In August? Yep, I'm sure we'll get caught in a few bison jams.
That got her attention, and she turned to look at him. What's a bison jam? Grinning, he said,
When the traffic gets backed up because bison are either crossing the road or walking down the middle of the road, or sometimes they just stand in the road. In any case, when those things happen, everyone wants to get a look, so traffic comes to a standstill.
Bison? She said, her eyes wide. I can hardly wait. Tyler smirked.
By the end of the week, when you see a bison, you'll be saying, another bison, let's not stop.
She found that hard to believe, but he'd come for the last 11 years, so maybe he knew what he was talking about.
There are 2 pairs of binoculars in the back seat.
He gestured with his thumb.
Grab them, will you? It's always a good idea to have them handy because you never know when you'll see something interesting.
Stretching her arm, she managed to grab both binoculars and she set them on the center console. The way he kept talking about seeing animals, she just knew this week was going to be a blast. As long as she didn't think about their inevitable breakup.
We only have one rule when it comes to spotting animals.
And what would that be? One side of his mouth quirked up.
No false sightings.
That brought a smile to her face. Yeah, I can see how that would be annoying.
Especially for the driver who suddenly pulls over to see what you're calling out. Anyway, there's plenty to see without trying to play a joke. And when you're the first one to spot something, that's always fun.
Is it very hard to spot wildlife? After asking, she shifted her gaze to a meadow on her side of the car.
Watch for movement. That's the best way. And when a bunch of cars are pulled over, that usually means it's something interesting. And if rangers are around, it's probably a bear.
A thrill of excitement shot up her spine. A bear? That would be amazing. From a safe distance. Her finger went to the glass on her window. I see something.
Tyler pulled over at the first turnout, which was a short distance from where Brielle had spotted something. He loved her enthusiasm. If she was uninterested at this point, he would have to consider breaking up with her before the week was through. He loved Yellowstone too much to spend his treasured week with someone who had no interest. Before he had a chance to ask her what she'd seen, she had the binoculars pressed to her face.
I think it's an elk.
With a practiced glance, he was able to confirm what she saw, but before he spent time looking at it, he let his gaze slide over Brielle. Sitting perfectly straight on the seat, her body twisted so she could look out the window, her shoulders tense with obvious excitement, her silvery blonde hair cascading over her shoulders and halfway down her back. She was exquisite. More glad than ever that she'd accepted this job, Tyler dragged his attention away from her and to the elk in the meadow. He pressed his binoculars to his eyes. "You're right, I see 3.
Me too.
Not able to suppress his smile at her excitement, he pulled the binoculars away and watched Brielle watching the elk. He'd seen many elk every time he'd come. Brielle, on the other hand, was new and very, very interesting. "Beautiful," he murmured.
Yes, they're amazing.
"Absolutely," he said, his eyes never leaving her.
Brielle was already having a blast, and they'd just arrived. The all-day drive had been fun, getting to know each other and joking around, but now that they were there, she was more excited than she would have thought possible. Mentally apologizing to Kate and her family, she thought about the camping trips she'd been on with them. They'd never been this much fun. Of course, she and Tyler had yet to get to the camping part of this trip, but she suspected they would have flush toilets where they were staying. At a minimum, she wouldn't have to dig her own. And the best part was that she would be spending the week with Tyler. They'd just started to get to know each other, but already she liked him. A lot. And seeing him with his family, even getting to know his family, would help her to get to know him that much more. And then you'll go home and break up, she thought. Maybe even break up on the way home. Forcing away that reminder, she focused on the elk in the meadow. Chapter 13. After watching the elk for a while, they went on, eventually passing the Madison campground where they turned left. Still on the lookout for wildlife, Brielle was completely transfixed by the beauty they passed. A few minutes later, Tyler pulled into a parking lot and then into a parking space before shutting off the engine. Brielle saw a magnificent waterfall. Turning to Tyler, she asked, "What is this place?" Loosely hanging his left hand over the steering wheel while his body was turned toward her, he said,
"Gibbon Falls."
Then he smiled, which sent a pulse of heat to Brielle's insides. He was so good-looking. Needing a moment to gather herself, she turned away and looked at the falls.
"Let's get a closer look."
Happy to stretch her legs, she agreed.
"Did you know that Yellowstone sits right on a volcano?"
He asked as they stood at the overlook. She turned to face him. "Yeah, I'd heard that, but I guess I hadn't thought too much about it."
"It's actually a super volcano.
Then he pointed to the waterfall where water tumbled over black rock.
This is one of 2 places in the park where the caldera is visible."
Feeling kind of dumb, she said, "What's a caldera?" He didn't seem to mind that she didn't know the answer.
When the volcano erupted, the area collapsed in on itself, which created a giant crater. The caldera is the edge of the crater.
Amazed, Brielle stared at the waterfall. "Wow! How big is the caldera?"
"I don't know. Let's look it up."
He pulled out his phone. Moments later, he said,
1,500 square miles.
Brielle's eyes widened. "Whoa!" Tyler chuckled.
"Not to alarm you, but our campground is within the caldera."
"Wait, so you're saying if there's an eruption while we're here, we're toast?" A wide smile curved his mouth.
Uh-huh. Then again, if there's an eruption, a good portion of the United States would be toast.
Not sure if that made her feel better or not, she half smiled and half grimaced. "Interesting that you never mentioned any of this in your job offer." Tyler threw his head back and laughed. Then he smiled at her.
"Do you regret taking the job?"
Smiling in return, she thought, not for 1 second. That's yet to be determined. How big is Yellowstone? He tapped on his phone again, and after a moment he smiled and said,
3,472 square miles.
"Kind of staggered," Brielle said. "I can see why you would need to spend a week here to see everything." He laughed.
Actually, there's no way to see everything in only a week, which is why we keep coming back. But we'll definitely hit the highlights this week.
More excited than ever, Brielle smiled. "I can hardly wait." They got back in the Range Rover and continued on, and 40 minutes later they passed Canyon Village. Several minutes after that, Tyler said,
"This is Hayden Valley."
Brielle saw a wide-open space filled with yellow grass on both sides of the road. On her left, a river flowed right through the middle of the valley, and on the far side of the river, the ground sloped upward to meet a green forest.
Hayden Valley is where we usually see bison, and it's also where we sometimes see bears.
Gaze sweeping the area, Brielle watched for more wildlife. She was proud that she'd spotted the elk earlier and was confident she'd see other animals.
One year, we saw river otters in the Yellowstone River. We watched them for a while.
Brielle's focus shifted to the water where she saw 3 large white creatures floating on top. Are those swans?
Yep.
She watched them until they were out of sight. Then she pulled out the sheet listing the animals and marked off swan. "That's 2, she said proudly.
Tyler suppressed his smile. Bringing Brielle on this trip had a completely unexpected benefit. Seeing everything through her eyes made it all seem new to him again. Mentally listing all the places he wanted to show her, his excitement at being there grew.
"Bison!"
Brielle called out, her finger jabbing to the right. He shifted his attention in that direction where he saw a lone bison grazing near the road. Several cars had pulled over to take pictures. Though he knew they'd see lots of bison that week, he remembered how excited he'd been to see his first. "Do you want me to stop?" He'd noticed that she'd taken her phone out to take pictures.
"Yes."
He pulled onto the side of the road, glad his Range Rover wouldn't have any trouble getting out of the slight ditch. Brielle stayed in her seat, and he was uncertain if he was supposed to open the door for her. "Do you, want me to help you out?" She turned to him with a grin, like she knew what he'd been thinking.
"No, I'll just take a few snaps from here."
Deciding this would be a good time to make sure they were on the same page, he said, "We'll be stopping a lot this week and jumping out to see things. Am I supposed to, help you out each time?" She settled back in her seat, evidently done taking pictures, and threw him a smirk.
"No, I think that would be a bit much, don't you?"
Relieved, he nodded. "Yeah." Then he gave her a smirk of his own. "Besides, I'd hate for you to miss something because you're waiting on me." She laughed.
"True."
"Ready to go on? We'll get to the campground in about 15 minutes.
Suddenly, Brielle was in no hurry, because in 15 minutes she'd have to meet Tyler's family. She stammered.
"Don't worry, just be yourself and they'll love you."
"It's not that." His eyebrows slid upward.
"You already know they'll love you?"
Smiling, she shook her head. "It's this whole act that worries me. I don't want to, I don't know, mess things up, I guess."
"Just stick to my side like you can't stand to be away from me."
Heat raced up her cheeks. She didn't think it would be too hard to fake that. She'd spent the last 12 hours with him, and already she hated the idea of being separated.
"I'll run interference. If they ask something that might throw things off, I'll jump in."
Slightly comforted, she nodded. Moments later, they were back on the road, and when they arrived at a campground called Bridge Bay, Brielle's heart began to pound. They drove past several campsites, some with tents, some with campers, and then Tyler said,
"There they are."
Brielle followed the direction his finger pointed and saw a truck parked at a campsite, along with a fifth-wheel camper. A middle-aged man was doing something with a grill. "I thought we were using tents." Tyler chuckled.
"We are. My parents have an RV."
"Oh, what about your brother and sister?" Tyler glanced at her.
"Their names are?"
Brielle thought for half a second. "Rob and Mia."
"That's right."
Smiling, she nodded. "And your parents are Jeff and Anne."
"Right again. You get a gold star."
Forcing a laugh, Brielle felt her nervousness go up a notch. She was about to meet these people face to face. Tyler pulled into the campsite adjacent to his parents. "Are you allowed to park here? I mean, won't you be in someone's way?"
"This is where we're staying."
Oh. When he said it out loud like that, it made it much more real. She would be camping with Tyler for the entire week. A vacation she never would have chosen, but one she was looking forward to. "You didn't say where your brother and sister are sleeping."
"I hope you don't mind, but they're staying in the tent with us."
She didn't mind at all. In fact, she was relieved. Except, is it big enough? His lips tugged upward.
Guess we'll see.
That could mean it was huge, or it would be extremely tight. Why couldn't he just answer her question? She was nervous enough as it was. Are they here yet? Your brother and sister?
They were supposed to drive here with my parents, so yeah, they should be.
Heart hammering, she looked toward his parents' campsite, but only saw his dad.
Ready?
Tyler asked as he opened his door. No, she thought, but said, yeah, sure. With a nod, he hopped out of the Range Rover, then he came around to her side and opened the door.
Chapter 14. Tyler hoped Brielle would chill out. He didn't want her to blow his cover. Tempted to take her hand to lend authenticity to their charade, he held back, worried it was too soon. What if she yanked her hand from his? What message would that send to his family? "Dad!" he called out as he and Brielle walked toward his father, who was scrubbing the Camp Chef grill rack with a wire brush.
Hey, Tyler.
Smiling, his dad set the brush down and walked to them.
Glad you made it.
His dad gave him a hug, then immediately turned to Brielle.
Brielle, right?
Tyler studied Brielle and was glad to see that she didn't look too stressed.
Yes.
His dad held out his hand.
It's great to meet you. I'm Jeff.
Proud that she was hiding her nerves, Brielle shook Jeff's hand. His welcoming smile helped to calm her. It's nice to meet you. She could definitely see the resemblance between Tyler and his father. Jeff was nearly as tall as Tyler and had the same hazel eyes. He basically looked like an older version of Tyler. Jeff's gaze slid to Tyler before going back to Brielle.
To be honest, we weren't sure you existed.
Startled by the admission, Brielle looked at Tyler.
Come on, Dad. Just because I don't tell you everything?
His words trailed off, and Brielle hoped Jeff was buying their act. Jeff slapped Tyler on the shoulder.
I know, and I'm sure there's a lot I don't want to know.
Tyler chuckled, and Brielle caught him glancing at her. What did Jeff mean?
Hello there.
A woman who had to be Anne said as she approached them, her gaze glued to Brielle. Right behind her were a man and woman in their 20s who had to be Rob and Mia. Hi, Brielle said, her heart fluttering with fresh nerves. Anne walked right up to Brielle, completely ignoring Tyler, and threw her arms around her.
Welcome,
she said as she stepped back. Thank you. Then Anne turned to Tyler and gave him a hug as well before saying,
We'll get dinner started in a few minutes, so I hope you're hungry.
Starved,
Tyler said with a grin.
We know we can always count on you to eat,
Rob said with a laugh. Then he stepped forward and held out his hand to Brielle.
I'm Rob, the good-looking brother.
Brielle agreed that he was strikingly handsome, but she wasn't so sure he was better looking than Tyler. Hello, she said as she shook his hand.
And I'm Mia.
Tyler's sister said. Before Brielle could respond, she pulled her into a hug.
I'm so happy to meet you.
It's good to meet all of you, too. Guilt washed over her for the charade she was part of. No, she told herself, I am Tyler's girlfriend. He said so. There's no charade here. Shoving away her thoughts, Brielle focused on the people in front of her. Anne was petite, at least compared to the men in her family, and her dark hair was cut short. Slightly overweight, she had a smile that was warm and welcoming. Mia, on the other hand, was tall and slender. Not as tall as Tyler and Rob, but taller than Brielle. With dark hair that was long and gorgeous, and a face that could grace the covers of magazines, her smile was just as sweet as her mother's, and Brielle felt completely accepted by both women. If she could forget that her relationship with Tyler was pretend, she knew she would have a great time this week.
We should get the tent set up,
Rob said to Tyler.
Yeah.
Tyler said with a glance at Brielle.
I can help in a minute.
Jeff said. Was Tyler about to leave her alone with his mother and sister? Was that a good idea so soon? Needing an excuse to stay with him, Brielle said, I'd like to see what this tent looks like. Tyler chuckled.
The more the merrier. Glad Brielle had come up with a reason to stick with him, Tyler was still trying to think of a way to tell his family not to talk about football. He led the way to his Range Rover, and as he and Rob began pulling out supplies, he heard his mother talking to Brielle.
I understand this is your first time camping.
Actually, I went with a friend a few times when I was younger, but it's been a while.
She was already going off script, trying not to turn around and give her a look that told her to be careful what she said. When Rob handed him a bag with tent stakes, Tyler nearly dropped it. Rob laughed.
Just because it's the off-season, bro, doesn't mean you should let your skills slide.
Tyler's gaze shot to Brielle to see if she'd overheard, but she seemed to be focused on something his mother was saying about preferring glamping in the RV over camping in a tent. Leaning close to Rob, Tyler said, I don't want to talk about football this week. Rob's eyebrows shot up.
Why not? Is something wrong?
Then his eyes widened.
Did you get cut?
This was not going the way he planned. Not at all. Rob was getting deeper into football, not moving away from it. No, he said with a forced smile. Nothing like that. It's just, I want to focus on the here and now, that's all. Giving him a look that said this was not like him, Rob nodded.
If you say so.
Thanks. Their father joined them.
No football talk this week.
Rob's voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. All eyes swiveled to Tyler, including Brielle's. Holding back a groan, Tyler forced a smile. I just want to focus on Yellowstone and all of you. Is that so crazy? His mother stepped forward and gave him a hug.
No, I think that's wonderful.
With a glance Brielle's way, Tyler hoped she didn't think the exchange was too odd. She did look a little perplexed that the conversation was happening at all, but what could he do? It was better than taking a chance on her learning who he really was before he was ready to tell her, if he ever did. What if they completed this week and never saw each other again, and she never knew he was the fabulous Tyler Brandrick, star running back for the Vipers? Would that be a good thing or a bad thing? What if he didn't want to tell her goodbye at the end of the week? But it wasn't completely up to him. Once she got her final payment, that would be the end of it. He was sure of it.
Chapter 15. Brielle watched Tyler and his family as he told them he didn't want to talk about football that week. The confused looks on Jeff and Rob's faces, the smile on Anne's, the indifference on Mia's, and the relief on Tyler's. What was that all about? Did Tyler typically talk about work the entire time he was on vacation? Why was it going to be different this time? Was it because of her? Why? Curious, she watched Tyler as he carried the tent to an open space in their campsite.
I need to do a few things in the RV,
Anne said. Do you need any help? Brielle asked, although she dearly hoped Anne would say no. She wasn't quite ready to be grilled by Tyler's mother.
No, I've got it. Besides, you just got here. Take some time to relax.
Relieved, Brielle nodded, then watched Anne walk away.
So,
Mia said the moment they were alone.
how did you and Tyler meet?
Glad she and Tyler had decided to keep this simple, Brielle smiled, then described what had happened at the park, ending with, "Has he always been good with dogs?" She tilted her head like she'd never thought about it.
Yeah, I guess he has.
It was both amazing and annoying, Brielle said with a smile. Mia laughed.
Tyler has that effect on people.
Not wanting to talk about her relationship with Tyler, Brielle said, "Tell me about you, Mia. Tyler said you're in college. What are you majoring in?" Mia launched into her college exploits, and Brielle listened while at the same time keeping an eye on Tyler, Rob, and Jeff as they put the tent up. They were efficient. They'd obviously done this before, but Tyler was taking the lead. Caught up with watching him and finding him more alluring by the minute, Brielle hadn't noticed that Mia had stopped talking.
You really like him, don't you?
Snapping her head around to look at Mia, Brielle felt her face heat. Then, about to deny it, after all, she'd just met the man, at the last moment she remembered that they were supposed to be an item. But not ready to say out loud how she felt, she just smiled. Mia grinned.
Uh-huh.
This was not a topic she wanted to discuss with Tyler's family. I guess we're all going to be sleeping in the tent? Mia's forehead scrunched and her head tilted like that was a ridiculous idea.
No, I'm sleeping in the RV.
Then she laughed.
It'll just be you and the boys.
What? That was not going to happen. She was not going to share a tent with two men that were pretty much complete strangers. Yeah, she'd gotten to know Tyler, but still. Nope. Actually, she said to Mia as her mind raced, I think I'm going to sleep in Tyler's car.
How come?
She held up her hand, her thumb and forefinger nearly touching. "I'm a little worried about bears." That was completely true, but it was also a convenient excuse to not sleep in the tent. Mia laughed.
Tyler wouldn't let anything happen to you.
Yeah, right, she thought. She couldn't count on him sacrificing himself for her. "It's already decided," she replied. She would not be talked out of this.
Forget that. You'll sleep in the RV with me.
A smile lit her face.
It'll be like a sleepover.
Brielle's gaze slid to the RV. It looked pretty nice from the outside. Would it be better to sleep in a comfortable bed all week and risk saying something wrong to Tyler's family? Or would it be a safer bet to sleep in the car where she knew she would be decidedly uncomfortable? Comfort easily won. "Do you think it'll be okay with your parents?" Mia waved her hand.
Oh, yeah.
What would Tyler say? Should she pass this by him first? He hadn't bothered to check with her to see if it was okay that it would just be him, Rob, and her in the tent, so why should she ask him about where she should sleep?
Let's get your sleeping bag out of Tyler's car.
Okay. They stepped to the back of the open Range Rover. With the tent out, the space wasn't quite as packed, and Brielle saw 2 rolled-up sleeping bags. Which one was she supposed to use? Mia grabbed the closest one and pulled it out. "I'm not sure if that's the one Tyler wants me to use," she said. She hoped that comment wouldn't give anything away. Tyler had told his parents she'd never been camping, so obviously she hadn't gone with him, so she wouldn't know which bag he typically used.
Tyler won't care which one you take,
Mia said, completely confident. Trusting her, Brielle nodded, then went to the back seat and took out her small suitcase. Mia turned and began walking toward the RV. Brielle followed.
Where are you going?
Tyler called out. Stopping, Brielle turned and looked his way. Rob and Jeff stopped to watch the exchange. Awkward. It appeared they were about done putting the tent up, a tent that looked fairly large. A 6-man tent, if Brielle had to guess. Nothing like the little 2-man tent she and Kate had slept in. Of course, she'd always been glad Kate's family didn't make them sleep under the stars. She began. Then she pointed to the RV. "I'm going to put my stuff in there." Even from where she stood, she could see his eyebrows tugging together.
You can put your stuff in the tent.
He gestured to the canvas fabric.
We're done putting it up.
This was embarrassing, especially in front of an audience. Mia invited me to stay in the RV. Way to put the blame on someone else. Brielle glanced at Mia, who didn't look bothered to be the one held responsible for separating the lovely couple.
Tyler was a bit surprised that Brielle was abandoning him already. It made their relationship look shaky that she was going to stay in the RV instead of in the tent with him. Trying to cover the awkwardness, he smiled. "It's the bears, isn't it?" Brielle enthusiastically nodded.
Yes.
Then she and Mia continued on to the RV. Tyler turned to his dad and Rob. On the way here, she said she was nervous about sleeping in the tent because of the bears. That should do it. Both men nodded, then went back to what they'd been doing. Glad that he'd managed to supply a reasonable explanation for Brielle choosing to be away from him, Tyler thought about the next obstacle. Trying to control what was and wasn't said in the RV when he wasn't there.
Chapter 16. "Wow," Brielle said as she and Mia stepped into the fifth wheel. "This is really nice." To her left was a table with bench seats as well as a pair of recliners. Under a large window at the back was a couch, and across from the recliners, a good-sized TV was mounted to the wall. The kitchen sported an island where Anne was chopping vegetables, as well as a gas stove, a refrigerator, and plenty of storage. Anne looked up from her work and smiled.
Have you been inside an RV before?
No. I was lucky my friend's dad let us sleep in a tent when we went camping. Mia visibly shuddered.
What about all the bugs?
Brielle nodded. Right? She hated bugs too.
Mom, Brielle's going to sleep in the RV. That's okay, right?
Worried that she was imposing, Brielle added, "Or I can sleep in Tyler's car. Either way is fine." Then she thought, "Please let me sleep in the RV."
The car?
Anne said, her forehead creased.
Don't be silly.
She pointed to the couch.
That folds out into a queen bed. You can sleep there, and Mia can sleep on an air mattress on the floor.
That's okay. I can sleep on the floor. They were being way too nice, and just because they thought she was Tyler's girlfriend, guilt pierced her heart.
I really don't mind.
Mia said as she sat on one of the recliners and pulled a handle to raise the footrest. How about we switch off? Brielle suggested, then thought, that would at least be fair. Mia shrugged.
Either way.
That made Brielle feel slightly better. Men's voices approached, and a moment later, Jeff, Tyler, and Rob climbed the steps of the RV and walked inside. Brielle moved out of the way, standing on the far side of the kitchen island.
Make yourself at home.
Jeff said to Brielle. Then he looked at Mia before turning to Brielle with a wink.
Just like Mia does.
Mia's hands were folded behind her head and her eyes were closed.
Just resting my eyes, Dad.
Brielle smiled at their interaction. Then her eyes went to Tyler, who was watching her. Was she doing anything wrong? Not knowing him well enough to read his expression, she wasn't sure. With his gaze still locked on her, he walked toward her, sending her pulse fluttering. How was it that he had that effect on her when she barely knew him? She had no idea, but there was definitely something about him that drew her into his orbit. When he reached her, he brushed his hand against her arm. Electricity skittered across her skin.
Come sit by me.
He murmured. Then he crossed the small space to the couch and sat down. She couldn't have resisted the invitation if she wanted to, and seconds later she stood in front of the couch. It had room for 3, and though she wanted to have a little space between them, she knew that would look odd, not to mention that she wanted to make sure there was room for someone else to sit there. Her gaze slid to Tyler, who was staring at her, a smile on his face. He patted the space beside him. Was she taking too long to sit? Was his family watching her? Probably. Swallowing her hesitation, she sat beside him, leaving only a few inches between their thighs.
This was nice, having her sit right beside him. No center console separating them, just a bit of air. She was close enough that he could smell the soft floral scent of the shampoo she'd used. Or was that perfume? Either way, he liked it. Her hands were in her lap. Tempted to take one of them into his, Tyler glanced her way. She seemed tense, back straight, shoulders tight, hands twisting together. Maybe now wasn't the best time. She'd probably yank it back without thinking about it. Not a good look for a couple. How are you doing? His voice was low enough that only she would hear it.
Good.
He knew this had to be harder for her than it was for him. He was completely comfortable with his family. Okay, maybe not comfortable enough to tell them she was his fake girlfriend, but whatever. For her, they were all complete strangers. Even he was someone she'd just met. Yet she'd been willing to come on this trip with him anyway. True, he was paying her 10 grand, but still, she could have said no. Are you sure you don't want to sleep in the tent? He wanted to give her every opportunity to say yes. In all reality, he wanted to keep her close so he could intervene in any conversation if necessary.
I'm sure,
she said with a tight smile. Was she really worried about bears? Or something else? Then a startling thought occurred to him. Maybe she didn't want to be around him more than necessary. From what he'd seen, this was all about the money to her. Just a job. Why should she suffer his presence more than she had to? Stung by the thought, Tyler wondered if she would change her tune if she knew he was a player on the Vipers, not just an office worker. Didn't matter. If she couldn't stand him, then his true job was a secret he would never reveal. Trouble was, he was attracted to her. Glancing her way, he took in her profile. The soft curve of her jaw, her long eyelashes and cute little nose, the way her blonde hair fell gently across her shoulders. There was something about her that reeled him in like a fish on a hook. A fish that had no chance of getting away. Too bad she didn't feel the same way about him. Maybe pulling off this pretend relationship was going to be harder than he thought.
Chapter 17. Brielle could feel Tyler looking at her. Through her peripheral vision, she could actually see his head turned her way. Why was he staring? Did she have dirt on her cheek? Did she need to wipe her nose? Trying not to bite her lip in self-consciousness, she used the back of one hand to wipe at her face. She saw Tyler shift his attention to the front. Having him so focused on her made several butterflies take wing in her belly. and when she reminded herself that she would have the entire week with him, a swarm of butterflies leapt up and cheered.
I'm going to throw the burgers on the grill.
Jeff announced as he opened a package of pre-shaped patties.
How many do you each want?
Tyler and Rob both said 2, while Anne and Mia said 1.
What about you, Brielle?
Just 1 for me, thanks. Jeff shifted his gaze to Tyler.
I'd better put an extra one on for you.
Everyone laughed. Everyone but Brielle. She didn't get the joke. Must be some inside family thing. Trying not to feel left out, and not wanting to ask for fear it would be the wrong thing to do under the circumstances, she stood and walked to the counter where Anne was tossing a salad. "Put me to work, Anne." Anne smiled at her.
Oh, don't worry, you'll have plenty to do. In fact, I'm assigning you and Tyler to dish duty.
Then she winked.
And no, this RV doesn't have a dishwasher.
Brielle laughed, but inside, she groaned. That was another thing Brielle hadn't enjoyed about camping. Doing the dishes. It wasn't just that she had to do them by hand. That wasn't so bad. It was the fact that they had to conserve water while doing them. It just made it that much more challenging. Maybe it was different in an RV. Guess she'd find out. The consolation prize was that Tyler would be by her side the entire time. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad after all. Once they were all seated around the outside picnic table with the burgers grilled and all the food laid out in a tantalizing spread, and with Tyler beside her, Brielle felt herself begin to relax. They filled their plates and began eating.
Since we're all here,
Anne said a few moments later.
Let's discuss what we want to do tomorrow.
Hiking, of course.
Rob said.
A new hike or an old favorite?
I would suggest the Merry Mountain hike.
Rob said. Then he looked at Brielle.
But since grizzlies are sometimes in that area, probably not a good idea.
Alarmed, Brielle couldn't stop herself from speaking. Yeah, I'd rather not. Mia laughed.
Me either.
Glad she wasn't alone in wanting to avoid bears, if at all possible, Brielle smiled at Mia, who raised her eyebrows as if to say, "These guys are crazy."
What about you, Tyler? Any hike in particular you want to go on?
The thought of running into a bear scared Brielle enough for her to raise her hand. I vote for one without bears. She glanced at the others, her gaze stopping on Tyler. Tyler turned and smiled at her, sending a burst of attraction through her.
There's no hike where I can guarantee you won't see a bear, but for the record, in all the years we've come here, we've never come across one while hiking.
Brielle looked to Mia for confirmation. Mia nodded. Knowing she had to take a risk, heck, this whole trip was a risk, Brielle decided to place her trust in Tyler. Okay, what do you suggest?
Pleased that Brielle seemed willing to leave her safety in his hands, Tyler considered which hike she might enjoy the most. Storm Point, he finally said to the nods of his family.
I love that one.
The marmots.
Mia smiled at their mother.
Yeah.
Then Tyler looked at Brielle to see her reaction. He knew she had never been on the hike, so she wouldn't really have a clue what to expect. Still, he hoped to see approval on her face. Instead of looking at him, she was looking at Mia, like her opinion mattered more than his did. Slightly annoyed, Tyler held back a frown.
After breakfast, we'll pack lunches and get our camelbacks ready.
His mother looked between Tyler and Brielle.
Does Brielle have a camelback?
Finally, Brielle looked at him, a question on her face, before looking at his mother.
No, I didn't know I needed to bring one.
Kind of surprised she even knew what one was. After all, she'd said she hadn't been hiking in years. Tyler was proud to say, "I got one for you." Her eyes widened.
You did?
Wanting to play the part of doting boyfriend, he briefly placed his hand on her back. Of course.
Tyler's touch sent a burst of heat cascading through Brielle. Using all the self-control she could muster not to betray the emotions swirling inside her, she turned to Tyler with a smile. You have a job to do, she reminded herself, wondering what she would do right then if he really was her boyfriend. Since he'd made the first move of touching her back in a casual way, she decided she should reciprocate. Quietly inhaling, she reached out and touched his shoulder while saying, "Thank you." He smiled at her.
No problem.
He wore a short-sleeved t-shirt, and Brielle had been admiring his biceps all day. Not able to stop herself, and even though he was looking at her, As she began to pull her hand away from his shoulder, she let her fingers slide down just enough to brush them across his bicep. Firm and powerful, it was just as she had imagined. One of Tyler's eyebrows rose as his gaze was locked on hers. Heat burned her cheeks. What am I doing? Brielle turned her focus to her plate, studiously avoiding Tyler's eyes. Even so, in her peripheral vision, she could have sworn he was smirking.
Chapter 18. Had that touch been on purpose? Tyler was fairly certain it had been, especially with the way Brielle had looked away so suddenly. Why had she done it? Was she attracted to him? Maybe his earlier assumption that she didn't want to be around him had been wrong. Maybe her fear of a bear wandering into the campground really was the reason she was going to sleep in the RV. Buoyed by the thought, he picked up one of his burgers and took a bite.
Mortified that Tyler had caught her caressing his bicep, Brielle refused to look his way as she ate, desperately hoping no one in his family had noticed. His family reminisced about past Yellowstone trips, and Brielle soaked it in. She liked these people. Not only had they been completely welcoming to her, but they just seemed genuinely nice. Her phone rang in her back pocket, blasting a popular rock song into the air. Everyone stopped talking and looked her way. Did they have a no cell phone policy while camping? Had she just broken a cardinal rule? Face heating once again while her phone continued its boisterous ringtone, she snatched her phone from her pocket and saw the name Kara on the screen. Oops. She'd forgotten to check in. Kara must be worried sick. She stood. I've got to take this. Aware everyone's eyes were on her, especially Tyler's, Brielle walked toward the bathroom, which was a fair distance from their campground. Hello? She said after swiping to answer.
Thank goodness, you're still alive.
Chuckling, Brielle said, Yes, alive and well. And it's gorgeous here, Kara. You'd love it.
Yeah, maybe, if I ever want to sleep in a tent. Which I don't.
I'm actually going to be sleeping in an RV.
What?
Brielle recounted her day, ending with the way she'd stroked Tyler's bicep.
You did not.
Kara's voice was laced with astonished disbelief. Yeah, I did, and I think he knew what I was doing.
You are crazy, girl.
I didn't plan on doing it, it just kind of happened.
Uh-huh.
It did, I swear.
Right. So, what's the plan for tomorrow?
Sounds like we're going on a hike. Remembering what had led to the bicep touch, Brielle felt warmth wash over her. Tyler bought me a camelback. Can you believe it?
A camel what?
Laughing, Brielle said, It's this awesome backpack that holds water and has a built-in straw so you can drink while you're hiking. It also has space for other things you might need on a hike. Kate had one, and I always thought it was cool.
He got you a backpack. Awesome.
The lack of enthusiasm in her tone showed what she thought of the gift. They're not cheap, Kara. They're like $100.
Huh. I guess that is pretty generous. But hey, he hired you for a job, right? Aren't employers supposed to provide their employees with the tools they need to do their jobs?
When she put it like that, it made it seem so sterile, so meaningless. Then she remembered the casual way Tyler had told her he was going to break up with her after this week. Yeah, this was definitely just a job to him. He was basically her employer. All the excitement she'd been feeling, all the warmth toward Tyler for his thoughtfulness, vanished. Just like that. Right, she said. A tool for the job.
I hope you have fun on your hike tomorrow.
So did she. But now that Kara had scratched up the lenses on her rose-colored glasses, she wasn't quite as eager to go. Kara must have sensed her change of heart because she said,
Hey, at least you can enjoy Yellowstone, right?
That was true. And at that moment, Brielle determined to not let Tyler's indifference to their relationship, there was no relationship, stop her from having a great time. Maybe she could hang out with Mia. Brielle had seemed to click with her, but that would mess up the whole boyfriend-girlfriend vibe. No, she would have to suck it up and press on with her job. Like any new job, once you actually started doing it, it didn't always match your expectations. $10,000, she reminded herself. He's paying me $10,000. Yep, she said in reply. I do like it here, and there's so much to see.
I'm glad to hear it. Talk to you tomorrow.
Bye. Brielle disconnected the call, tucked the phone in her pocket, then began walking back to Tyler and his family. As she approached, she looked at Tyler. His back was to her, but as her gaze skimmed over his broad shoulders and she remembered the way it had felt to touch his bicep, a lone butterfly careened around in her belly. The week was just beginning. Who knew? Maybe by the end of the week, he wouldn't be so eager to tell her goodbye. Chapter 19.
We have limited water for dishes.
Tyler told Brielle as he filled a large bowl in the sink with water while squirting a generous amount of dish soap into it.
That's why I'm using a bowl instead of filling the sink directly.
She was impressed that he'd offered to wash if she would dry. I thought RVs had lots of water.
The tank holds 55 gallons of fresh water, but since we're dry camping, it'll run out eventually. Faster than you might think.
What about showers? She asked, then wondered how she hadn't thought about those before now.
We have to go to Fishing Bridge to shower.
Oh, where's that? He dropped the dirty silverware into the bowl, which was now full of soapy water.
Just a few miles from here. We usually go there to shower after a hike.
Brielle watched him scrub the utensils clean before rinsing them off and setting them in the dish drainer. She picked them up one by one and dried them off with a dish towel before putting them in a drawer. The rest of his family was outside, which was both a blessing and a curse. A blessing because there was no need to pretend, but a curse because now that they were alone, she was keenly aware of everything Tyler did and of how attracted she was to him, and of how she needed to smother that attraction. Why, oh, why did she have to find him so irresistible? It was like having a crush on your boss, except that she was supposed to pretend that she did have a crush on her boss while not really having a crush on her boss. It was so convoluted.
What are you thinking about?
Tyler asked as he set a plate in the drainer, a drainer that was rapidly filling up. What? How long had she been standing there slack-jawed? She must look like an idiot holding the towel while he did all the work. He chuckled.
You seem deep in thought.
As long as I wasn't drooling, she thought. Suppressing a laugh, Brielle picked up a plate and wiped off the water. Just, thinking about what I would do if we ran into a bear? He shook his head.
Stop obsessing over it. Thinking so much about bears might just draw them to you.
Her eyes widened. What? He laughed.
Just kidding.
That wasn't a joke she could laugh at. Let's say we actually saw a bear. What are you supposed to do? He rinsed a cup and set it in the drainer.
Depends if it's a grizzly or a black bear.
Oh, great. So not only do I have to worry about seeing a bear, I have to figure out which kind it is? He laughed.
It's not like you'll be out there alone. I'll be there.
Brielle remembered Mia's comment earlier that Tyler would protect her. Are you saying you'd sacrifice yourself for me if a bear attacked? His eyebrows bunched.
I don't think it'll come to that. We'll have 6 people in our group. It's not like a bear would want to approach us. Plus, we'll have bear spray with us.
So you're saying you wouldn't sacrifice yourself for me? Her eyes narrowed. Shouldn't a boyfriend be willing to do that for his girlfriend?
Were they really having this conversation? Completely confident that they wouldn't see a bear on the next day's hike? Or any of their hikes? Tyler nodded. If a bear charges you, I'll step in front of you. She tipped her head to the side.
You will?
Yeah. He would just pretend it was a linebacker going after Hank Parson, one of the other running backs who was often on the field at the same time Tyler was. A linebacker with killer claws and teeth. Her face brightened.
Okay then.
Feel better?
Yeah, I do.
Ready to talk about something besides bears, Tyler said, By the way, you're doing great. She looked perplexed.
With drying the dishes?
He laughed. No, with your role. Her face seemed to fall, but she smiled so quickly, Tyler wasn't certain what he'd seen.
Right, thanks. I'm glad it's working.
She set a dried glass on the counter.
Your family's really nice.
For some reason, it really pleased him that she liked his family. Why it should matter, he didn't know. Once they got back to Sacramento, they would never see each other again. So who cared what she thought of his family? As long as she did her job, nothing else mattered, right? They seem to like you too. He forced a smile. So, again, good job.
Was that all he cared about? That the two of them had convinced his family that she really was his girlfriend? Don't be stupid. He's paying you to be his girlfriend. Don't confuse any of his niceness toward you with anything else.
Dad's getting the fire going.
Mia said as she poked her head inside the RV.
When you're done, can you bring out the stuff to make s'mores?
Sure.
S'mores? Brielle asked.
Have you ever had them before?
When she'd gone camping with Kate's family, having s'mores had always been a highlight. In fact, she'd become somewhat of a master at browning marshmallows. Yeah.
It's kind of a tradition for us to make them at least one night while we're camping.
He set the last washed dish in the drainer. She picked it up and began drying it off. That's a great tradition. He tipped the dish drainer into the sink, then grabbed a paper towel and wiped off the counters.
I think so too.
Brielle put the last dish away, impressed with how thorough Tyler cleaned up. If you keep doing such a good job, we're going to get dish duty every night. He laughed.
Actually, I learned that if I didn't do a good job, I'd get dish duty until I got it right, so I learned to do it right the first time.
Approving of his work ethic, she nodded. He would be handy to have around permanently. Then, reminding herself that this was a short-term thing, she nearly scoffed out loud. Fortunately, Tyler was too busy gathering the s'mores makings to notice. Once he set everything on the counter, he turned to face her.
Can you help me carry this out?
Sure. Together, they carried all the ingredients, a stack of napkins, and long sticks for browning the marshmallows outside. The snapping of a fire and the smell of burning wood surrounded Brielle.
Who's ready for s'mores?
What took you so long?
Rob asked.
Were you making out in there?
Brielle's face burned at the very idea, although she had to admit she wouldn't mind a kiss or two.
Shut up.
Tyler growled. Then he set the supplies on the table. Did Tyler hate the idea of making out with her? Was that why he sounded so annoyed? Trying not to be hurt by the notion, she set the napkins and the bag of marshmallows on the table beside the supplies Tyler had brought out.
Tyler's an expert at browning marshmallows,
Mia said to Brielle,
never burnt, yet perfectly gooey inside.
Forcing aside all thoughts related to making out, she focused on Mia's comment. Really? Maybe she and Tyler could have a roast-off, except she didn't want to tip her hand that she knew what she was doing. Besides, it had been years since she'd last roasted a marshmallow. Maybe she'd lost all of her skill.
I do okay,
Tyler said with a smile at Mia.
He's being modest.
Rob said. Then he coughed into his hand as he added,
For a change.
What was that all about? Tyler hadn't bragged about anything that she'd seen. Chalking it up to sibling rivalry, she turned to Tyler. I'd like to see these perfect marshmallows. Chuckling, he said,
Don't get your expectations too high. I'd hate to disappoint you.
Then he looked at the flames before facing Brielle again.
We'll have to wait until the fire dies down to coals.
He smiled.
That's the secret.
Brielle nodded like this was news to her. Tyler sat in a chair and motioned for Brielle to sit in the empty chair beside him. Despite knowing it was all an act, Brielle liked that this man who she found so attractive was inviting her to sit with him. It wasn't that she hadn't dated good-looking men before, but Tyler was in a class by himself, and it was more than his face and athletic body. The way he carried himself, like he knew who he was and had an abundance of confidence. Something about that was powerful and extremely sexy. Brielle sat beside him, acutely aware that he was paying attention to her and what she did. It didn't matter that she suspected his scrutiny had more to do with making sure she didn't say something to blow his cover than any romantic interest on his part, although she would be supremely happy if his interest swayed more towards romance than employer to employee. In either case, knowing he was focused on her built her confidence. As the evening turned to night, Brielle stayed quiet and enjoyed the camaraderie Tyler and his family shared. That is, until Anne turned to her.
Brielle, what made you want to date Tyler?
Chapter 20. All eyes swiveled in her direction, including Tyler's. This was something they most definitely had not discussed. What was she supposed to say? She knew hardly anything about him. Before she had a chance to stammer through some lame answer, he spoke up.
Mom, don't put Brielle on the spot.
Then he placed his hand on hers. The move was so unexpected that she nearly gasped. His hand was large and warm, and his touch sent a shiver of delight cascading through her. I told him we could hold hands once or twice, she reminded herself. Should I start keeping track? Nearly laughing at the ridiculousness of that, she wondered how long he would keep his hand on hers.
Sorry, Brielle.
Anne said. Then she grinned as she looked at Tyler's hand on Brielle's.
I'm just so happy that you're here.
Fresh guilt battered her. How could Tyler lie to his family? Maybe she should tell them the truth. But if she did, she'd be breaking their agreement, and he wouldn't pay her the rest of the money. He might even demand she return the $5,000 he'd already paid her. Then she remembered what he'd said on the drive there. They didn't need to pretend. They were boyfriend and girlfriend, at least for that week. Deciding to take that to heart, she turned to Anne. It's okay. I want to tell you what attracted me to Tyler. Tyler's hand tightened on hers, and she placed her free hand on top of his to send the message that it would be okay.
What was she doing? Tyler thought in a panic. He'd gotten her out of the jam his mother had put her in, but she jumped right back in it.
I'm interested.
I think the coals are ready to roast marshmallows, Tyler said in a desperate attempt to deflect.
They'll keep,
His mother said, her focus on Brielle. Softly sighing, Tyler knew he was outnumbered. Anyway, what was the worst that could happen? But he knew his greatest fear. Brielle could say something that would destroy the entire illusion. Like everyone else, he looked at Brielle in expectation.
First off,
She said, with a quirked eyebrow.
the way he was with Luna, my roommate's dog, really grabbed my attention. But since we've been dating,
She glanced at him with a warm smile.
it's his thoughtfulness that's meant so much to me.
He's always been good about taking the needs of others into consideration.
His mother directed a loving smile at him.
Ever since he was a little boy.
I'm not surprised.
Brielle said, her focus on his mother.
I can see where he gets it. I mean, to tell you the truth, I was nervous to meet all of you.
She half laughed and half groaned.
Really nervous.
She was quiet a moment.
But
Then her eyes welled with tears, and Tyler was as captivated as his family.
you guys have been so nice.
She wiped at her eyes.
Thank you for making me feel like part of your family.
Tyler's mother leapt from her seat and rushed to Brielle, bending down to throw her arms around her for an extended hug. Then his mother stood and faced him, a stern look on her face and her finger shaking at him like he was in trouble.
You'd better not let this one get away.
Mouth falling open, Tyler was too stunned to speak. His mother had bought Brielle's act? Was she secretly an award-winning actress? Thanks to her performance, when it came time to tell his mother that he and Brielle had broken up, she'd probably disown him in favor of keeping Brielle. His mother still stood in front of him, her eyes locked on his.
Promise me you won't screw this up.
Great. When his mother kept staring him down, he had no choice but to say, I promise. His mother's face broke into a smile, and she patted his shoulder before walking to the package of marshmallows on the picnic table, picking it up and tearing it open.
Who's ready for s'mores?
And just like that, Tyler's life had become much more complicated.
Brielle felt kind of sorry for Tyler, and now she was beginning to understand the pressure he must have felt. The pressure that led him to tell his family he had a girlfriend when he didn't. She hadn't meant to lay it on so thick, but once she'd gotten going, her true feelings had come through. She had been beyond nervous to meet Tyler's family, and they were so nice. She really did feel so very welcome. Her tears had surprised her as much as everyone else. With a glance at Tyler, though, she knew she'd made a mistake. Jaw clenched, arms crossed, head shaking minutely. Oops, she'd blown it. The rest of his family were putting marshmallows on roasting sticks, so Brielle took advantage of their preoccupation. She put her hand on his arm, drawing his gaze to hers. I'm sorry, she whispered, wishing she could explain why she'd gotten carried away. But this wasn't the time and place to get into a complicated conversation. With his lips mashed together, he sighed through his nose, then one side of his mouth tugged upward.
If a bear comes at you, I reserve the right to step aside and let it.
Kind of shocked, Brielle's eyes widened. Tyler burst out laughing. Then, while shaking his head, he stood and joined his family. She watched as he took a marshmallow out of the package and slid it onto a roasting stick, completely ignoring her. Was that how he wanted to play it? Pushing herself out of her chair, she got her own marshmallow and roasting stick, but waited to roast her marshmallow while Mia and Rob did theirs.
Dang it!
Mia said as her marshmallow blazed, then blackened. Rob and Tyler laughed, and a moment later, Rob pulled his semi-browned marshmallow away from the coals. Jeff and Anne went next. Anne's marshmallow was rather pale when she pulled it out. Putting her marshmallow between 2 graham cracker squares, she said,
I like mine just warmed up.
Everyone laughed, and when Jeff's came out with just a touch of brown, he grinned.
That's how you do it, kids.
I don't know, Dad.
Tyler said.
That's not brown enough.
He squatted in front of the fire.
Let the expert show you how it's done.
Then he looked at Brielle, a smile on his face, a challenge in his eyes.
Let's see how you do.
All right. She squatted beside him, and with the handle of the roasting stick in her hand, she held the marshmallow about 2 inches above the coals, slowly turning it to make it evenly brown. Tyler's marshmallow was near hers, and she thought he was holding it a little too close to the coals, but she kept her thoughts to herself. His marshmallow burst into flames. He yanked it toward his mouth and blew out the fire. Rob laughed heartily.
You are off of your game, bro. That's twice today.
Another laugh.
I just hope you get it together before fall.
What happened in the fall? Brielle wondered. About to ask, when Tyler growled at Rob to be quiet, she decided it was best to keep her questions to herself. Instead, she focused on her marshmallow. It was perfect. A nice, even golden brown, crispy on the outside and gooey on the inside. She lifted it from the fire and showed it to Tyler, who had moved back to his chair. What do you think? Before he could answer, Rob spoke up.
Maybe Brielle should roast your mallow, bro.
Yeah, maybe.
Brielle couldn't tell if he was annoyed or not. She didn't know him well enough to read his moods, and that frustrated her. Wanting to make up for her earlier mistake, she held the handle of the roasting stick out for him to take. I made this one for you,
How sweet.
Rob said, his tone sarcastic. Ignoring him, Brielle waited to see what Tyler would say. By the light of the fire, she couldn't clearly make out his expression, but when he took the stick from her, he seemed to be smirking.
Thanks.
He stood, towering over her. Brielle took a step back and nearly lost her balance. Tyler's hand shot out and he grabbed her arm.
Careful.
His voice was deep and wrapped around her, warming her. Or maybe that was the fire.
Come help me make my s'more.
Everyone was sitting in chairs around the fire, leaving a small space between the group and the picnic table. Figuring Tyler wanted to talk in private, Brielle stepped over to the table with him. Was he mad at her? Was he going to tell her this whole fake girlfriend thing wasn't working out and that she needed to leave? Nervous, she waited to see what he would say. At the table, he handed her the roasting stick. Then he took out 2 squares of graham cracker and set them on a napkin, placed a piece of chocolate on one square, then took the stick back and used the remaining graham cracker to hold the marshmallow in place on the chocolate while pulling the stick out. He hadn't said a word, which only stretched her nerves tighter. Needing to break the tension, she said, "Now that's a perfect s'more." He picked it up from the napkin and held it out to her. Surprised, she said, "For me?" He nodded, then he smiled.
It was a team effort.
She took it from him, relief washing over her. He wasn't mad at her. Thanks.
Now, let's see if I can do a better job than last time.
Softly laughing, she waited while he put a fresh marshmallow on the roasting stick. Then, while he squatted in front of the fire, she ate her s'more, savoring every bite. A moment later, Tyler stood in front of the group, a triumphant smile on his face as he showed them a perfectly roasted marshmallow.
And he's back.
Rob said with a grin. Tyler laughed.
I never left.
As the fire died down, Anne and Jeff excused themselves to go to bed. A short time later, Rob went into the tent to get his things before heading to the bathroom, and then Mia said she was going to bed, leaving Brielle alone with Tyler. I guess it's time to say goodnight, she said, as they sat side by side in front of the embers. Tyler stood and held out his hand.
Yeah, I am pretty tired.
She let him help her up, glad no one from his family was watching them, because if they were, wouldn't they expect them to kiss each other goodnight? Not that she would mind kissing him, but if they were to ever kiss, and she had no reason to think that they would, she wanted it to be a real kiss, not a fake goodnight kiss all for show. "Well," she said as she released his hand, "I'll see you tomorrow." He stared at her a split second longer, as if he was hoping for more.
Yeah. Good night.
With a smile, she turned and walked to the RV, half nervous and half excited to spend the next day with him. Chapter 21. As Brielle listened to Rob tell everyone at breakfast the next morning how cold it had been in the tent during the night, she was glad she'd slept in the RV.
Don't be a baby,
Mia said as she poured syrup onto a pancake.
Says the girl who slept in a heated RV.
Tyler said with a smirk. Then he turned to Brielle.
How'd you sleep?
They were all sitting around the picnic table at the campground. The sun was shining, and though there was a slight chill in the air, it looked like it would be a beautiful day. Brielle speared a chunk of cantaloupe. "I slept great." She'd never expected to eat so well while camping, but Anne and Jeff had filled their fridge and pantry with lots of yummy food. Tyler sat beside her with only a few inches separating them. When he'd walked into the RV that morning, Brielle had already gotten dressed. She'd woken early and freshened up, anxious to no longer be in her pajamas when Tyler arrived. And when she'd seen his handsome face, the face she'd been thinking about from the moment she'd woken, her heart had done a little flip. Now, as they ate breakfast, she worried that she was becoming much too attracted to him. She had to dial it back. In less than a week, their relationship would be over. If she fell for him, her heart would be shattered when he broke up with her. How she would dial it back, she didn't know. It was difficult to control the feelings of her heart. When everyone had finished eating, and once the dishes had been done, they all gathered in the RV. They filled the bladders in their camelbacks with ice and water. Then they packed lunches. Excited to go on this hike, once everything was ready, Brielle picked up the camelback Tyler had gotten her. Then she followed everyone outside.
Brielle and I will meet you at the trailhead.
Tyler said. She looked at him in surprise. She'd assumed they were all going together.
Okay.
Jeff said.
See you there.
Brielle walked alongside Tyler toward his Range Rover, and after he opened the passenger door for her, she climbed inside. The moment he was sitting behind the wheel with the door closed, it was like they were in their own little cocoon. Just the two of them. "Were you cold last night?" He shook his head as he started the car.
Nope. My sleeping bag could handle it.
"That's good." After a pause, she said, "Why aren't we all going in the same car?" He glanced her way before pulling onto the road that would lead out of the campground, following his family in their truck.
It's a little tight for all 6 of us to go in one vehicle.
That made sense.
Besides, what if we want to go somewhere on our own after the hike?
Thrilled by the idea of spending time alone with him, although she reminded herself that she was supposed to be dialing back her attraction, Brielle smiled. "Like where?"
Don't know yet. There's lots to see.
"How long's this hike we're taking?"
Only 2 miles, so depending how long we stop for lunch, we'll be done in a couple of hours.
Okay. 10 minutes later, they pulled into a small parking area next to Jeff and Anne's truck. Tyler put on a ball cap, and soon the 6 of them were walking across a meadow that had a large pond to their left. The path was just wide enough for Tyler to walk beside Brielle. Tyler's family was in front of them. "It feels great to get out here and walk," she said as she looked his way.
I'll bet Luna would love it.
Laughing, Brielle tried to picture it. Yeah, she would. But you'd have to hold her leash.
Why's that?
She'd probably lead me right into the wild where bears would find us for sure. Tyler laughed. They walked along, Brielle enjoying the sound of the trees swaying in the breeze and the occasional cry of a bird. "I know I've only been here one day," she said with a smile, "but I think Yellowstone is my new favorite place."
Surprised yet pleased, Tyler said, "Really? Maybe he could bring her back next year." Hold on, he thought. She's not actually your girlfriend. You're paying her to pretend. Deflated, Tyler held back a frown.
"Yes, really.
She swept her arms outward.
It's gorgeous here."
Pushing down his regret that she was only there because it was her job, he focused instead on how much fun it would be to show her so many of his favorite places while their fake relationship lasted. As they walked side by side, Tyler had the urge to take her hand in his as if she really was his girlfriend. Should he? It had never been hard for him to make a move on a woman, so why was he having such a hard time with Brielle? His gaze went to his family, who were far enough ahead that they shouldn't hear him if he spoke quietly. Without stopping, he looked at Brielle. Then, in a low tone, he asked, "Would it be okay if I held your hand?" At her look of surprise, he added, "To, look legit." Although he knew that was only an excuse, he'd been thinking about holding her hand ever since they'd gotten to the trail.
The thought of him holding her hand had sent a surge of excitement through Brielle. Then he'd added the "to make it look legit" part. At that, her delight had crashed. This is a job, she reminded herself. An acting job. You need to play your part. Sure, she finally said, holding out her hand like she had when they'd shaken on their agreement. A muscle moved in Tyler's jaw as he stared at her hand. Then he smiled, although it looked forced. Did he really find her so unappealing that holding her hand was a chore for him? It had been his idea, for Pete's sake. Still, his hesitation was a good thing. It reminded her that this was just a job. She needed to keep that fact front and center. He moved her hand so that he could take it in a romantic handhold rather than a handshaking grip. But the momentary thrill she got when his skin connected with hers was tempered by the knowledge that this was all for show. But then, as they walked along hand in hand, it didn't feel as pretend as Brielle had assumed it would. Instead, it felt natural, like their hands had been designed to fit together. Stop it. This isn't real. This is as fake as a relationship can get. Anything else is entirely a figment of your imagination. Despite her self-talk, she couldn't help but wonder what she would do if he wanted to take things up a notch. Like, what would she do if he tried to kiss her? Would she tell him no? Would that mean he wouldn't pay her? He's not going to try to kiss you, so don't get so worked up about it. Then a new thought occurred to her. What if she kissed him? Heat blasted up her neck and onto her cheeks. She would never do that. Never.
"How are you doing?"
Tyler asked as they entered a forested area. Was her face crimson? Could he tell she was mortified by her thoughts? No. They were walking briskly, so surely any redness on her cheeks would be blamed on physical exertion. "I'm doing great." Did she sound too enthusiastic? But she meant it. She was loving being out in nature. Yes, having Tyler by her side made it that much more fun, but that didn't make it any less true.
"So, you like hiking?"
I do, actually. He grinned.
"That's good news, because most days we go hiking."
Chuckling, he added,
"This is actually a pretty short hike. Most of the hikes we take are 8 to 10 miles.
I can handle that. He tilted his head.
Guess we'll find out."
How are you lovebirds doing back there?
Mia called out with a meaningful look at their clasped hands. Suddenly very aware of her hand in Tyler's, Brielle fought to keep from yanking her hand away.
"Just fine, Mia."
Tyler called back. Mia laughed, then turned back around, saying something to Rob, who then laughed. Hearing Mia call them lovebirds felt all kinds of wrong. "Is this weird for you?" Brielle asked, her voice soft. Tyler grimaced.
"Yeah, kind of, but it is what it is."
See? He has no illusion that this is anything other than make-believe. So put aside your hypotheticals and focus on why he hired you. Totally self-conscious about their joined hands, Brielle couldn't take it anymore, and she gently pulled her hand from his. Then, to cover the move, she used both hands to adjust her camelback.
"Everything okay?"
This fake girlfriend thing was getting to her. Yes, he was paying her to pretend, but inside she was warring with herself, because if she thought she could stop the attraction she had toward him, she was lying to herself. And having him act like he was crazy about her when he wasn't only made it worse. She had a job to do, but she had to draw the line. No more touching. None. Because it only made it harder for her to control her attraction. Now, how to tell him that without actually telling him that?
Chapter 22. Why had Brielle pulled her hand from his? But Tyler knew. Mia's comment had bothered her, calling them lovebirds. Yeah, it was weird, but that's how they were presenting themselves. Guess the charade is working, he thought. Only it wasn't a complete charade, at least not for him. He was growing to like her more and more. Too bad it was only a job to her. Is everything okay? He asked again.
Yeah.
Then she shook her head.
No.
Uh-oh. What's wrong? She slowed her pace. He assumed to put more space between them and his family, which was fine with him.
Look, I know I'm basically your employee, and that the job is to pretend to be your girlfriend.
There was a but coming. He could hear it in her tone. Yeah?
But
There it was. But what? Her eyebrows went up like she was embarrassed to share her true feelings. Come on, just say it.
just because we're boyfriend and girlfriend doesn't mean we have to, touch.
She didn't want to so much as hold his hand? Was his touch so repulsive? Was he repulsive? Used to women throwing themselves at him, Tyler was unaccustomedly stung. Deeply stung. Painfully stung. Would she be singing a different tune if she knew he was the Tyler Brandrick, running back for the Sacramento Vipers, star of the NFL? Tempted to tell her, he stopped himself. If she disliked him that much, she didn't deserve to know. Then he pictured the day they would say goodbye. He would tell her then, and she would regret treating him this way. He knew he sounded like a sullen teenager, but he couldn't help it. Having her rebuff him so completely was outside of his experience, and he didn't like it. Then a new realization hit him. She was good for his ego, kept him in check, brought him right down to earth. Okay, he said, no touching. But having this new boundary made him want to touch her all the more. She smiled, relief flashing across her lovely face.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. Not wanting to consider how hard it was going to be to tell her goodbye at the end of the week, he looked down the trail. His family was out of sight. We need to pick up the pace.
Right.
She strode ahead of him, and he watched her go, his gaze sweeping over her slender hips before moving to her bouncing ponytail. Her hands swung at her sides, hands that were off limits to him, as was the rest of her. Why did that bother him so much?
Was telling Tyler no touching the right thing to do? Would she regret it? She kind of already did. It had felt good to have him hold her hand, but now, that wouldn't happen again. Not unless she initiated it. And why on earth would she do that? She could hear him coming up behind her, could picture his handsome face, wanted him to take her hand. Idiot. Holding back a sigh, when he came up beside her, she smiled at him, pushing down the regret that already beat in time with her heart. Before long, they caught up with his family, and soon after that, they reached Storm Point, a rocky outcropping along Yellowstone Lake. It was windy there, and Brielle was glad she'd listened to Tyler's advice to bring a light jacket.
Look,
Mia said as she pointed to the rocky area.
a marmot.
Brielle squinted in that direction and saw a small, fuzzy creature that was looking right back at them. It reminded her of a groundhog, only fatter. Then she saw two more. Laughing with delight, she took several pictures with her phone. As she snapped away, she turned to Tyler. We should take a selfie. He got a deer-in-the-headlights expression. Why did he seem reluctant? Then she remembered him saying he didn't want anyone to know about their arrangement. Well, neither did she.
I'll take it.
Mia offered, her hand held out for Brielle's phone. Brielle handed it to her, then she stood beside Tyler.
No posting on social media,
He said, which Brielle found odd. Even stranger, Mia rolled her eyes and said,
We all know the rule.
he had a rule about posting on social media? What the heck? What was wrong with this guy? Brielle plastered a smile on her face while Mia snapped a picture of the two of them, thinking that she had no intention of posting pictures of them. How would she even caption it? My fake boyfriend and me in Yellowstone. No. She only wanted a picture because she found him so hot and needed something to remember him by. When Mia handed her phone back to her, Brielle glanced at Tyler and said, Don't worry, I won't post it anywhere.
Did Tyler trust her not to post it? He didn't really have a choice, and he wasn't about to explain the reason behind his rule. Telling her would reveal his secret, a secret that probably wouldn't stay secret for long. It seemed inevitable that his family would inadvertently let something slip that would let the cat out of the bag. Until then, he'd enjoy his anonymity. After watching the marmots for a while, they continued the hike, re-entering the forested area.
Anyone getting hungry?
Rob asked after a few minutes, his eyes on Tyler. Chuckling, Tyler nodded. You know I can always eat. Rob grinned.
Yes, I do.
They found logs to sit on, and when Brielle sat on a log that had room for him beside her, Tyler took advantage of it. Not sure if she'd meant for him to sit with her, he did it anyway, careful to keep several inches between them. They took their lunches out of their packs and munched on sandwiches.
Those marmots were cool.
Her expression was friendly, not at all like he repulsed her. Make sure to mark it off your list, she laughed.
Oh, I will.
When they got back to the parking lot, it was early afternoon. He asked Brielle if she wanted to go out on their own to see more sights, and she agreed. After telling his family their plans, he helped her into his Range Rover, and after they drove off, he wondered if she would be more relaxed when it was just the two of them. Maybe she'd even reverse her no-touch rule.
Chapter 23. Now that it was just the two of them, Brielle became unexpectedly nervous. She didn't have to pretend, so what was going on? Why should she be nervous? Taking a sidelong peek at Tyler as he drove, she felt her pulse flutter. His strong profile didn't give a clue as to what he was thinking. Wanting to get a conversation started, she asked, "Where are we going?" He turned to her with a smile.
To see the mud pots.
What are mud pots?
Basically, boiling mud.
That didn't sound right. Boiling mud? He laughed.
That's right.
Skeptical, when they arrived a short time later, Brielle was astonished to see that Tyler hadn't been exaggerating. Wow, she said, as they stood in front of a railing and watched the grayish-brown water bubbling. That's really cool. They walked along a wooden boardwalk together, taking in all the sights. It really stinks, though, Brielle said, a hand covering her nose. Tyler laughed.
Yes, it does.
It smells like rotten eggs.
It's sulfur.
Well, it's nasty, she said with a grimace as they wound their way around the area, following the path until they reached the parking lot again.
Tyler was glad no one had recognized him. There had been a fair number of other tourists, but no one had paid any attention to them. He'd kept his ball cap pulled low over his forehead to help hide his face. That was all he needed, an enthusiastic fan accidentally revealing his secret.
Now what?
Brielle said as they approached his Range Rover. They stopped next to his car. Only a few feet separated them, but it might have been a mile. As much as he wanted to reach out and touch her, stroke her cheek, take her hand, even a tiny brush along her arm, he knew he had to respect her no-touch policy. Gazing into her sparkling green eyes, an answer to her question popped into his head. Now it's time for me to kiss you, he thought. His eyes widened in surprise. Where had that come from? Composing himself, he looked off into the distance, then met her unwavering gaze. How would you like to see the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone? Eyes narrowing, she said,
You're making that up.
Throwing his head back with a laugh, he realized how much he was enjoying this woman. Too bad this was pretend. Still smiling, he looked at her. It's the truth. Scout's honor. He held his fingers up like he was taking the Scout's pledge. Her brows drew together and her lips pursed. Come on, he said as he opened the passenger door. I'll prove it to you. Without a word, she climbed inside, and once he was behind the wheel, they set off. As they drove through Hayden Valley, Tyler kept an eye out for wildlife, stopping so that Brielle could watch a herd of bison cross the road. Before long, they reached the Artist Point parking lot.
Okay, show me this Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone,
Brielle said with a smile as they walked toward a path surrounded by tall pine trees. Chuckling, Tyler nearly took her hand, but stopped himself just in time. Determined to overcome this no-touch policy, he walked beside her, and when they reached the path, she stopped.
Whoa.
Her voice was filled with astonishment as she looked to their left. An enormous canyon filled their view, the walls a creamy yellow, pine trees visible on the rim. She turned to him, her smile wide.
You weren't making it up.
Delighted by her reaction, he laughed. Nope.
Wait, I think I hear water.
It's the Yellowstone River. Wait until you see the waterfall. They continued on, and with the way Brielle seemed so enchanted by everything he was showing her, with the way her enthusiasm kindled his own, Tyler couldn't resist. He took her hand in his.
When Tyler's hand encompassed hers, Brielle was shocked. His family wasn't around, so why was he bothering? About to ask him why he was breaking her no-touch rule, when she saw the happiness in his eyes, she held her tongue. And she didn't yank her hand away. Besides, she liked having him hold her hand. Still, she was confused. People swarmed around them, so it didn't seem like the right time to ask him what was going on. But she would ask, and soon. The thundering of a waterfall met her ears, and when Tyler led her to an overlook, she saw a stunning sight. Soaring canyon walls, a magnificent waterfall with a green stripe of water on one side, and the gorgeous Yellowstone River flowing through the canyon. Her hand was still in his, and somehow that made the experience that much better. As they stood there enjoying the view, Brielle was acutely aware that Tyler was very close to her.
What do you think?
He murmured right next to her ear. Pulse skyrocketing, she took a moment to gather herself. It's amazing, she finally said.
Thought you'd like it.
I do. At the very least, this would be a vacation she would remember for a long, long time. And not just because of the beauty of Yellowstone.
There's a hike that begins not too far from here. I think you'd enjoy it.
She had no doubt that she'd like anything he showed her, and she turned to look at him. His magnetism was overwhelming, and she nearly swayed toward him. Are we going to go on that hike this week? His gaze was steady on hers.
Would you like to?
Yes. The word came out on an exhale. She mentally shook herself. She had to get a grip, and she had to find out why he was breaking her no-touch rule. It had only been a few hours since she'd implemented it. His lips curved into a smile.
Maybe we can go tomorrow. We'll have to see what everyone else wants to do.
She almost blurted that they should go alone, but then she reminded herself that he wanted to spend time with his family. She was only there because he was paying her. Surely he would prefer to be with his family over her. But the feel of his large hand enveloping hers made her wonder. Back at his car, he helped her inside, and once he was behind the wheel, she had to ask. Tyler? He was reaching for the button to turn on the engine, but he paused, turning to look at her.
Yeah?
I thought we weren't going to, touch. Not that she minded, but there was no way she would admit that. No way she would put herself out there like that. Not with him, not when this was all pretend. A muscle worked in his jaw as he stared at her. Then he turned on the engine.
It won't happen again.
Shoulders sagging with disappointment, Brielle fastened her seatbelt and stared out her window.
Chapter 24. What had he expected? Within hours of agreeing not to touch, he'd gone ahead and taken her hand. Of course she was going to call him on it. What had he thought she would do? Throw herself at him? That was ridiculous. He had to respect her boundaries, no matter how hard it would be. It was true that he could tell her he was attracted to her, but that didn't seem right. She was basically trapped with him until the end of the week, essentially his employee. Telling her about his growing attraction would just make everything awkward. It might even scare her away. What was to stop her from leaving? That was something he definitely didn't want to have happen. And not just because it would destroy the girlfriend illusion. There was so much more he wanted to show her.
Where are we going now?
She asked, which underlined how completely dependent she was on him. I thought we'd head back to camp.
Okay.
When they reached their campground, he saw his parents' truck, but no one was outside.
Where is everyone?
If I know my dad, he's napping. Rob might be too. Mia and my mom are either reading or playing a game. Sure enough, his dad was asleep in the RV bedroom, and his mom and Mia were playing a rousing game of Scrabble. Where's Rob?
Sleeping in the tent.
Mia said. Then with a sly smile, she asked,
Where have you guys been?
checking out mud pots and visiting the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone. Holding her hands against her cheek, she said,
How romantic.
Especially the mud pots.
Brielle said with a chuckle. Appreciating her sense of humor, he smiled at her, warmth towards her radiating from his heart. until he remembered the look she'd given him when she'd asked why he'd broken her no-touch policy. Like she couldn't understand why he'd done it. He knew why. Because in that moment he couldn't not touch her, but that wasn't a reason he could share with her. It would make him look like a Neanderthal, not the impression he wanted her to have of him. Just because he was used to getting his way didn't mean he always could. Holding back a sigh, he went to the fridge and took out a cold drink. "Brielle, do you want anything?" She faced him.
What I really want is to take a shower. You said there was somewhere we could go?
Fishing bridge.
Mia said. Then she glanced at the clock on the microwave.
You should go soon. It gets pretty busy in the late afternoon.
So, you guys already went? Brielle asked, already knowing the answer.
Yeah, after the hike.
"I'll take you. I could use a shower myself."
Okay. Was she acting like this was awkward? Because if she and Tyler were really in a relationship, it wouldn't be a big deal. Anyway, it wasn't like they were going to shower together. The thought made her face burn with mortification. Still, she'd assumed she and Mia and her mom would all go together.
"I'll grab a towel for you. You'll need to bring your own shampoo."
Oh, right. 5 minutes later, the two of them were driving to Fishing Bridge, and as it turned out, it wasn't a big deal. Tyler paid the fee for both of them, and they parted ways, not seeing each other again until they were ready to leave. Brielle had taken advantage of the electricity to dry her hair. By the time she was done, she was sure Tyler had been waiting a while, and when she walked outside, there he was, sitting on a bench, his head down as he scrolled on his phone. "Hey," she said. His head jerked up, and when his eyes lit up at her arrival, something blossomed inside her. He was happy to see her. She could tell. "That's just because he's tired of waiting for you," she told herself. "Sorry it took so long. There was a line for the showers." He smiled.
"It was worth the wait."
Then his eyes widened slightly, like he hadn't meant to say that out loud. Did he really mean that? "You're just trying to make me feel better." He chuckled, but didn't reply. What did that mean? Then he stood, towering over her, making her feel petite.
"Ready to head back?"
Yeah. As they drove the few miles in silence, Brielle wondered what he was thinking. She knew what she was thinking, that she was falling for her fake boyfriend.
"You're an idiot," Tyler said to himself. "Can't keep your mouth shut. Why'd you say it was worth the wait? What message is that sending?" He sneaked a glance at Brielle, who appeared to be deep in thought. Probably wondering how to get you to cool down. This is a job for her. She's not actually your girlfriend. He was having a hard time differentiating between how he was supposed to be acting toward her, how he really felt toward her, and how he should be feeling toward her. It was all mixed up. Better get it figured out, doofus, or you're going to be in deep trouble. But he knew he already was.
Chapter 25.
Was it busy?
Mia asked Brielle when they got back. She and the rest of Tyler's family were sitting outside, Rob and Mia on their phones and Tyler's parents reading. "I had to wait for a shower," Brielle said as she plopped into an empty camp chair next to Mia. She thought about Tyler's comment that it was worth the wait. Did he really mean that? He seemed to. The idea that he did sent a thrill of excitement through her.
Like I said,
Mia said as she set her phone in a cup holder on her camp chair.
it gets busy in the afternoon.
Brielle stretched her arms above her head. It felt great to get clean. Mia laughed.
Right? Just wait until we take a longer hike.
"Speaking of longer hikes,"
Tyler said, his eyes going to Brielle, who felt her insides heat at his focused attention.
"I was telling Brielle about the Ribbon Lake hike. We should go on that one tomorrow."
Oh, I love that hike. Brielle definitely needs to see that one.
The warmth in Mia's voice, like she was loving having Brielle with them, like Brielle was part of their family, sent sadness sweeping over her. She really, really liked Tyler's family, and after this week, she'd never see them again. Forcing a smile to hide her melancholy, she turned to Mia. "What's so great about the Ribbon Lake hike?" Mia opened her mouth to speak, but Tyler spoke first.
"Let her discover all the cool things herself.
One side of his mouth tugged up.
Besides, she might not even like it."
"Just give me a hint," Brielle said, her interest piqued. Anne smiled.
Let's just say you get to see a lot of the interesting aspects of Yellowstone close up.
Brielle's eyes widened. Not bears. Rob laughed.
Only if we're lucky.
Swinging her gaze his way, she said, "You want to see bears while you're hiking?"
Sure.
Mia touched her arm.
The only wildlife we've seen on that hike are bison and deer. And maybe a squirrel or two.
Brielle looked at Tyler, who was watching her with an unreadable expression from his chair across from her. But he was watching her. And knowing that his focus was on her, and remembering the way he'd taken her hand, Brielle felt a few butterflies zipping around in her belly. Then she remembered that when she'd asked him about taking her hand despite her no-touch rule, he'd said, "It won't happen again." But contrasting that with his comment after her shower made her wonder how he really felt. And don't forget, she reminded herself, he's supposed to be your boyfriend, which meant when they were with his family, she needed to act the part. She could actually kiss him, and no one would think it was odd. Imagining how it would feel to brush her lips against his sent a riot of emotions spiraling through her. Too bad she didn't think she'd have the nerve to make that move. And she was fairly confident Tyler wouldn't do it either. Not after she'd made such a big deal about him breaking her no-touch rule over something as tiny as taking her hand. If there was to be any physical contact, it was up to her to make it happen. The thing was, she was terrified that if she did such a thing, she would cross a line that would push her past the point of no return. The point where she was falling for Tyler. The point where her heart would be crushed when it was time to say goodbye. No, she couldn't take that step. His family would just have to buy their act without seeing any kissing or touching or—
What are you thinking about?
Tyler asked. Without Brielle noticing, Mia had gotten up and Tyler had taken her place, had moved his chair so that the arm of his chair overlapped the arm of her chair. Startled, Brielle met his gaze. He was leaning toward her. Only a few inches separated them. She could smell the scent of the soap he'd used, could see flecks of brown in his hazel eyes, could feel herself being drawn to him. She stammered as she tried to come up with an answer. About the hike? His lips slowly curved into a smile, making his eyes sparkle and his face even more handsome.
Is that a question?
With a quick glance at Tyler's family to make sure they weren't watching them, Brielle focused on Tyler. To think a week earlier she hadn't met him, and now she was camping with him. And falling for him. She admitted it. She'd already passed the point of no return. How was it possible that she'd fallen for him so hard and so fast? "No," she said in reply. "I am thinking about the hike." Technically, she'd only started thinking about it the moment she'd answered him. But that counted, right?
What about the hike is on your mind?
I'm curious what's so awesome about it. That was true. He leaned closer, closer, so close she thought his chair might tip over.
Anything else?
His voice was low and soft. What were they talking about again? She knew she'd been thinking that she wouldn't have the nerve to kiss him, but with him so close, with his lips so close, she couldn't focus on anything else. His lips were right there, so tantalizingly close. All she had to do was lean toward him just a bit, and their lips would touch. She should kiss him, should just get it over with. Take away all the mystery, all the nervousness. What could be more natural than a girlfriend kissing her boyfriend? It was just a job, right? Just a job. Her eyes were locked on his, and then she felt his hand brush against her arm. Electricity danced along her skin. Had he meant to touch her? Didn't matter. All that mattered was that his touch propelled her forward, just far enough for her lips to feather touch across his. Sparks flew, and then Brielle sat back, eyes wide, stunned that she'd actually done it.
That had been completely unexpected. What about her no-touch policy? Tyler sat back in his camp chair, his eyes still on Brielle. She looked as surprised as he felt. With a quick glance at his family, parents still engrossed in their books, Rob focused on his phone, Mia nowhere in sight, he didn't think anyone had seen the kiss. Not that it would have mattered if they had. He and Brielle were supposed to be in a relationship. Kissing was normal in those. Wait, was it a kiss? It was so brief, so barely there. Did it actually count? Yes, their lips had touched. But even when he was wolfing down a meal, the food lingered on his mouth longer than her lips had. Regardless, he'd learned one thing. Brielle was into him. "I think you broke your rule," he murmured so softly that only she could hear. Her eyes were still wide, like she couldn't believe what she'd done. Amused, Tyler waited for her reply.
What have I done? Now he thinks I'm crushing on him. Never mind that I am. I didn't want him to know. He's my employer, for heaven's sake. Not good. Not good at all. Dragging her gaze from his, she scrambled to come up with an explanation.
Well,
Anne said, closing her book with a thud.
I don't know about anyone else, but my tummy's rumbling.
Saved by hunger,
I'll start the grill.
Jeff said as he stood.
Good idea. We need to be done and cleaned up so that we have plenty of time to go bear hunting before the sun sets.
Bear hunting? The words flew from Brielle's mouth. Rob laughed.
Yep. You're going to help, right? We'll even let you shoot.
Fear pushing out all other thoughts, she turned to Tyler, but when she saw the lazy smile tugging up the corners of his lips she'd just felt against hers, all bear-related concerns vanished from her mind.
Don't worry.
Rob said. But with her focus on Tyler, Brielle barely heard him.
We're only going to shoot them with our cameras.
"You never answered my question."
Tyler said, as if no one was there but the two of them. Trying to buy time, she forced a nonchalant expression onto her face. What question is that? Smirking as if he saw right through her, Tyler shook his head.
"We can talk about it later."
Leaping to her feet in relief, Brielle turned to Anne. How can I help? Anne smiled at her, then looked at Tyler with raised eyebrows, like she was emphasizing her comment from the day before, the one where she told him that he'd better hang on to Brielle. Flattered, Brielle ventured a peek at Tyler. His eyes went from his mother to Brielle. Then he winked. What did that mean? Trying to decipher his message, Brielle thought it could mean one of two things. First, that his family was buying their act. Or second, that he agreed with his mother and that he shouldn't let her go. Desperately hoping it was the second option, but realistic enough to think it was the first one, Brielle suddenly knew how to answer his question about why she'd broken her own rule. Chapter 26.
Leave it to Rob to only give you half of the story,
Mia said, as they all sat around the picnic table eating burgers. Brielle had asked her about the bear hunting, repeating Rob's earlier words. Rob laughed.
I told her enough.
Hardly.
Mia said with a roll of her eyes. Then she turned to Brielle.
Basically, we drive through Hayden Valley and look for wildlife. More of them come out at dusk, so our chances are better to see bears and such.
That made her feel much better. They'd be in the safety of the car. Which brought up another question. Are we all going in the same car? She looked at Tyler for the answer.
"It'd be more comfortable if you and I drive separately."
That meant she wouldn't be able to put off talking to him about their kiss. Maybe that was a good thing. She'd sleep better tonight if she wasn't worrying about it.
We can use the walkie-talkies.
Brielle must have looked confused because Tyler added,
"That's how we communicate when we're in two cars."
Oh. An hour later, they were on their way. And minutes after that, Tyler turned to her.
"Now that we're alone, you owe me an explanation."
She knew he was talking about their kiss, but she played dumb. An explanation about what? He looked her way.
"Why you broke your own rule."
Ready for this, she waved her hand like it was no big deal. Oh, that. I was just, playing my part of being your girlfriend. She silently added, and loving every second of it. Frowning, he said.
"I see."
Then his eyes narrowed.
"Hold on. You were the one who said a boyfriend and girlfriend didn't necessarily have to touch."
He turned his head and lasered in on her. Oops. She hadn't thought that part through. Well, they don't.
"You're contradicting yourself."
He shot back. Dang it. Maybe it was time to come clean. At least a little bit clean. You want the truth? He cocked his head and frowned.
"That would be nice. Yeah."
Maybe I just wanted to find out how it would feel. Why was her voice so high-pitched all of a sudden? He looked at her, a smirk on his lips.
"How what would feel?"
He was going to make her say it. To kiss you. He laughed.
I hardly think that kiss, if you want to call it that, lasted long enough for any kind of evaluation to be satisfied.
Now that he mentioned it, her satisfaction was nowhere near 100%. More like 65%. What are you suggesting? One of his eyebrows arched.
If you want to know what it feels like to kiss me, I'd be happy to show you.
The butterflies in her belly went into an uproar. No, I mean, that's okay. Then she thought, shut up, would you? He's offering to kiss you. Why would you want to shut that down? His head tilted.
Are you sure?
No, she thought, but said, maybe. Chuckling, he shook his head.
When you decide, you let me know.
Like that was going to happen. The walkie-talkie on the dashboard crackled to life.
Elk on the right.
Brielle's head swiveled to the right, her gaze shooting in all directions. Where?
There.
Tyler's voice was calm as he pointed. Brielle looked where he was indicating and saw an elk with a magnificent pair of antlers. Oh, she breathed.
We're gonna pull over,
Tyler said into the walkie.
Tyler couldn't remember the last time he'd had this much fun in Yellowstone. Yes, he loved it every time he came, but bringing Brielle had brought a magical quality to it. It was like seeing everything for the first time. But he knew that wasn't the only reason he was having such a fabulous time. This flirting they were doing, it was something he hadn't done in years, not like this, and not with someone who didn't have an ulterior motive. Namely, to get close to an NFL player. Brielle was completely different from all the other women he dated. Not that they were dating. Suppressing a sigh at their convoluted relationship, employer and employee, boyfriend and girlfriend, whatever the heck it was, he stopped in a pullout, then looked at Brielle. Her window was down and she was leaning out, her complete focus on the elk. He thought about kissing her, a proper kiss, a kiss he would initiate, and his pulse pounded a little harder. He had a feeling she was going to end that no-touch protocol, but just for fun, and maybe because he knew it would torture her a little bit, he decided he wouldn't be the one to make the first move. She would have to come to him.
Do you see it?
Her eyes were bright as she turned to him. Dragging his gaze away from her and to the elk, he nodded. Yeah.
Do you think we'll see a bear?
She asked when they were back on the road. It's possible. They followed his parents' truck, pulling over when they did, stopping to view a herd of elk high on the hillside.
No bears tonight,
Mia said when they got back to camp.
We'll see one eventually.
Rob said as their dad got the fire going in the fire pit. Tyler was sitting beside Brielle, itching to put his arm around her shoulders, while determined to force her to make a decision on whether they should be allowed to touch or not. Her earlier almost kiss seemed to prove that she was fine with touching, but then, in his SUV, it was less clear. Let's take a walk, he said to her as he stood. She looked at him in surprise, but stood as well.
Okay.
Sitting together in his SUV hadn't been good enough, and tomorrow they would be with his family all day. If he wanted to give her a chance to let him kiss her, they would have to be alone, and they would have to be out of the SUV. And he wanted her to let him kiss her.
Chapter 27. Why were they taking a walk? And why had she agreed to go with him? The sun had set, and the only light came from campfires here and there. Weren't wild animals lurking in the area? Walking past campsites, Brielle stayed close to Tyler's side. If a wild animal appeared, she would make him shield her.
Are you warm enough?
He asked as they strolled along a paved road where campsites branched off. Once the sun had gone down, a definite chill had filled the air. Yeah. Then she gave him a sidelong glance. Why are we on a walk? Wasn't our hike this morning enough exercise for one day? He chuckled.
That was only a 2-miler. Tomorrow's hike will be like 9 miles. Is that going to be too much for you?
No. At least she hoped not. She looked at his face. You didn't answer my question. His lips curved upward.
Maybe I want to be alone with you.
That's not what she'd expected him to say, and at his words, her heart skipped a beat. Then she pointed out the obvious. We were alone in your car for an hour. He tilted his head.
We can go back to the campsite if you want.
No, she didn't want that. She liked being alone with him.
No?
His tone held a note of sarcasm. They passed a loud group of campers. Brielle looked their way before answering, "I like walking." She almost added, "with you," but stopped herself in time. No need to admit more than necessary. Tyler chuckled. Brielle met his eyes. "What did that mean earlier? When you winked at me?"
A wink could mean a lot of things.
That was less than helpful. Pursing her lips, she stared at him. "Yes, I suppose it could. But what did you mean?" He softly laughed.
Don't remember. That was hours ago.
Rather annoyed at his vagueness, Brielle stopped in front of him, forcing him to stop as well. She needed to know what he was thinking. Between his holding her hand when there was no need to pretend, his comment after she'd made him wait while she showered, and his offer to kiss her, her heart pounded at that memory. She couldn't help but wonder if he was as attracted to her as she was to him. She had to know.
What?
He asked when she just stared at him. Then his lips slowly curled into a smile.
You're ready for that kiss now, aren't you?
It came out as a statement. Her eyes went wide, her lips parted, and her pulse raced. His gaze slid to her mouth, then went back to her eyes. "No," she whispered. One of his eyebrows rose the tiniest bit.
Are you sure about that?
"No." Did she just say that out loud? I mean, he smirked.
What do you mean, Brielle?
Are we still pretending? She hadn't meant to be so blunt, but now that the question was out there, she was glad she'd asked it. He stared down at her.
I'm not pretending.
That didn't exactly answer the question she was after. How did he feel about her? Although the way he said it and the look in his eyes told her volumes. Then what are you doing? He smiled in that way that made her want to slide her arms around his waist and lay her head against his chest, to let him wrap her in his strong arms and hold her against him.
I'm offering to show you what it feels like to kiss me.
Smirking, he added,
That's the reason you gave me for that little butterfly kiss earlier, that you wanted to know how it felt.
She did want to know how it felt. Badly. Her phone began to ring in her back pocket. Kind of glad for the interruption when things were getting so intense, she smiled an apology and took her phone out of her pocket. It was Kara. "Let me just tell her I'm still alive, okay?" Tyler frowned, but he nodded. Taking several steps away, Brielle swiped to answer. "Hi, Kara."
Hey, Bree. So you survived your hike?
"Yep." She glanced at Tyler, who was watching her. "It was actually really fun."
Good. So the fake girlfriend thing is going okay?
Not wanting Tyler to know what they were talking about, she kept her focus away from him. "Yeah."
He's not asking for anything physical, is he?
Brielle's eyebrows jerked together in consternation. That's exactly what he was doing. Right that very minute. When she didn't answer, Kara said,
Bree, tell me you're not letting him take advantage of you.
Was that what this was all about? Was Tyler trying to take advantage of her while they were pretending to be in a relationship? Was it just fun and games to him? Was his attempt to kiss her just a ploy to liven up his vacation? "No," she said to Kara. Her answer came out sharper than she'd meant it to, but she was embarrassed that he'd been playing her.
Good. Remember, he's paying you because he hired you for a job. Don't let him try to twist it into something else.
I'll remember. How could she forget now?
Good. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Bye, Kara. She slipped her phone into her pocket and walked back to Tyler, determined not to let her growing attraction get the better of her.
Tyler watched Brielle as she walked toward him, her jaw set, her chin high. What was going on? What had Kara said to her? Everything okay? She nodded.
Yeah.
Thanks to the phone call that had interrupted them, the moment they'd been having was gone. Now what? Tyler was kind of at a loss. Typically, he was fighting off the women who approached him, but it was different with Brielle. Instead, he'd been eagerly waiting for her to take the bait, to agree to a kiss. Something it appeared she had no intention of doing, especially now. Not at all what he was used to. He had to remind himself that just because he wanted nothing more than to claim that luscious mouth didn't mean she felt the same. With a forced smile, he said, "We should probably get back." She stared at him, her expression unreadable. Then she nodded. They began walking, but after only a moment, he said, "Is it okay if we hold hands?" I mean, it might look odd for a couple on a moonlight stroll to not be holding hands. She hesitated, but finally nodded.
All right.
Then she let him take her hand in his. He savored the feel of her soft skin as they walked back to their campsite, his mind on what it would feel like when he kissed her, when her body relaxed into his arms. He intended to get that kiss before the week was through.
Chapter 28.
Looks like we'll have to go to the other trailhead.
Jeff said the next morning as the six of them stood on a grassy rise and looked at the path they were supposed to follow. Bison were scattered across the meadow, blocking access to the trail. Brielle was relieved when he didn't say they should just push on through and take their chances. She'd seen those signs in the bathroom back at camp, the ones that warned about staying at least 30 feet away from the bison. The beasts may look warm and fuzzy, but they were wild animals. Very large wild animals.
No big deal.
Rob said. Where's the other trailhead?
Just past where we were yesterday,
Tyler said. He'd been a bit standoffish that morning, and she couldn't figure out what was going on. Was he mad that she hadn't leapt at his offer of a kiss the night before? She'd wanted to say yes, but Kara's phone call had been like a splash of ice water, reminding her why she was really there. Yes, she was attracted to him, but she'd known him less than a week. Much too soon to have fallen for him, right? At least too soon for her to admit it out loud. Besides, she didn't want to just be a fun diversion for him while he was on his vacation. They got back in their cars, she and Tyler had driven separately again, and drove a little farther on, parking before walking up the path they'd walked the day before when he'd shown her the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone. A short distance beyond that was the beginning of the trail.
This is it,
Mia said to her. She was walking beside Brielle, and Tyler was walking with his brother. Glad to have Mia's company, Brielle smiled at her. Good, I'm ready to see this fabulous hike. Mia laughed, and they walked on, leading the way.
Tyler couldn't take his eyes off of Brielle. Ever since he'd seen her that morning, he'd wanted to kiss her so badly that he'd had to pull back from her completely. Otherwise, he feared he would drag her into his arms and kiss her, whether she wanted him to or not. And besides the fact that that would be unacceptable in their case, he'd also decided that he needed to let her come to him. His behavior probably made him come off as aloof, but what was he supposed to do? He watched her as she chatted with Mia and wondered if she preferred his sister's company over his. Kind of stung by the thought, he comforted himself with the fact that the next day he would take her to the geyser basin, just the two of them.
She's hot, bro.
Rob said in a quiet voice next to him.
If you ever lose interest.
His words trailed off as his eyebrows waggled, and Tyler had the inexplicable desire to punch him. I won't, he heard himself say.
Just saying.
Reminding himself to relax his jaw, Tyler continued walking, his attention locked on Brielle.
Don't you just love it?
Mia asked as she walked beside Brielle. Brielle took in the scenery. Tall lodgepole pines creaking in the breeze, fallen logs scattered throughout the area, green grass blanketing the ground. Yes, it's so peaceful. Mia linked her arm through Brielle's.
I'm glad you came. It's fun having another girl along.
If Tyler and I were really dating, she thought, Mia and I could become good friends. Guilt at her deception swept over her, and she had the urge to spill the truth. But she couldn't do that. She and Tyler had an agreement worth $10,000. The amount still staggered her. $10,000 for a week's worth of work. And it wasn't really work at all. It was a vacation. Not for the first time, Brielle wondered what kind of person would be willing to pay that much money for such a silly reason. Who could afford that? She glanced over her shoulder to see what Tyler was doing and saw him staring at her as he trailed her, about 20 feet back. The intensity of his expression sent heat surging through her. Quickly facing front, she had to draw in a deep breath to get herself under control.
I'm ready for a snack,
Mia said. Then she stopped and took her camelback off of her shoulders before taking out a granola bar. Brielle did the same, setting her camelback on the ground.
Look!
Mia whisper-screamed a moment later.
A deer!
Brielle turned in the direction Mia pointed and watched a lone deer as it grazed. Its head lifted as it looked in their direction. They continued watching, and a moment later, Brielle could feel someone behind her. It was Tyler. She didn't even have to look to know. His magnetism was that strong.
Very cool,
He said beside her ear. With him so close to her, she nearly gasped. He was standing right behind her, mere centimeters separating them. Not able to stop herself, she leaned back slightly and felt her back touch his chest. There wasn't an ounce of fat on him, just muscle and strength and pure masculinity. Struggling to calm her racing heart, when Tyler's arms went around her, Brielle had to remind herself to breathe. Just breathe. In and out. In and out.
Is this what you want?
He murmured, the heat from his breath warming her ear. Yes, she whispered. It was as if her mind and body had disconnected and her mouth had taken over without asking permission. She needed to gain control over herself.
I thought so.
Closing her eyes, Brielle relished the feel of his strong arms around her. The heat of his body surrounded her, enveloped her, made her want to sink right into him. I am in trouble. Deep, deep trouble. Desperate to think about something besides her hopeless attraction, she opened her eyes and searched for the deer. It was walking out of sight.
Ready?
Jeff asked the group the moment the deer was gone. Encircled in Tyler's arms, Brielle could have stood there all day, but at Jeff's question, Tyler released her. Instantly missing his body pressed against hers, she drew in a slow, deep breath.
I'm ready,
Tyler said. Then he began walking. She watched him go. He took several steps before turning and looking at Brielle with a grin. Then he winked at her. Whoa, okay. She would have to grill him about that soon so that he couldn't claim not to remember. Tossing her camelback over her shoulders, her pulse still erratic, Brielle fell into step beside Mia. Though wanting to walk next to Tyler, she wasn't quite brave enough to make that move. Doing so would make her interest patently obvious, especially because he was already a good 15 feet ahead of her. She would have to speed walk to catch up.
You guys are so cute together.
What? Sometimes Brielle forgot that Tyler's family was watching them. Mia smiled.
You guys are crazy about each other.
She took a sip from her camelback straw.
Anyone can see it.
Anyone could see what? That she was falling for Tyler? But Mia had said you guys, not you. Could it be true? Could Tyler be attracted to her too? Hold on. Had she forgotten that this was a job? A charade? Tyler was obviously very good at pretending if he had fooled his family into believing he had a thing for her. Just because she was no longer acting didn't mean he wasn't playing her. Playing everyone. She had to get a grip. Holding back a frown, Brielle wondered if Tyler thought her leaning against him had been an act. Of course he did. Why the heck else would she have done it? She was just doing what he was paying her to do. She had to quit her fantasy that there was anything more there. Otherwise, she would just embarrass herself. Not wanting to face the reality that this attraction was a one-way thing, Brielle focused on her surroundings as they hiked, and did her level best to keep her gaze off of Tyler and to ignore how hot he was.
Chapter 29.
Who's hungry?
Tyler's focus went to his sister, but it immediately slid to Brielle, who stood beside Mia. Why did it seem as if Brielle was avoiding him? She certainly hadn't avoided him when they'd stopped to look at the deer. She'd done the complete opposite. She'd leaned right into him, and when he'd put his arms around her and asked her if that was what she wanted, her answer had been totally unexpected. It had seemed like a green light to move past her no-touch policy. So, why was she avoiding him now? He stared at her, daring her to look his way, but she seemed to look everywhere but at him. He needed to get her alone, talk to her, see what was up. For someone who was supposed to be his girlfriend, she sure wasn't spending much time with him.
I'm ready for lunch.
Hey, isn't this the same place we stopped for lunch the last time we went on this hike?
Yes, it is,
his dad said. To their right was forest, but to their left was a wide-open dirt area with trees along its edge. The dirt area looked barren, and there was a slight scent of sulfur and rising steam in places. A log separated the trail from the barren area. Everyone found a place along the log to sit. Everyone but Tyler. He wanted to sit with Brielle, wanted to talk to her. She was supposed to be his girlfriend. It was okay to ask her to sit alone with him. Gathering his courage, he approached her. She was chatting with Mia, acting oblivious to him, although he knew she must be aware he was walking toward her. "Mind if I borrow my girlfriend?" he asked, but his eyes were on Brielle. Brielle's head jerked up and she met his gaze, her eyes widening when they locked on his face.
Go right ahead.
Mia said with a smile. Tyler held out his hand to Brielle. She looked at it for half a second, then she reached out and took it. He pulled her up. She was light as a feather, and when she was standing, he held onto her hand while using his free hand to point to a log a short distance from his family. "Okay, if we sit over there?"
Yeah.
With a nod, he turned, and while still holding her hand, led her to the log he'd pointed out. They sat side by side, setting their camelbacks at their feet. "What do you think of the hike so far?" he asked to get the conversation going. Face brightening, she said,
I love it.
"Just wait, there are some cool things to come."
Really? It's already cool.
Chuckling, Tyler took one of his 2 sandwiches out of his pack and took a large bite. How was he going to move the conversation to the topic he really had in mind? Namely, what was going on between them. Turned out he didn't need to, because she did.
You winked at me again. Why?
That was right after he'd held her in his arms. Something he'd enjoyed immensely. Something she'd initiated. Even so, why had he winked? But he knew why. "Because I liked the way you backed into me and basically invited me to hold you." Her cheeks flamed red, and she was suddenly very focused on the bag of Cheetos on her lap. "Brielle?" She looked up at him, her green eyes wide.
What?
She was embarrassed. "Why? Does it bother you that I'm calling you on it?" Without looking away, she said,
I was just, doing my job.
There was nothing she could have said that would have bothered him more. If she was only doing her job, she was really, really good at it. Because it had seemed spontaneous, natural, real. "Your job?" She looked at the ground.
That's what you want, right?
Then she lifted her eyes to his. What was he supposed to say to that? He had hired her to be his girlfriend for this trip, so of course that was what he wanted. But since he'd gotten to know her, he wanted so much more. She was staring at him, waiting for an answer. "Yeah," he finally replied. "That's right."
Brielle was so disappointed. In her wildest fantasy, she'd imagined him saying that this was no longer a job, that she was amazing, that he was falling for her. But nope. To him, it was just a job. Just like Kara had reminded her the night before.
"As part of your job,"
he said, and his lips seemed to twist a bit.
"you should probably stop avoiding me."
Had it been so obvious? Sorry.
"Why are you? Avoiding me, I mean."
Biting her lip, Brielle tried to form a reasonable answer. She couldn't tell him the real reason, of course, that the more she was around him, the more she was falling for him. How could she tell him that? It would be like telling her boss that she had a crush on him. No. It would be telling her boss she had a crush on him. A major, powerful crush. On her boss. Nope. Not gonna do it.
"Why, Brielle?"
he asked again when she remained silent. Scrambling to come up with something but failing miserably, she took a bite of her tuna fish sandwich and slowly chewed. Audibly sighing, Tyler shook his head.
"See? You're still avoiding me."
He frowned deeply.
"I think it's time for a performance review."
A performance review? Brielle nearly dropped her sandwich. What do you mean?
"Look, I hired you for a job and you're not doing it. Not when you're practically glued to my sister's side."
Maybe you and I are going through a rough patch. Tyler barked a laugh, and Brielle looked to see if his family noticed, but they were busy doing their own thing. Anyway, your family believes we're, together. His forehead creased.
"What makes you say that?"
Would this give away too much? But she had to tell him, had to prove she was doing her job. She needed that money. It was something Mia said.
"What did she say?"
That it's obvious we're, crazy about each other. She couldn't look at him while she spoke, not when the truth would be revealed in her eyes, the truth that for her, it wasn't an act.
"Huh."
His non-response pulled her gaze away from the ground and to his face. What does mean? His lips curved into a cocky smile.
It means you're not telling me something.
What? Did the tone of surprise in her voice sound as forced to him as it did to her? I don't know what you're talking about.
Uh-huh.
Okay. What am I not telling you? He laughed.
The fact that you haven't told me means I don't know.
That was too bad then, because there was no way she would tell him she was crushing on him. Hard. Lifting her shoulders in a shrug, she turned back to her pack and took out the baggie that held 4 cookies, removed one, and began nibbling on it.
I'm going to find out, Brielle.
His voice was filled with confidence.
You can count on that.
That's what she was afraid of.
Chapter 30. Now that he'd put her on notice, told her that she needed to stop avoiding him, Tyler had no choice but to stay by her side. But that was fine with him. He wanted her by his side, wanted to spend as much time with her as possible, and maybe spending time with her would allow him to discover whatever it was she was hiding. In all reality, he hoped she was simply holding back her true feelings for him, because if this attraction he had for her was one-sided, he was going to be really unhappy. She'd claimed that she'd leaned against him because of her job, but he'd sensed it was more than that. Why wouldn't she admit it? Deciding to test his theory, as they walked side by side, he took her hand in his. He heard her softly gasp. If she was pretending, there would be no reason to gasp, right? Rob and Mia were a ways ahead of them, leading the way, and his parents were behind them, but with enough distance that they wouldn't be able to overhear a quiet conversation between Tyler and Brielle. Is your no-touch policy still in effect? Brielle glanced at their clasped hands before looking at him.
Guess not.
Her expression didn't give away how she felt about that. He swung their hands up so that they were in view. Is this okay, then? She smirked.
Maybe you should give me a bonus for each time we hold hands.
The reminder that maybe this was just a job for her, that he was wrong to think it could be more than that, brought him up short, and he nearly released her hand. But no, he needed to keep holding on. Maybe he could win her over. Keeping his expression businesslike, he asked, "What kind of a bonus do you want?"
I was just kidding.
Then she looked away, but Tyler could have sworn he saw a flash of disappointment in her eyes. Interesting. Maybe he wasn't wrong. Tell you what. She looked at him, her expression guarded.
What?
I will give you a bonus. She made a scoffing sound as she shook her head.
You're already paying me too much.
What? Where did that come from?
Shut the heck up, Brielle thought. Do you want to lose your paycheck? Just because he's crazy enough to pay you 10 grand to take a vacation doesn't mean you have to refuse it. Idiot. Why had she even said anything? But she knew why. Because she hated the idea that this was all fake to him.
Do you want to change the terms of our agreement?
He asked, his forehead furrowed. Biting her lip to keep from telling him to keep his money, that this was no longer just a job to her, she shook her head.
Okay, let me finish what I was saying then. About a bonus.
Softly sighing, she kept her lips pressed together.
For each time you let me hold your hand, I'll owe you a kiss.
Brielle's eyes widened. That was the last thing she'd expected him to say. She immediately tallied up how many kisses he owed her. 4. You let him hold your hand 4 times. He owes you 4 kisses.
Does that sound fair to you?
Was he testing her? Did he suspect how she felt? Did she want to reveal the truth? Arranging her expression into neutral, Brielle faced him. A cocky smile lifted his lips, making her want to begin collecting her owed kisses then and there. Still, she had to take control. Couldn't let him rattle her. Couldn't let him know the effect he had on her. Why not? What was the worst that could happen if he found out? She didn't have to think about it long before the answer flowed into her head. If he's only pretending to have a thing for you, as agreed upon, then you'll look like a fool if you tell him that this has become real for you. Was she really going to let her pride get in the way? Yes, she heard herself say. That sounds fair. Okay, she thought. Now he knows you want him to kiss you. So much for your pride. Tyler's cocky smile morphed into a smile of surprise.
Really? You're okay with that?
He chuckled.
I thought for sure you'd say you wanted $100 for each time you let me hold your hand. but if a kiss from me will do the trick.
His words trailed off. A blush made its way up her neck and onto her cheeks. He'd been bluffing, and now she looked like a fool, just like she'd feared. Annoyed with herself and him, she shook her head. I was kidding. I'll take the money. The smile vanished from his face and a muscle worked in his jaw.
If that's what you prefer.
No, she didn't prefer that at all. She'd much rather kiss him. But now, what was she supposed to say? By his reaction, she suspected he also preferred the kisses over the cash. But maybe that was because he couldn't afford to pay her more. Or maybe he really wanted to kiss her. He'd tried to get her to kiss him before. But was he playing her? Or was there really an attraction there? Get over yourself and put yourself out there. After this week, you'll never see him again, so what does it matter if you look like a fool? Yes, Kara will kill you, but she'll get over it. Not sure if she was ready to take a chance, Brielle nibbled on her lower lip while she focused on how much she liked the way it felt to have Tyler hold her hand.
So much for thinking she had feelings for him. Clearly, money was most important to her. Then why did she initially agree to trading hand-holding for kisses? Yeah, that stumped him. He would never understand women, or at least, he would never understand this woman.
How much are your kisses worth?
Brielle asked, catching him by surprise. What?
Your kisses. Are they worth $100 each?
Where was she going with this? He had no idea, but he was intrigued. They're worth much more than $100.
Really? How much do you think they're worth?
Narrowing his eyes, he studied her face as they walked along the trail. Was she going to say she wanted a bonus equal to whatever dollar amount he placed on his kisses? Or was she flirting? Her face was open, her eyes dancing. Okay, definitely flirting. Hope soared within him. $1,000. My kisses are worth at least $1,000. Eyebrows rising, she said,
Wow, you sure think highly of yourself.
He knew more than one groupie who would think that was a bargain. She tilted her head.
Wait, does that mean holding my hand is worth $1,000? Or does that mean you'd be getting ripped off if you let me kiss you?
He liked where this was going. I think it's a fair trade. A wide smile curved her mouth, a mouth he very much wanted to kiss. Then he got an idea. The value of kissing me is something you should decide for yourself, so I'll tell you what. I'll give you a freebie, right here, right now. Her head jerked back.
A freebie?
Nodding, he said again, right here, right now. She glanced behind them to where his parents were walking. Following her gaze, he said, we can let them pass. Was she going to agree to this outlandish idea? Suppressing a triumphant smile, he waited to see what she would say.
Was she really going to agree to this? At that moment, she wanted nothing more, and despite her doubts, she had to do this. Was going to do this. Kara was so going to kill her. With her hand still gripping his, she stopped walking. Jeff and Anne quickly caught up to them.
Everything okay?
Yeah, everything's great. Go ahead, we'll catch up.
The confidence in his voice combined with the knowledge that he was about to kiss her, or was she about to kiss him, sent her pulse into overdrive and woke up every last butterfly in her belly.
Okay.
Anne said with a smile. Moments later, they were out of view. Chapter 31. Brielle stared down the trail where Tyler's parents had disappeared around a bend, her heart pounding like a jackhammer.
They're gone.
Tyler's voice was low and sexy. Her hand was still in his, and she felt a subtle tug, like he was inviting her to come closer. Desperately trying to calm her racing heart, she inhaled through her nose and slowly exhaled through her mouth. You don't have to do this, she said as she faced him. I mean, give away one of your valuable kisses. A lazy smile lifted his lips.
I don't mind.
Then a new thought popped into her head. Hold on, what are my kisses worth? One of his eyebrows arched.
Ah, you figured it out.
What?
Your kisses are worth much more than mine.
His teasing somehow calmed her, and she smiled. I see. So, if I let you kiss me, you'll only owe me more. He laughed.
Now you're catching on.
Should I be keeping track? A pitiful look, like he was asking her to have mercy on him, came over his face.
I don't think I can afford that.
Right. He was already paying her an outlandish amount. Anyway, she was only kidding. All right, I won't keep track. He wiped a hand across his forehead.
Thank you.
Then he locked his eyes on hers.
Time for you to decide.
Decide what?
What a kiss from me is worth.
Oh. The butterflies in her belly jumped up and cheered. Tyler released her hand, and while keeping his eyes focused on hers, he ran one hand along her jaw, stopping under her chin, then his other hand slid behind her neck. She was captive to his gaze, unable to move, his for the taking.
Brielle.
He murmured. Then he lowered his lips to hers, his mouth claiming hers for his own. With one hand still cupped around her neck, the other slid around her waist, drawing her tight against him. Brielle's arms went around his neck as her heart soared. Oh, this kiss was worth so much more than $1,000. She sank against him, melted into his arms, savored the way he took possession of her. She had tried to imagine what it would feel like to kiss him, had fantasized about it, but it was so much better than she had thought. When he finally released her, something important occurred to her. No one had seen their kiss. Tyler's family was long gone. It hadn't been for show. It had just been between them, and it was the most real kiss Brielle had ever experienced.
Tyler had no doubt. Brielle was into him. That kind of passion could not be faked. Thrilled beyond measure that her feelings reflected his, he stared into her eyes. Well? The question appeared to confuse her.
Well, what?
Softly laughing, he couldn't suppress his grin. What do you think a kiss from me is worth?
Oh,
What are you guys doing back here?
Mia asked as she came around the bend.
We've been waiting and waiting for you to catch up.
Tyler winked at Brielle, whose eyes widened like they'd been caught doing something they weren't supposed to. Then he took her hand and looked at Mia. Just spending some quality time with my girl. And at that moment, she was his girl, and he liked it that way.
His girl? Not his girlfriend? Was that better? Was that more real? Brielle had no idea, but when he took her hand in his and they started down the trail after Mia, all she knew was that she was glad she'd taken the risk, glad she'd agreed to the most amazing kiss she'd ever experienced. And he said that was just a sample. He still owed her 4. No, now it was 5 kisses. Smiling, Brielle knew that Tyler wasn't just pretending anymore. After that kiss, there was no way she would believe he was putting on a show, especially since they hadn't had an audience. That kiss had been real, the passion genuine. He wasn't playing her, she was sure of it. Happiness blossomed within her. She was glad she'd taken the chance. They caught up with the rest of his family and continued on. Soon the group came to an area that made Brielle stop in amazement. Tyler stopped behind her. The trail had become too narrow for them to walk side by side. They were in a wide open area with sloped hillsides along the edges. Trees dotted the tops of the slopes, but in the open area the ground was white, and as Brielle looked around, she saw several boiling mud pots and small steam vents.
What did I tell you?
He asked as he stood close to her, sending a river of heat flowing through her. She smiled at him. You were right.
I love that we can see all of these features close up. No fences or boardwalks guiding us, just us and nature.
He slowly spun around.
And besides us, there's no one here.
She thought it was awesome too, and knowing how much he loved it made her appreciate it all the more. Tyler took her hand in his. 6 kisses owed, she thought with a smile. He led her closer to a mud pot.
We don't want to get too close. The crust could be thin.
They stood several feet from the edge of the mud pot and watched the bubbles grow, then burst over and over, like watching a pot of boiling water, except the liquid looked like chocolate milk. Then Tyler led her to a steam vent, a crease in the earth where steam flowed out in a continuous vapor. Awed by the spectacular sights, she took it all in. A narrow stream wound its way down the middle of the open area, the water clear, but the ground beneath it a dark green. Why is it that color? Brielle asked, pointing to the stream.
It has to do with different colored bacteria that thrive in certain water temperatures. Remember, the water flowing through here isn't like a normal stream. It's warmer than you'd expect.
He smiled.
Tomorrow I'll show you some springs that have amazing colors.
Speaking of amazing, she was amazed by him, by how hard she was falling for him after such a short period of time. And that kiss. The memory sent a surge of wanting cascading through her.
Shall we continue?
Anne asked. They moved along, eventually climbing a hill.
Oh my goodness.
Mia said, her voice filled with a mix of excitement and concern.
What's wrong?
Rob asked. She pointed up the trail to the plateau of the hill.
There's a bison sitting right where we need to go.
Isn't that dangerous?
We'll go around.
Jeff said, pointing off to the right where they would have to step through tall grass and over fallen logs. They gave the bison a wide berth and were soon back on the trail, a wide open hilly area covered with yellow grass, green weeds, and a profusion of wildflowers, all undulating in the breeze. They were still the only hikers around, and Brielle loved it. With the trail running through the grass, there was enough room for Tyler to walk beside her, and to Brielle's delight, he did, holding her hand as they went.
Is that a bear?
Anne asked, an edge of concern in her voice as she pointed to their left. Chapter 32. Brielle's head snapped in the direction Anne pointed, her eyes frantically sweeping the area as her chest tightened in panic. Jeff squinted into the distance.
Looks like a grizzly.
Brielle's heart pounded, but this time it was utter fear that fueled her racing heart. The bear was about 30 yards away, much too close.
That is so cool.
Rob said, his voice low. Then the bear looked their way and lowered its head. Panic seized Brielle. Was it going to charge them? Pure terror swamped her, and she gripped Tyler's hand as she moved closer to him. His arm went around her shoulders, and he drew her against him.
Don't worry, I've got you.
Though still tense, she had no doubt that Tyler meant it. He would protect her. The bear lifted its head and stared at them. Tyler released Brielle's hand, stepped in front of her, then he seemed to grow in size as he waved his arms and yelled,
No, bear! Go away! Leave! Beat it!
Rob and Jeff joined in, waving their arms and yelling too. Brielle peered around Tyler's body and watched with immense relief as the bear lumbered away. Tyler had done it. He'd protected her, shielding her with his body.
Oh my goodness.
Mia said, her voice laced with excitement.
That was crazy.
A kaleidoscope of emotions swirled inside Brielle, rendering her speechless.
You okay?
Tyler asked as he encircled her in his arms. Nodding against his shoulder, she whispered, I think so.
That was awesome.
Rob said. Thank you, Brielle said to Tyler after he released her. He tilted his head as he looked at her.
For what?
For scaring the bear away.
I think he had a little help.
Proud of Tyler, Brielle turned to Rob. Maybe so, but he stepped up first. Rob rolled his eyes, but Brielle ignored him, turning to Tyler with a radiant smile. To her, he was a hero. Tyler grinned, then he took her hand as they continued down the trail. As they walked, Brielle looked back several times to make sure the bear hadn't followed them, and once they'd put quite a bit of distance between themselves and the bear, she managed to enjoy the hike once again. Eventually, they reached an area that looked like a moonscape, white ground with several large pits of steaming, boiling mud. These pits were about 40 feet across, so Brielle was glad when no one in Tyler's family suggested they get closer. After observing the natural phenomena, they continued the hike, pausing for a break beside a small lake filled with turquoise water. She and Tyler sat on a log a short distance from his family.
When you're ready to collect on those kisses,
He said with a grin.
just let me know.
Her eyes went to his mouth, the memory of their earlier kiss filling her mind. Then she looked at him with a grin of her own. Feeling brave, she said, I think now's a good time to collect one of them. His eyes nearly glowed.
Really?
Why not? Then his eyes narrowed.
How many do I owe you anyway?
I think 9, but I've kind of lost track.
Are you counting when you grabbed my hand when we saw the bear?
Suppressing a smile, she said, yes. When he didn't say anything, she asked, Is that okay?
Actually, I think you should owe me a kiss for that.
Loving their flirtation, she nodded. That's fair. He took out his phone and tapped the screen. What are you doing?
Making a note of how many kisses I can collect from you.
Laughter burst from her mouth. Okay. He tucked his phone in his pocket.
All right, I'm ready.
Ready for what?
For you to collect that kiss.
Did that mean he expected her to make a move? Wait, if you owe me the kiss, shouldn't you initiate it? Was she really having this conversation with the hottest man she knew? Yes. Yes, she was. And it was wonderful. A lazy smile formed on his mouth.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Then, to Brielle's delight, he straddled the log before pulling her close to him. Her heart hammered against her ribs as anticipation made it hard to breathe. Tyler placed a finger under her chin, tilting her head so that their mouths lined up.
Ready?
His voice was low and sexy. Yes. His smile grew, then he moved in, pressing his mouth against hers while his arms wound around her, holding her tight against him. Brielle was in heaven. This was only their second kiss. She didn't count that brush by that she'd given him the night before, and she was already anticipating the next one, and the next, and the next. Would she eventually run out of kisses to collect? Then a realization hit her. All she had to do was take his hand, and then she would owe him kisses. Of course, he would have to collect on them, but she had a feeling he wouldn't hesitate to do so. The thought made her smile, which felt funny as they kissed, which led to laughter bubbling out of her mouth. Tyler leaned away, breaking their kiss, his eyes on her.
What's so funny?
He frowned.
Was it that bad? Laughably bad?
Oh my goodness, no, she thought, then said, No, I promise.
Uh-huh.
He looked away.
What are you up to, Mia?
Brielle followed his gaze and saw Mia facing them, her phone in her hands. Mia smiled, then she walked toward them.
You guys are too cute.
She held her phone out to them, and Brielle took it from her. There, in vivid color, was a picture of them kissing. A couple who were clearly into each other. Seeing it like that put an exclamation point on how Brielle felt, and by the looks of it, Tyler felt the same. Either that, or he was an amazing actor, and Brielle didn't think that was the case. Can you text it to me? Brielle asked.
Hang on, you should delete it.
Mia's forehead creased as she frowned, like she wasn't surprised he'd asked, but she was kind of annoyed. Why had he asked Mia to delete it? Was he embarrassed by Brielle? By being caught kissing her? Kind of hurt, Brielle handed the phone back to Mia.
Yes.
Mia said with a direct look at Brielle.
I'll text it to you.
Then she faced Tyler.
And no, I won't delete it. You know I won't post it anywhere. I'm well aware of your rule of not posting any pictures of you on social media.
So maybe this didn't have anything to do with her, but rather with that weird rule Tyler had. Why do you have that rule? Brielle asked.
Chapter 33. Tyler wasn't about to tell her the real reason. That if any pictures of him were posted, they would end up splashed all over the internet. Especially a picture of him kissing some mystery woman. Instead, he put on an embarrassed smile. I just like my privacy.
Oh.
She seemed to believe him, seemed to think that made sense. I know I'm weird, he said with a glance at Mia, desperately hoping she wouldn't say anything that would give his secret away.
You certainly are,
Mia said with a smirk before turning and walking away. Grateful that she'd left it at that, he turned back to Brielle, who was sitting as close as a person could sit to someone else without being on their lap. Brielle laughed, and Tyler knew he'd escaped a bullet. In a way, though, he wanted Brielle to know the truth about him. Now that he'd gotten to know her, and now that he had no doubt she was as attracted to him as he was to her, all without knowing he played in the NFL, he wanted her to be impressed by who he was. But that created another problem. He was going to have to confess that he'd lied to her from the start. He hoped she would understand his reasons, but for all he knew, she would be angry at him and never want to see him again. Wait. After this week, her job would be over and they would no longer be together. But did it have to be that way? They were both unattached adults. They even lived in the same city. There was no reason they couldn't continue seeing each other after this week was over. Hold on. You're getting ahead of yourself. For all you know, she'll be glad to be rid of you. You don't know what she has going on in her life. True though that was, Tyler still hoped that they could work things out, that she would have some interest in him beyond this week.
What are you thinking about?
She asked, and he realized he'd been staring into the distance. Not ready to share all of his innermost thoughts, he smiled at her. I'm glad you were able to see a bear today. When she shuddered, he wrapped her in his arms. She'd been scared. That had been clear. In all reality, he'd been slightly on edge too. He'd read plenty of stories where hikers had come across a grizzly and been attacked without provocation. Not something he would share with Brielle, but he was glad she'd felt safe with him.
It was pretty cool,
she said after a moment. I hope you enjoyed it because it could be the only bear we see on this trip.
I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not. I mean, I guess I wouldn't mind seeing another bear.
She chuckled.
From within the safety of the car, that is.
As he looked at her lovely face, saw the sparkle in her eyes, he was tempted to tell her that he wanted to collect on his one owed kiss then and there, the one she owed him because she'd taken his hand.
Ready to move on?
His dad asked their group. Everyone stood, and when Brielle took Tyler's hand before he had a chance to take hers, he grinned. Wanting to owe me a second kiss, he thought. Nice.
Had that been too obvious? That she wanted to owe him another kiss? She hoped not, but it was too late to change it now. Besides, maybe it was a good thing to subtly let him know how she felt. Well, maybe it wasn't all that subtle. They continued hiking, and eventually they looped back to where they'd started, the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone. There were tons of tourists there, and as they approached the throng, Brielle noticed Tyler tugging his ball cap lower on his forehead. Or maybe he was just adjusting it. How should she know? She didn't wear ball caps, so she wasn't sure how that would work.
I don't know about anyone else, but I'm ready for a nap.
That was a pretty long hike. How long was it?
About 9 miles.
Kind of impressed with herself, Brielle smiled. It was worth it, and now I can see why you wanted to go on it.
When we went on it a couple of years ago, I knew I'd want to do it at least one more time.
When they reached their cars, Tyler helped Brielle into the passenger seat of his Range Rover, then got behind the wheel, and soon they were on their way back to camp.
When we get back, we'll grab our stuff, then head to the shower.
He glanced at her.
If that's okay?
It's more than okay. I'm ready to wash off the sweat and grime I collected on that hike. Maybe she shouldn't have said that. It didn't sound very attractive, but Tyler just laughed.
I feel the same way.
Chapter 34. That evening, as Brielle sat around the fire with Tyler and his family, her phone rang. She glanced at the screen. It's Kara, she said to Tyler. Then she excused herself and walked away from the campground before answering. Nervous to admit that she had completely disregarded Kara's warning from the night before, she swiped to answer. Hello?
Hey, how's it going? Is Tyler behaving himself?
Brielle laughed nervously. Uh-huh.
That sounds kind of vague. What aren't you telling me?
Why did Kara have to be so good at reading her? Not sure she wanted to admit all that had happened in the last 24 hours. She bit her lip as her focus slid to the line of trees on the edge of the campground. Is there a bear in there? She wondered.
Bree, what's going on?
I saw a bear today, on our hike.
That's cool, but that doesn't answer my question.
She never could hide anything from Kara. With another sigh, she said, I think I'm falling for him.
You're falling for your fake boyfriend.
It came out as a statement.
Was that part of your agreement?
No. Soft laughter came across the line.
Oh, Bree.
Stop laughing at me. This is a real problem.
Yeah, I guess it is. How does he feel about you?
The memory of their kisses filled her mind. I think he likes me too.
What makes you think that?
When we kissed, Kara didn't let her finish.
You did what?
I know.
Hold on. 24 hours ago, you promised me nothing physical would happen, and now you're saying you kissed?
Twice.
I know that wasn't part of your agreement.
No, it wasn't. Regardless, Brielle couldn't wipe the smile from her face.
I hate to say this, but how can you be sure he's not pretending? I mean, that was kind of the whole point, right? To pretend you guys are together?
Kara's comments fed right into Brielle's doubts. fueled them. I can't be sure, Kara, but when he kissed me the first time, no one was around to see it. Why would he kiss me if his family wasn't there to witness it?
Because he's taking advantage of you, just like I said he might.
Brielle rolled her eyes. Yeah, I guess it couldn't be that he's actually attracted to me.
That's not what I meant, and you know it.
I know. But, Kara, I felt something from him. You know how you can sometimes just tell when someone is attracted to you?
I guess so.
That's what I felt.
Well, you know what you have to do now.
Glad her friend was about to impart her wisdom, Brielle stared at the tree line, on the alert for approaching wildlife. What? What do I have to do?
You have to tell him how you feel.
I can't do that.
Why not?
Because I've only known him for a few days. Besides, what if I'm wrong? What if this is all one-sided? What if he is just pretending? I don't think I'm ready to make a fool of myself quite yet.
So what? You'll just let this week slide away because of your pride and then you'll never see him again? Is that what you want?
Brielle was quiet as she thought it over. She'd already told herself the same thing, but hearing it from her best friend helped push her in the direction she knew she needed to go. Even so, she wasn't going to commit to it. Fine. I'll think about it.
Okay. And while you're thinking about it, the week will end, and then you'll say goodbye forever to a hot man who you're falling for. Good plan, Brie.
Stop it. I don't need you to pressure me. Kara laughed.
Tick-tock, Brie. Tick-tock.
I'm hanging up now.
I expect a full report tomorrow.
Suppressing a smile, Brielle shook her head. Of course you do.
Have fun.
Bye. Brielle walked back to the campsite, her mind on Tyler and whether she was ready to put herself out there, ready to tell him how she felt. Scary as the idea was, she knew Kara was right. Time was rapidly slipping away. The week would be over before she knew it. Did she want to wait until the last minute to tell him how she felt? Or would it be better to get it out of the way so she could enjoy the rest of the week without having to think about it? Then again, if he didn't feel the same, it would make the rest of the week beyond awkward. Nowhere near decided, when she reached the campground, she settled into the camp chair next to Tyler.
Everything okay?
He asked in a quiet voice. Giving him a sardonic grin, she said, Kara had to make sure I'm still alive. Silently, she added, and she had to harass me about telling you how I feel. She took a moment to appraise him, his hazel eyes, his square jaw with a layer of stubble, his kissable lips. Stop it before you drive yourself crazy. Chuckling, Tyler shook his head.
She's a good friend.
Yeah, she is.
I hope you're not disappointed we didn't go bear hunting tonight.
No, I'm actually pretty tired out.
Yeah, I think we all are.
Mia, who was sitting on Brielle's other side, said,
Seeing that bear on our hike makes up for not going out tonight.
At that, everyone began recounting how they'd felt when they'd seen the bear so close and without anywhere for them to escape. Then they moved on to chatting about past visits and the wildlife they'd seen. Brielle took it all in, thoroughly enjoying the warmth and closeness of Tyler and his family. It was kind of strange how close to them she felt, people she'd only met a few days earlier. What if she told Tyler how she felt and he felt the same way? What if they started dating for real? What if his family became her family? Slow down, girl. You're getting way, way ahead of yourself. Quietly sighing, she relaxed into her chair and tried hard not to think about how kissing Tyler had felt. Tried and failed. She wanted to kiss him again.
Chapter 35. The entire time Tyler's family was talking, all Tyler could think about was that Brielle was sitting mere inches away and that he was desperate to kiss her again. He doubted she'd be okay with being kissed when his family was sitting right beside her, so he knew what he had to do. Let's go for a walk, he said to her as he leapt to his feet, and when he held out his hand, she took it without hesitation. Leading her away from his family, they walked across the dirt and onto the paved road that ran through the campground. The sun had set, and stars were visible in the sky. Are your legs sore? He asked. She shook her head.
Not really. What about yours?
Compared to working out with his team, going on a pleasant 9-mile hike was nothing. Now, if the bear had chased him down and tackled him, that would be more similar to a team workout. Suppressing a laugh at the imagery, he shook his head. Nope, it was an easy hike.
I guess I'd agree. Easy but long.
They talked about other hikes in the park, ones that were more strenuous, and then Tyler had enough talk. They stopped in an area where they were out of sight of prying eyes. I had an ulterior motive for going on a walk with you. She appraised him.
Oh? What's your ulterior motive?
Softly laughing, he said, I had to get you alone so I could collect on one of those kisses you owe me.
Ah, I see how it is.
Yup, and I'm not embarrassed to admit it. In the moonlight, he could see her radiant smile. So she was eager to kiss him too. That didn't surprise him, but seeing the evidence was gratifying. Well, he said, his eyebrows raised in expectation. Her lips formed a smirk.
Well, what?
This time it's on you.
Brielle swallowed over her nervousness. She wanted to kiss him, so much. But their 2 previous kisses had been initiated by him. Except that brush by you gave him last night, she reminded herself. Don't forget that. She could do this. And she would give him a kiss he wouldn't forget. Maybe that would tell him how she felt. Okay. A smile slowly built on his mouth.
Okay.
Then she laughed. He smiled.
What?
You're too tall. His smile grew.
You owe me a kiss, Brielle. Figure it out.
Up for the challenge, she nodded. Then she stared at him. His eyes were in shadow, but she could picture their intensity. Using one hand, she trailed her fingers up his arm, stopping briefly on his bicep. The muscle there was solid, and she could imagine him sweeping her into his arms with ease. Moving upward, she stroked his shoulder, another part of his body that was fit and strong.
Are you delaying our kiss on purpose?
He asked, but his voice was husky, and Brielle knew her gentle touches were getting to him. Her mouth tugged upward as she shook her head. A ragged sigh slipped from his lips, but he didn't respond. His reaction confirmed what she believed. He wasn't faking it. He was just as attracted to her as she was to him. Elated, she moved her hand from his shoulder to his face, brushing one finger along his stubble-covered jaw before sliding it across his mouth. His lips parted, and his eyes were locked on hers.
What was this woman doing to him? Driving him crazy, that's what. Bringing her along, okay. Hiring her, had been all about convincing his family he had a girlfriend. Looking back, it was stupid of him to have lied to them in the first place. But if he hadn't, Brielle wouldn't be with him now, and this trip would not be the same without her.
I need you to lean closer,
she whispered, and he bent in her direction without hesitation. Both of her hands went to the sides of his face, and with an imperceptible tug, she pulled him closer, closer. Only a few centimeters separated her mouth from his. He waited for her to close the gap, but she didn't. What was she doing? Trying to drive him insane? He waited 3 seconds, 5, 7. Still, the gap remained. Forget this. Without warning, he crushed her mouth with his while at the same time curling one hand around the back of her neck and the other around her waist. Must have taken her by surprise because for half a second she stiffened before melting against him.
Brielle had been teasing him with keeping that space between them, but she hadn't expected him to react so aggressively, so powerfully. But it was, oh, so worth it. Letting him take control sent a shiver of desire cascading through her. Her attraction to him was so strong, the way he'd protected her when that bear had threatened, the way he always gave her his full attention, the way he was with his family. It all added up to a man she could see herself with, forever. Their kiss lingered, and when he finally released her, she smiled at him. I'm not sure who kissed who that time. With lips pursed, he shook his head.
Do you really have a doubt?
Does this mean I still owe you a kiss?
Yep.
Brielle thought about her conversation with Kara. If she was going to tell Tyler how she felt, now would be the perfect time. Heart pounding, she gathered her nerve. I have to tell you something. A look of puzzlement came over him.
Okay.
She could do this. She could. She would. I can't accept the rest of your payment. What? Where did that come from? But she knew it was right. This was no longer pretend for her. She had fallen for Tyler and fallen hard. It didn't feel right to accept money from him. She'd already taken the $5,000. That was a lot of money. She couldn't, in good conscience, take the rest. His eyebrows bunched.
Why not?
It's too much money, and Her words trailed off. Not able to face him as she confessed her feelings, she looked at the ground. His finger went under her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze.
And you, what?
With him staring at her so intently it only made her heart pound harder. It just isn't right. That didn't explain anything at all. Good going, Brie.
What isn't right? Me paying you? Tyler released her chin. Why was she doing this now? Was all this kissing scaring her away? Was she about to bolt? He had to stop that. I hired you to... Why was it hard to say it out loud all of a sudden? He continued, a knot in his throat. To be my fake girlfriend. To pretend to be into me. She was shaking her head and refusing to meet his eyes. That couldn't be good.
It's not pretend for me,
she whispered. Had he heard her right? What did you say? She lifted her eyes and stared at him, her gaze unwavering.
It's not pretend for me.
There was no mistaking what she said this time, and Tyler's heart soared. It's not? Her lips pinched together as she shook her head, but her eyes never strayed from his. How was it possible that he'd fallen for her so fast and so hard? Was it because she didn't know who he really was, and yet she was still into him? Was it because she seemed to love Yellowstone as much as he did? Or maybe it was because she'd clicked so well with his family. Or maybe it was her easygoing personality, her willingness to try new things. Or maybe it was the chemistry they undoubtedly had, the sparks that flew whenever they touched, the fire that roared whenever they kissed. Tyler didn't know. All he knew was that she was amazing, and he didn't want to let her go. It's not pretend for me either, Brielle. A smile lit her face and her eyes sparkled in the moonlight.
It's not?
No. Then her smile wavered.
So you agree? You shouldn't pay me the rest?
Why wouldn't I pay you the rest? That's what we agreed on.
It's too much money.
Her eyes widened.
$10,000, Tyler. That's a lot of money. I can't...
She shook her head and looked away before facing him again.
I can't accept that from you. It's not right. I mean, you took me on vacation.
She laughed.
Yeah, we're camping, but still. I'm having such a good time with you.
She shook her head again.
I can't take the rest of the payment. It's too much for you to have to pay. Not when I would do this for free.
He loved that she was willing to forgo the remainder of her salary, that she thought it might be too much of a burden on him to have to pay it. Wanting to tease her, he said, "What about the money I already paid you? Are you going to give it back?" Her eyes filled with tears.
I'll give back what I can, but I had to use some of it to pay my rent. I'm sorry, Tyler.
Was she for real? Touched by her sincerity, he pulled her into his arms. It's okay, Brielle. I don't need it back. She shook her head against his chest.
I'll pay you back. It might take a while, but I'll pay back every dime. I promise.
She didn't know it, but with every word she uttered, she burrowed deeper into his heart. She was so real, so genuine. Nothing like the women who usually threw themselves at him, then tried to take all they could get. Now it was time for him to be genuine with her, to tell her who he really was. Tyler pulled away from her and studied her open face. What would she do when she found out he played in the NFL, that he was worth millions? Would she run far, far away? Would it change the way she saw him? Suddenly terrified to tell her the truth, he collected himself to confess all because he knew she deserved nothing less.
Chapter 36. Why was he looking at her like that? Had she done something wrong? She meant what she said. She would pay back every cent of what he'd given her. It was the right thing to do. She couldn't stand it a moment longer. What's wrong?
I have something to tell you too.
Oh no. This couldn't be good. Not with the worry etched in his face. What is it?
I haven't been completely honest about who I am.
What did that mean? If they weren't vacationing with his family, she might think he had a secret wife and children, except there was no way his family would have allowed him to bring another woman camping if that were the truth. Wait, what if Jeff and Anne and Mia and Rob were fake? What if everything was fake? But why would he do that? It defied reason. Desperate to learn the truth, Brielle stared at him. What do you mean? Tell me. Tyler looked toward the forest as if the answer might be hidden there. Then he faced Brielle.
I told you I work for the Vipers.
Yeah.
I might have fudged my job a bit.
Huh? Why would that matter? I don't understand. I talked to your boss.
I don't work in the office.
When he didn't go on, she smiled, eager to lighten the moment. Oh, I see. You help keep the field looking good. He laughed.
In a manner of speaking.
What do you mean? One side of his mouth quirked up.
I'm a player on the team.
Oh. Suddenly, everything made sense. Why he'd told his family he didn't want to talk about work that week, and why he had a rule to not post any pictures on social media. First, because he didn't want his family to give away that he played for the NFL, and second, he didn't want his life plastered on social media. Now she understood. Brielle could see that Tyler was waiting for her to digest this news and to give him some sort of reaction. What reaction was he hoping for? She had no idea, so she decided to react with the way she really felt. Should I feel bad that I've never heard of you? He threw his head back with a burst of laughter. After a moment, he settled down and smiled at her.
I may have misled you about my real name.
Her eyebrows shot up. Your name's not Tyler? Grinning, he said,
Yes, my name's Tyler, but my last name isn't Ford. It's Brandrick. I'm Tyler Brandrick, running back for the Sacramento Vipers.
She had to suppress a laugh. Still haven't heard of you. He shook his head, his smile wide.
That's okay.
Then his forehead creased.
Are you mad that I lied to you?
Surprisingly, she wasn't. In fact, she was kind of glad. Knowing he played in the NFL from the beginning might have muddied everything. She would probably have been intimidated. This way she'd gotten to know him as a regular guy. No, she said. I'm not mad. I even understand. Then a new thought occurred to her. What else have you lied about?
Nothing, I swear.
Tilting her head, she said, That's not completely accurate.
What?
You may not have lied to me about anything else, but you lied to your family, about us. A furrow formed between his eyes.
What are you saying?
That we need to tell your family the truth.
Tyler knew she was right, but he really didn't want to admit to his family that his relationship with Brielle had been a huge ruse, that he didn't have a girlfriend after all. Then again, telling them the truth would take away the burden he hadn't even realized he'd been feeling, the burden of maintaining a lie. It would feel good to tell them the entire truth. Then he pictured the razzing he'd get from Rob. It would not be pleasant. Was that what was holding him back? His pride? Well, of course it was, and who could blame him? Still, by the look on Brielle's face, he knew it was important to her that they tell his family the truth, and he appreciated that she wanted everything to be above board. Yeah, he finally said. I suppose we should. He glanced at the star-filled sky. It's getting late. She laughed.
It's not that late, and you know your family's still sitting around the campfire.
Yeah, I know. He smiled at her. You're not going to let me off the hook, are you?
Nope.
Fine. But first, I need something from you, something to shore up my resolve. Tilting her head, she smiled.
Let me guess. A kiss.
His lips lifted into a smile of anticipation. How'd you guess? She just shook her head. Then she reached up and cupped his face with her hands, tugging him lower. He let her pull him toward her, and after a tiny hesitation, she kissed him. But after less than a second, she pulled away. Smirking, she said,
You'll get the other half of that kiss after we talk to your family.
Promises, promises. She laughed, then he took her hand and they walked back to the campground.
Chapter 37. When the flames from the campfire came into sight, Brielle had second thoughts. What would Tyler's family think of her? Someone willing to be paid to pretend to be their son's girlfriend. What kind of person would do that? True, they might think poorly of Tyler, but he was their son and their brother. They would forgive him. She, on the other hand, was basically a stranger. Someone who came into their lives under false pretenses. What if they were angry with her, told her to leave immediately? What if they said they never wanted to see or hear from her again? What would that do to the budding relationship she had with Tyler? Devastated by the thought of not only losing Tyler, which was bad enough, but also by the thought of losing this family that she felt such a connection with, Brielle slowed.
What's wrong?
Tyler asked, their hands clasped together. I'm not sure about this. He laughed.
Too late now. We're doing this.
Seconds later, they reached the circle of his family.
Just in time,
Mia said as Tyler led Brielle to the empty chairs that sat side by side in front of the fire.
we're trying to decide if we should have s'mores again. What do you say?
Brielle and I have to tell you all something.
Way to ease into it, she thought. Mia's eyes went wide.
You're getting married.
Tyler burst out laughing.
No, not even close.
Was that so laughable? Well, maybe under the circumstances, but still.
What is it?
Brielle looked at Tyler's mother, who was smiling with expectation. Tensing with expectations of her own, like the expectation that Anne would hate her in a few moments. Brielle sat stock still, her body rigid.
I haven't been completely honest with you.
About what?
Jeff asked. Bracing herself for their reaction, Brielle watched their faces.
This was harder than he'd thought it would be. Tyler swallowed over the nervousness that knotted in his throat. Then he took Brielle's hand. Why he did that, he wasn't sure, but it gave him courage. Brielle and I we're not together, not really. Everyone looked confused.
What are you talking about?
Mia asked. Then she gave a meaningful stare at his hand holding Brielle's before looking at him again. Last week, when you asked me if I had a girlfriend, he paused to give someone, anyone, a chance to reply, but no one spoke. Instead, everyone's eyes were glued to his face. Yeah, so I told you I had a girlfriend, but in reality, I don't. His mom leaned forward.
You're not making any sense, Tyler.
He was just going to have to say it straight out. I lied to you, okay? His dad's eyes narrowed.
Lied to us?
Yeah, I don't have a girlfriend. I'm not even dating anyone. That's when everyone's eyes swiveled to Brielle. Rob pointed at her.
Then who's she?
Brielle's vision began to narrow and her ears began to buzz. Oh man, I've got to get out of here. Everyone was staring at her like she was some sort of alien creature that had landed in their midst. This was so much worse than she'd imagined. Why had she insisted that Tyler tell them the truth?
This isn't Brielle's fault,
Tyler said, his voice calm. He had her back. There was no doubt about that. Just another thing that attracted her to him. Calmed by having him at her side, she focused on the feel of her hand in his.
I met Brielle last week.
I see where this is going.
Mia said with a smirk.
You convinced her to pretend to be your girlfriend. Am I right?
Hired her, actually.
Shut up, Tyler, Brielle silently screamed. They don't have to know that part.
Hired her?
Anne's eyebrows were in her hairline as she looked from Tyler to Brielle. Breathe. Just breathe. Everyone was silent, digesting this bit of news, the only sound the crackling of the fire. Brielle couldn't take it another second. I'm going to pay him back. Every cent. Mia laughed.
My brother's loaded, Brielle. No need to pay him back.
Then her forehead furrowed in question.
Wait, is Brielle really your name?
Yes, and I'm so sorry for this. I should never have agreed,
Don't blame Brielle.
Tyler said, his voice confident.
This is all on me.
Jeff poked at the fire with a stick, separating the bits of log that had turned to coal.
Don't know why you're still holding hands now that the truth's out.
To Brielle's relief, Tyler didn't let go. In fact, his grip tightened.
This is all my doing. Brielle just needed a job. Besides,
He smiled at her.
we do like each other.
Excuse me.
Anne stood and walked to the RV, disappearing inside. Brielle's heart dropped. If Anne couldn't stand to be around them, Around her? What did that mean? She must be livid, and Brielle would have to face her when she slept in the RV. Maybe she should sleep in the tent with Tyler and Rob. No, she wasn't going to do that. That would be just as weird. She would just have to face Anne and the rest of Tyler's family. But first thing in the morning, she would leave. She had to. Right now, though, she needed to get away from the accusation in everyone's eyes. Everyone but Tyler. Did he feel his family's anger too? Or was he so confident as a member of the family that he was completely unbothered? Brielle pulled her hand from Tyler's and stood. She pointed in the general direction of the bathroom. Then she walked away.
Tyler watched Brielle go. He should go after her. About to stand, when his father said his name, he paused, staying in his chair.
Why did you feel the need to lie to us?
He would go to Brielle in a few minutes. For now, he owed his family an explanation. It's stupid, really. I didn't want to admit that I was single, still.
We shouldn't have given you a hard time.
Mia said, with a long glance at Rob.
This is my fault now?
Rob asked. No, like I said, it's all on me.
How much did you pay her?
Mia asked, one eyebrow arched. That's none of your business, Tyler said as he shook his head.
I'm confused, though.
About what?
From what I've seen, you guys seem to really like each other.
She chuckled.
I know you're not that good of an actor, so what's the deal?
I do like her.
But she's not your girlfriend.
No. Although, to be honest, he wouldn't mind changing that.
This is really weird.
I know, and I'm sorry. He looked toward the RV where his mother had fled. If it matters, Brielle's the one who insisted we come clean. His dad grunted in reply.
Brielle pressed her phone to her ear as she listened to it ringing on the other end. She could see the light from the campfire, but she was a good distance away. Pick up, Kara. Pick up.
Hey, Bree,
Kara said, her voice completely calm, as if nothing had shifted in the world. Hey.
What's wrong?
Why do you assume something's wrong?
Because I talked to you, like, an hour ago.
Had it only been an hour? It seemed like a lifetime.
You told him, didn't you?
So many emotions raged through her. Brielle hardly knew where to begin.
Bree? What's wrong?
Yes, I told him how I feel, and yes, he feels the same way.
There you go. You should always take my advice.
Smiling despite herself, Brielle pressed a hand to her forehead. But then I did something stupid.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I told him we had to tell his family the truth.
Oh, boy. What happened?
Brielle recounted the brief conversation she and Tyler had had with his family. Now they hate me.
Come on, they don't hate you.
Her hand fell to her side. You weren't there, Kara. You didn't see their faces, their disappointment. It was bad. And his mother? She couldn't even be around me after we told them.
That does sound bad. What are you going to do?
I have to leave, obviously.
You're in Yellowstone, camping. You don't even have a car. Where will you go, and how will you get there?
I don't know yet. Suddenly exhausted, all she wanted to do was curl up and go to sleep and pretend this week hadn't happened. Except the part where she got to know Tyler, fell for him, kissed him. Yeah, that part she never wanted to forget.
Do you want me to come and get you?
Kara, get real. It's a 12-hour drive.
I was hoping you'd say that, but I had to offer.
Shaking her head, Brielle smiled. Thanks, but I'll figure something out. Then she thought, I hope.
Okay, keep me posted.
You know I will. Brielle tucked her phone back into her pocket, then leaned against a tree. This was crazy. This whole thing. But now she had to deal with it. She glanced around. Though she could see a few campfires in the distance, she realized she'd walked a lot farther from their campground than she'd meant to. A branch snapped. Was that a bear? The terror she'd felt when they'd seen the bear on their hike came roaring back.
There you are,
She heard a familiar voice say, and then Tyler came into view. Relief, pure and sweet, surged through her. He was there. He would protect her. Hey, he was also the reason for the predicament she found herself in. If he hadn't lied, right. But then she never would have spent this time with him. She wouldn't want to change that. He stopped in front of her,
Are you okay?
Not really, no. He stepped close to her. Then he pulled her into his arms. The warmth of his body enveloped her, made her feel safe. Even so, she couldn't continue this trip. Not when she would have to be with his family. But she couldn't tell him her plans. No doubt he would try to talk her out of it. Maybe when they were both back in Sacramento, they could see each other. But for now, she needed to leave.
That didn't go so well, did it?
He murmured against her ear. She couldn't think of how it could have gone worse, except for being immediately banished. In her mind's eye, she pictured Rob pointing an accusing finger her way and asking, "Then who's she?" Being the center of attention for that reason had been awful. "Are they still mad?" she asked, although she knew the answer. Tyler released her and met her eyes.
Give them time.
And in the meantime, it would be uncomfortable for everyone, at least as long as she was there. She wasn't going to be the cause of a ruined family vacation. "Right," she said in reply.
Tomorrow's a new day.
Mm-hmm. She let him lead her back to camp, and fortunately everyone had gone in for the night. Tyler walked her to the door of the RV.
I'll see you in the morning, okay?
She nodded, and when he leaned down and brushed a kiss across her forehead, she had to restrain herself from sliding her arms around him and never letting go.
Good night, Brielle.
He murmured before turning and striding to the tent. She reached for the door of the RV and thought, "Here goes nothing." Chapter 38. The moment Brielle opened the door, all conversation inside the RV stopped. Great. They must have been talking about me. Jeff was sitting in one of the two recliners, and Anne and Mia were sitting on the couch. With a quick smile at them, Brielle went straight to the bathroom to get ready for bed. After a few minutes, there was a soft knock at the bathroom door.
It's me.
Mia said, her voice just above a whisper. Cracking the door open, Brielle braced herself for the accusation she was sure she'd see in Mia's eyes, but instead, Mia smiled, her expression friendly.
Hey, don't feel too bad, okay?
Warmed by Mia's sincerity, Brielle nodded. Thanks. Mia glanced toward the living area where her parents sat. Then she faced Brielle.
They're just embarrassed that they fell for everything.
That made Brielle feel even worse. From the moment Tyler had suggested this scheme, she'd known it was wrong, but the lure of the cash had been too difficult to resist. No matter. Tomorrow she would leave and Tyler's family would be able to enjoy the rest of their vacation without the distraction of having her around. I'm so sorry, Mia. Brielle shook her head.
They'll get over it.
Mia smiled once more. Then she turned and walked away. Brielle finished getting ready for bed. Then she stood in the isolation of the bathroom. She couldn't go to bed until everyone had cleared out of the living room. Tonight was her turn to sleep on the fold-out couch, so she would have to face Tyler's family until they were ready to go to bed. This is going to be so awkward. I hate this. Sucking it up, she opened the door to the bathroom and took the 3 steps down into the living room. Jeff and Anne were focused on reading books, and Mia was scrolling through her phone. Not sure if she should say anything, Brielle sat in the corner of the couch and stared at her phone. When no one said anything, she decided to do a web search on Tyler. Now that she knew his last name and that he played for the NFL, she easily found all kinds of info on him. Beyond impressed by all he'd accomplished, when she remembered the way he'd held her in his arms, the way it had felt when he claimed her mouth with his, she totally forgot about his family. All she could think about was him, and how much she'd fallen for him. It would be hard to leave tomorrow, but it was for the best. Eventually, Jeff and Anne stood, told her and Mia good night. Brielle was relieved they hadn't ignored her. Then they went into their room and closed the door. Despite her relatively comfortable bed, Brielle didn't sleep well, and soon after the sunlight began streaming through the blinds the next morning, she got up. After dressing, she went outside. No one else from their group was up, so she started a fire in the fire pit. Eventually, Tyler and Rob joined her.
Thanks for starting a fire.
Tyler seemed impressed that she'd been able to.
Yeah,
Rob agreed as he warmed his hands near the flames.
it's chilly this morning.
Glad she'd done something right, Brielle smiled. You're welcome. Breakfast was awkward. Tyler's parents were polite to her, but she still felt a bit of a chill from them. She couldn't blame them. She would feel stupid and gullible if she were them. It was no wonder they were upset with her and Tyler. Later, after breakfast had been eaten and cleaned up, Brielle took Tyler aside. "I'm not feeling well, so I'm going to stay here while you go hiking with your family." His eyebrows tugged together.
What's going on?
Could he see through her ruse? "My stomach's kind of upset, that's all." That wasn't completely untrue. Her stomach had been in knots ever since they'd confessed the truth to his family the night before.
I'll stay with you.
He kept his gaze steady on hers. He was such a good man. She hoped once they got back to Sacramento they could still see each other. The thought of this being their final goodbye made her stomach hurt even worse. At least she didn't have to fake not feeling well. "No," she said with a shake of her head. "I'll be fine on my own. I just want to sleep." She pushed a smile onto her lips. "Go with your family, please." He seemed uncertain, but he relented.
Okay, if you're sure.
Relieved he'd agreed, she nodded. "I'm sure." An hour later, they drove off and Brielle was left alone. Once she was sure they were gone, she quickly packed her small bag, tucked a map of Yellowstone into her pocket, then she left the RV. Now that she'd completed the first part of her plan, she didn't know what to do next. She wanted to get to West Yellowstone where she could spend the night while she arranged to take a bus back to Sacramento, but it had taken over an hour for her and Tyler to drive to their campground from West Yellowstone. Too far to walk, and she didn't think there were any Ubers in the area. Then she remembered seeing a young man and woman the day before, holding a sign along the road asking for a ride to another part of the park. She didn't have a sign, but she could hitch. Surely someone would pick her up. 3 hours later, she'd made it as far as Canyon Village. It had taken over 2 hours before someone had stopped to give her a lift, and then, due to a bison jam, it had taken 45 minutes to get to Canyon Village. Her ride wasn't going any farther than that, so now she had to start all over again and see if someone could take her the rest of the way, or at least part of the way, to West Yellowstone. It was 1 o'clock, and she was starving.
The hike hadn't been the same without Brielle, and as Tyler drove back to the campground with his family, an eagerness to see her swept over him. He should have stayed with her. As much as he loved hiking in Yellowstone, they still had days to do that before they went home. Why had he given up a day with her? At least his family had finally forgiven him for his deception, and they seemed to have softened toward Brielle too. She would be relieved. When they arrived at the campground, he was the first one to enter the RV. Brielle? Nothing but silence.
Maybe she's in the campground bathroom,
Mia said as she entered the RV behind him. Yeah, but he had a bad feeling. A very bad feeling. The kind he got just before barely missing a catch on the football field. Like a sixth sense that something was off.
I'm ready for a nap.
His mom said as she walked inside the RV.
That makes 2 of us.
His dad said.
I'm ready for a snack.
Mia laughed.
You and Tyler. Always hungry.
Hardly hearing his family, Tyler turned to Mia. Where did Brielle put her stuff? Mia stepped to the row of cabinets above the couch and pulled open a door.
Up here.
Mia turned to him with a frown.
Her suitcase isn't here.
She's gone. Tyler was completely certain. Why else would she have begged off that morning and insisted she be left alone?
Gone?
His mother asked, her eyebrows furrowing.
Where would she go?
Concern surged within him. I don't know,
It's my fault.
she said as she sank onto the couch.
I should have, I don't know, told her I wasn't upset anymore.
Sighing, Tyler faced his mother. It's not your fault. I don't blame you for being angry with us. What we did was wrong. He shook his head. It's my fault. He pulled his phone out of his pocket and dialed her number, but it went to voicemail. Brielle, it's me. Where are you? Call me back, okay? He glanced at his family, then added, We're all worried about you, all of us. He disconnected the call and tucked his phone in his pocket. I'm gonna go look for her.
Do you want company?
When he found her, it would be better if he was alone. No, thanks though. He took a step toward the door before turning back to his family. Let me know if she shows up. They all nodded, and he left the RV.
Chapter 39. Brielle listened to the message on her phone. So, Tyler had returned from his hike and had figured out she'd fled. Touched that he'd called, she debated what to do. If she called him back, he would insist on coming to get her. But now she'd only compounded the problem and would be more embarrassed than ever to face his family. It was nearly 2:00. She needed to get going. She had to get to West Yellowstone before dark. The idea of being stranded in Yellowstone with no place to spend the night terrified her. What wild animals stalked the park at night? Bears, certainly. Probably wolves, too. Weren't they nocturnal? Yeah. She needed to get a ride ASAP. Frowning deeply, she walked past the visitors center, then made her way to the nearby intersection. After crossing the road so that she would be facing cars heading in the direction she wanted to go, she held out her thumb and tried to think positive thoughts. A crowd was beginning to gather 200 yards away on the Canyon Village side of the road. Squinting in that direction, Brielle saw a pair of elk munching on grass. Smiling in delight, she watched them. That is, until a frightening thought occurred to her. Those elk had seemingly come out of nowhere. She'd been in that same area only a few minutes before and hadn't seen the elk. What if an animal came up behind her? Spinning around, eyes wide, she studied the line of trees in the near distance. No animals were lurking, that she could see. Imagining a bear lumbering out of the trees and in her direction, and remembering the bear she'd seen on the hike the day before, Brielle felt her heart pound and her chest tighten. Leaving Tyler had been stupid, and now she was all alone in a forest filled with wild animals. It wasn't as if the animals were safely behind fences like at a zoo. No, they could go wherever they wanted. She was in their house. Suddenly terrified, she trotted back across the road, then briskly walked back to the visitors center. She would be safe inside, at least until it was time to close and they kicked her out. Then what would she do? She yanked her phone out of her pocket and called Kara, explaining her dilemma. "I don't know what to do," she said, desperate for advice. Kara sighed.
What's the worst that would happen if you called Tyler?
Brielle gnawed on her lower lip. He'd hate me for leaving without telling him.
Then I guess you wouldn't be any worse off than you are now.
Brielle considered that. Yeah, that's true. Still, now I feel kind of dumb for leaving.
So you're going to risk being stuck in the forest with wild animals because you're embarrassed.
Shaking her head as she grimaced, Brielle knew Kara was right. When you put it that way?
See? You should always listen to me.
Obviously.
So, you're gonna call Tyler?
She pictured his handsome face, the way it felt to be held in his arms, remembered how his kisses had ignited her heart. He would keep her safe. Yes.
Good.
They disconnected. Then Brielle stared at the screen of her phone. An image of Anne's face filled her mind. Mouth tight, eyes avoiding Brielle. How could Brielle face her? Shame and embarrassment burned deep inside her. With a shake of her head, she turned off her phone. She didn't want to have to feel guilty for ignoring Tyler's calls. Then she put her phone back in her pocket before going outside. Gathering her courage, she walked up to a couple who were unlocking a car. "Are you going to West Yellowstone?" They looked at her with narrowed eyes.
No. Why?
Face burning with self-consciousness, Brielle plastered a smile onto her mouth. Just looking for a ride. Thanks anyway. Then she quickly walked away. Despite the awkwardness of asking, she continued to approach strangers, but no one was going to West Yellowstone. At least, no one who would admit it to her. Discouraged, she sat on a bench outside one of the shops and reconsidered her reluctance to call Tyler.
"Excuse me,"
a woman about her own age said. Startled, Brielle looked at her.
"I overheard you asking someone if they were going to West Yellowstone."
Tamping down her building hope, Brielle nodded. "Yeah, I need a ride there." The woman looked at a man standing a few feet behind her, then she faced Brielle.
"My boyfriend and I are going in that direction. Not sure if we'll make it all the way, but we'd be happy to give you a lift as far as we can."
Leaping to her feet, Brielle smiled. "That would be great. Thank you."
"I'm Tessa,"
the woman said as the three of them began walking toward the parking lot.
"and this is John."
"I'm Brielle. I really appreciate this. Now she wouldn't have to face Anne. When she made it to West Yellowstone, she'd text Tyler and let him know what she'd done. Pleased by this turn of events, she climbed into the back seat of their car and put on her seatbelt. As they drove west, they asked Brielle what her story was. Not about to tell them the whole truth. She didn't want them to think she was a nut. She frowned. My boyfriend and I had a fight. Forcing a chuckle, she added, "Let's just leave it at that." Tessa nodded knowingly before glancing at her boyfriend.
No explanation needed.
They chatted about the things they'd seen in Yellowstone, but as they reached the Norris Geyser Basin, Tessa said she wanted to check it out. With no other option, Brielle got out of the car once they'd parked.
If you want to wait, we can give you a lift when we're done.
By then it was approaching 3 o'clock. I think I'll see if I can find a ride, but thank you.
When we're done, we'll see if you still need a ride.
Thank you. That's very kind.
No problem.
Tessa tossed her a smile, then she and John walked toward the geyser basin. Brielle pulled out her map. West Yellowstone was still 28 miles away. Much too far to walk, especially so late in the afternoon. Despite asking multiple people if they were headed to West Yellowstone, she had no luck, and when Tessa and John reappeared, Brielle was relieved her ride had returned. But when she saw a mix of surprise and regret on Tessa's face, Brielle's hopes began to sink.
Hey there,
Tessa said when she stopped in front of Brielle. Hi, how was the geyser basin?
Really cool. Have you seen it?
No, not yet. Brielle paused a beat. So, can I still get a lift? Tessa glanced at John, then turned to Brielle.
We decided not to go to West Yellowstone after all. I'm really sorry.
Hopes plummeting right into her stomach, Brielle bit her lip to keep tears of frustration from welling. Where are you going, if I can ask?
Up to Mammoth Hot Springs?
Tessa smiled.
We can take you there.
That wouldn't work at all, and with a mix of worry and excitement, she knew she would have to call Tyler. Thanks anyway, but I'll figure it out.
Okay. Good luck.
Thanks. Brielle watched them walk to their car, climb in, and drive off. Then she turned her phone on, ready to call Tyler and beg him to come get her, even though she'd been ignoring him. After her phone booted up, she tapped the phone icon, but then her eyes strayed to the top of the screen to see how strong her signal was. She had no cell service.
Chapter 40. Tyler was getting more frantic by the minute. With no idea where Brielle had gone, he'd randomly chosen to drive south, which would take him past West Thumb and eventually to Old Faithful. That's where the most tourists were, so it made sense that if she'd hitched a ride, that's where the person would be headed. Every 10 minutes or so, he tried Brielle's cell number, but it kept going straight to voicemail. Either she was in a dead spot within the park, and there were plenty of those, or she'd turned her phone off. Either way, not being able to get in touch with her was driving his anxiety through the roof. Once he reached Old Faithful, he wasn't sure what to do next. The main parking lot was huge, and the geyser area itself was enormous. Should he park and walk around to try to find her? But if she was trying to get home, which he assumed she was doing, she wouldn't stop to see the sights, would she? And it seemed unlikely she would be able to get a room at the pricey hotel there. Certain they were completely booked, he decided to check anyway. On the chance he might spot her among the throng of tourists, he decided to park in the main parking lot rather than the one for the Old Faithful Inn. Keeping his head on a swivel, he hustled across the lot, past the visitors center and toward the hotel. All the while, he continued trying to call her. When he reached the hotel, he strode across the lobby and up to the counter. After a brief conversation with the man behind the counter, he was able to determine that Brielle had not checked in. Sighing in frustration, Tyler went outside. Then he went to the visitors center to see if she could possibly be in there. When he didn't find her, he took a few minutes to walk around the area surrounding Old Faithful. His phone rang. Heart pounding, he ripped it out of his pocket, but when he saw Mom on the screen, he audibly sighed before swiping to answer. Then he realized that maybe his mom was calling to tell him Brielle had turned up at their campsite. "Did she come back?" he said in greeting.
No, I'm sorry. I was calling to see if you'd found her.
Though touched by his mom's concern, he wished she hadn't gotten his hopes up. It made the crashing of those hopes all the more painful. No, I haven't.
Where are you now?
Old Faithful, but I'm going to continue on the loop and, I don't know, see if I can find her somehow. It seemed pretty hopeless, but he had no other choice but to keep looking for her. At least until he could talk to her. Why wouldn't she answer her phone?
Okay, keep us posted.
I will. He put his phone in his pocket, walked back to his car, then headed back out on the road.
Panic mushroomed within Brielle. She had no cell service, and the only ride she'd had was now gone. And to top it off, the afternoon would soon turn to evening, which would turn to night. She should have called Tyler after she'd talked to Kara. No, she should never have left on her own in the first place. Frustrated with herself and frightened, she spun in a slow circle as the building panic made her heart hammer painfully in her chest. She pulled the map of Yellowstone out of her back pocket and looked over the route she had left to cover. 28 miles to West Yellowstone. Her eyes slid across the map. What if she found a ride back to Bridge Bay? Or even just to Canyon Village, where she knew she had cell service. It was 12 miles to Canyon Village, and another 20 or so back to the Bridge Bay campground. 32 miles total. She was nearly halfway between Bridge Bay and West Yellowstone. A sliver of hope slowly began to replace the panic, because now she had two options. "Excuse me," she said to a family that was nearby. "I'm looking for a ride to either West Yellowstone or Canyon Village. Are you going to either of those?" The man looked at her like she might be a lunatic.
No, sorry.
Then he hurried his family away from her. Brielle could feel the desperation coming off of herself in waves. Of course, the man wouldn't want to expose his family to the crazy woman looking for a ride. Taking several slow, deep breaths, she forced herself to calm down. "It will be okay. I'll find a ride and I'll be safe. It will be okay. It will." Her self-talk didn't help, especially when she pictured that grizzly bear from the day before, live and in full color. Wild animals were everywhere in Yellowstone. If she didn't get out of there immediately, who knew what would happen to her? Without realizing it, she had begun to hyperventilate. Stumbling to a curb in the parking lot, when she reached it, she sank onto it and put her head between her knees, using all of her self-control to slow her breathing. After several minutes, she felt slightly calmer and decided her best bet would be to try to hitch a ride back to Canyon Village where she would call Tyler. But what if he refused to come get her? Then she would still be stuck. He wouldn't do that. She had to believe that. Had to. Making her way to the main road, she stood on the side that would take her back to Canyon Village and held out her thumb, then arranged her expression into one of optimism. It wasn't easy. If she let her expression show how she really felt, it would be a study in desperation and fear. Car after car drove by, and the sliver of hope she'd felt earlier began to disintegrate. Maybe I should go to the other side of the road and try for West Yellowstone. Paralyzed with indecision, she sat on a nearby rock and let her head fall into her hands.
Tyler couldn't remember ever being this frustrated. It felt like everything was completely out of his control. Because it was. Brielle wasn't answering, and he had no idea where she'd gone or where to look for her. It was intolerable. He'd driven through the campground at Madison with no luck, and now he was at the intersection that would either take him west to West Yellowstone or north, up to Norris and on to Canyon Village, then back to Bridge Bay. As he debated which way to go, he wondered at what point he should give up. But what if Brielle was in trouble? What if she needed him? She'd never been to Yellowstone before. She didn't know her way around. The thought of her being out there all alone, with no one to turn to, no car to take her where she needed to go, it made Tyler's gut churn. He gnawed on his lower lip, his gaze shooting in all directions as he tried to decide what to do. Then, with a loud sigh, he decided to drive the road to West Yellowstone, just in case. Then he'd come back and make the turn north and head back to Bridge Bay via Norris.
Brielle's tears fell freely. Trying to gauge how long it would be before the sun set, she looked at the lengthening shadows, then glanced at the sun as it hung in the sky. Maybe 3 hours. That was how long she had before she wouldn't be able to see the wildlife when they approached her, ready to attack, ready to make her their meal. It didn't help that the forest was right at her back. The tears came harder, her whole body beginning to tremble. After several minutes, she unzipped her small suitcase and dug around until she found a mini package of tissues. Dragging in several deep breaths, she managed to slow her tears. Then she wiped the dampness from her cheeks and blew her nose. No one was going to pick her up as long as she sat in a heap on the side of the road. How would they even know she wanted a ride? Gathering herself, she stood up, straightened her shoulders, then marched across the road so that she'd be facing people heading to West Yellowstone. Then she held out her thumb. At this point in the evening, she hoped most people would be heading out of the park. If she could only get one of them to stop and pick her up. Cars came by fairly steadily, but apparently none of them were interested in picking up a stranger from the side of the road. Brielle's arm was getting tired. Holding it straight out when she was already exhausted was nearly too much, but she had to keep going, had to try.
The road to West Yellowstone had been a bust, and now Tyler was headed back to Bridge Bay. Yellowstone was so large that he still had plenty of ground to cover before getting back, but his hopes had fallen pretty low. He'd backtracked, passing Madison, and was now heading north toward the Norris Geyser Basin. An occasional open meadow broke up the forest, and whenever he saw a car pulled to the side of the road and people around it, he slowed, searching for Brielle. He even stopped at the larger pullouts, the ones that were like a long pull-through. No luck. And though he kept trying her cell, there were times where he had no cell service and had to wait to try. As he drew closer to Norris, he kept looking, kept searching, kept hoping. And then he saw a woman whose back was to him. A woman who had her thumb out. A woman who had silvery blonde hair and a small suitcase. It was Brielle. Stunned that he'd actually found her, at first he couldn't believe it. He pulled off of the road across the street from where she stood, his heart pounding, his smile huge. She hadn't noticed him yet, her focus on the cars coming toward her.
Chapter 41. Why was no one stopping? What was wrong with these people? Couldn't they see she needed help? Didn't they care? Obviously not. Arm aching, Brielle let it fall to her side just to give herself a break. At that moment, she sensed something behind her. A bear, she thought frantically. It's a bear. Terror crawled up her spine and blasted into her skull as she stood stock still. Maybe if she didn't move, it would leave her alone, but she knew the scent of fear had to be pouring off of her, drawing it to her.
Brielle!
Wait, bears didn't talk. And that voice was familiar. It couldn't be. Could it? Eyes widening in shock, she spun around. Tyler? She silently asked, unable to believe what was right in front of her. Confused at how he could be there when she needed him the most, yet thrilled beyond her wildest imagination to see him, she couldn't speak. Instead, she flung herself into his arms with wild abandon as hot tears filled her eyes. His arms went around her, holding her tight, and her arms curled around his neck as she pressed herself against him. You came, she whispered. You found me.
It's okay,
He murmured into her hair.
I'm here now. Everything will be okay.
And she knew it would be.
He couldn't believe he was holding her in his arms, that she was safe. The happiness he felt was beyond anything he'd felt before. After several moments, he released her, smiling down at her.
How'd you find me?
Shaking his head, he couldn't suppress a huge grin. I've been driving around for hours looking for you. Why'd you leave? She stared at the ground, but after a moment she met his eyes.
I'm sorry, Tyler. I didn't want to ruin your family's vacation.
Ruin their vacation? How would you ruin their vacation?
They hate me. I mean, how awkward would it be for them to have me around for the rest of the week?
She really believed that. He could see it in her eyes. The thought made him incredibly sad. He tugged her back into his embrace. They don't hate you. In fact, you should have seen how worried they were when we couldn't find you.
But I duped them,
She said as she pulled away.
I lied to them from the start.
We both did, but they're over it.
How can you be sure?
There was only one way to prove it. He took his phone out to call his mom so she could tell Brielle herself that she didn't hold it against her.
There's no cell service here.
Tyler saw that she was right, so he put his phone away. Come with me. Back to camp. She hesitated, but he knew she didn't have many options. "Where else will you go?" he asked, pointing out the obvious. Her shoulders lifted in a small shrug. "That's what I thought. Tell you what, let's go back to camp and talk to my family. If you still think they hate you and you don't want to stay, I'll take you home in the morning myself." Her eyes shone.
You'd do that? End your trip early? For me?
Did he really want to do that? But as he looked at her sweet face, he knew he would do whatever it took to make her happy. He'd fallen for her that much. Of course. He appraised her. "What do you say?"
Could he really be that wonderful? But she could see by the sincerity in his eyes that he meant it. Not only had he come for her, searching for hours until he'd found her, but he was willing to cut his family vacation short for her. "Yes, I'll go with you." His smile grew, and he lifted her chin with one finger before planting a gentle kiss on her lips.
"Thank you."
He was thanking her? Shouldn't it be the other way around? "You shouldn't be thanking me. I should be begging for your forgiveness." His eyebrows tugged together, but he didn't speak, so she went on. "I'm so sorry I left without telling you. And I'm so sorry I ignored your calls. I know you must have been worried." Fear washed across his features.
"You have no idea."
She slid her arms around his waist and laid her head against his chest. The steady beat of his heart calmed her, and when his arms went around her, she savored the feeling of security that enveloped her.
"Let's stop for dinner at Canyon Village,"
he said after several moments.
"You're probably starving."
She nodded against his chest. Then she stepped back. "Thank you." As they drove away from Norris, he asked her to tell him when she had cell service, and when she did, he pulled off the road.
"I need to let my family know I found you.
He glanced at her with a smile as he typed into his phone.
They'll be relieved."
While he sent his message, she sent a text to Kara letting her know she was safe and with Tyler. Soon, they were back on the road, and when they got to Canyon Village, he led her to a restaurant. There was a wait, and as they waited with the other diners, one man approached Tyler and said,
"You're Tyler Brandrick, right?"
Brielle watched with fascination as Tyler chatted with the man, who said he was a big fan. She'd completely forgotten that he was famous. Once they were alone, he turned to her with a small smile.
"Sorry about that."
"No, it's fine." Being interrupted by fans was something she would have to get used to, assuming they continued seeing each other when they got back to real life. And she couldn't imagine them not continuing their budding relationship. Once seated at their table, Brielle decided to bring it up, although she was nervous. What if he thought she was being presumptuous? But after the rough day they'd had, it didn't seem such a crazy assumption.
"What are you thinking about?"
he asked after they'd ordered, evidently reading her mood. After a brief hesitation, she gathered the courage to say what was on her mind. "When we get back to Sacramento, will we keep seeing each other?" His face lit up, and she knew he wanted that as much as she did.
"Of course. How else will I get to see Luna?"
Brielle laughed as happiness flowed through her. If that's what it takes. After dinner, as they arrived at Bridge Bay, Brielle's nervousness climbed. Tyler must have sensed it because he put his hand over hers and said,
"Trust me, okay?"
Nodding, she tried to calm herself as they turned down the loop where his family was camped. As they got closer, she could see his family sitting around the campfire, although it was too dark to see their faces clearly. Tyler angled his Range Rover into his spot, and as Brielle was unbuckling her seatbelt, she looked up to see his entire family rushing toward the SUV. Were they there to yell at her? Brielle's nerves climbed several notches, but when they got closer, she could see relieved smiles wreathing their faces. Maybe they were just glad Tyler had made it back. He said he'd been gone for hours, but they didn't come to Tyler's side of the car. They came to hers. Heart and eyes brimming, Brielle opened her door and stepped out. Without a word, Anne pulled her into a tight hug.
"I'm so glad you're okay,"
she said as she held her close.
"We were so worried."
Incredibly touched, Brielle basked in Anne's warm embrace, and when she finally released her, Brielle said, "I'm so sorry. About everything." Anne waved her hand like it was no big deal, but before Brielle could respond, Mia threw her arms around her, and then Jeff and Rob each gave her a quick hug.
Told ya.
Tyler said from beside her. She turned to him with a smile.
Told her what?
That you guys don't hate her.
Hate her? No, we were just a little surprised by the shenanigans you two pulled, but I'm over it now.
Anne glanced at the group.
We all are.
Brielle looked at each person in turn, and they were all nodding in agreement. I'm sorry I left without telling anyone. It made things worse.
It's over and done with. Let's not talk about it anymore.
With gratitude, Brielle nodded.
Now, who wants s'mores?
Chapter 42. Tyler's love and appreciation for his family was never deeper than when he saw the way they completely forgave Brielle and made her feel loved and welcomed.
You should let Brielle roast your mallow, bro,
Rob said with a smirk as Tyler slid a marshmallow onto his stick.
I'd be happy to do it,
Brielle said with a grin. Very funny, but I think I can manage.
Let's have a contest between you and Brielle to see whose marshmallow is roasted the best.
She smiled at Rob.
Rob and I will be the judges.
What are the stakes? Tyler asked with a glance at Brielle, who had tilted her head in apparent interest. Mia looked to Rob, who said,
If Brielle wins, she keeps the money you promised her.
And if I lose?
Then you pay back what he's paid you so far, and he doesn't pay you what he owes you.
No, Tyler said. He had no intention of shorting her.
I agree,
Brielle said at the same time. Then she gave him a sidelong glance, like she had a plan. He knew just what it was, but two could play at that game. Fine. Mia grinned.
Ready?
They both knelt in front of the fire and nodded.
Go.
He and Brielle placed their marshmallows over the coals, slowly turning their sticks. Both were getting perfectly brown, but they both kept roasting. Then, Brielle's marshmallow burst into flames, followed immediately by Tyler's. They both pulled them out and blew out the flames, and both held crispy black marshmallows.
Guess I lost.
Tyler squinted at her. How do you figure? Mine's just as burned as yours. She smiled in triumph.
Mine caught fire first.
Maybe, but mine's way more burnt. Rob and Mia were both laughing hysterically, which made Tyler laugh. He slid his marshmallow off of his stick and into the fire, set his stick aside, then held out his hand for Brielle's stick. She handed it to him, and he did the same with hers. Then he turned to his siblings. Okay, who won?
Brielle won, definitely.
Brielle frowned at Mia, obviously wanting to be the loser in this contest. What do you say, Rob? Tyler asked, hoping his brother knew he wanted to lose for once.
Brielle's the winner.
Tyler couldn't stop himself. Ha! Rob laughed.
Oh, man. That's the first time I've seen you happy to lose, bro.
That was true, but if it helped Brielle, it was worth it. He turned to her. Let's go for a walk.
If he thought her winning the roast-off would stop her from paying him back, he was dreaming. It might take some time, but she had every intention of showing him that she'd meant what she'd said the day before. Taking his money in the first place had been a mistake, and paying him back was the only way she would feel better. Now, though, as they walked away from the campfire hand in hand, she focused on the stark contrast between how she felt now, all warm and fuzzy, compared to the way she'd felt when she'd thought she would be stuck at Norris all night, all because he'd come looking for her. He had her back. He'd shown it time after time. Her heart nearly burst with the emotions that swirled inside her. Powerful attraction, deep appreciation, maybe even love.
I'm not going to let you pay me back,
he said as they rounded the end of the loop. I don't know how you're going to stop me. They were near a group of trees, and he led her to the nearest one so that they were out of view of the other campers. He leaned against the tree and placed his hands on her hips as she faced him. She looked up at him, and as she gazed into his handsome face, she almost wanted to agree with him, just to make him happy.
You're one stubborn woman.
Brielle laughed. Says the man who burned his marshmallow on purpose. Tossing his head back, he barked a laugh.
You did the same thing.
Then one eyebrow arched.
And you did it first, as you pointed out earlier.
Grinning, she kept her gaze on his. It's not stubbornness, it's determination.
I see. Just like you were determined to run away from me this morning.
The reminder of what she'd put him through stabbed her with guilt. "I'm sorry, Tyler." He touched her lips with his finger while at the same time making a shushing sound.
No more apologies, okay?
The feel of his finger on her lips warmed her with all sorts of emotions. She nodded against his finger and he took it away.
Good.
His lips lifted into a smile.
Now, I want to collect on one of my owed kisses.
Delight burst through her as she eagerly agreed. "Okay, if you insist."
Oh, I do.
She reached up and cupped the back of his head, and as she gently pulled him toward her, he leaned down. Their lips met, communicating the feelings they had for each other. When they released each other, Tyler gazed down at her.
When I offered you this job, I never expected that I'd want to ask you to be my girlfriend for real.
Kind of shocked but also thrilled, Brielle asked, "What are you saying?" He grinned, his eyes sparkling in the moonlight.
Will you be my girlfriend?
Brielle's smile matched his. "Yes. Should we tell your family?" He chuckled. Then he drew her into his arms and held her close.
We will, but I don't think it will come as a surprise.
Happiness built inside her, and she relished the feel of his arms around her. "He's my boyfriend," she thought dreamily. Smiling brightly, she enjoyed the moment and knew that Yellowstone would always hold a special place in her heart. Epilogue. 1 year later. Yellowstone. "We went on a lot of hikes last year when we were here," Brielle reminisced as she and Tyler walked along the trail. "But I definitely remember Storm Point." She smiled at him, amazed that they'd been together a year.
I thought you might.
Although they were staying in Bridge Bay with Tyler's family again, the two of them had taken this hike by themselves. They'd arrived the day before, and the moment they'd entered the park, memories had rushed into Brielle's mind. Falling in love with Tyler, telling his family their secret, running away before being rescued by him, the warmth and love Tyler's family had showered on her. As incredible as all of that was, the last year had far surpassed it. Once she and Tyler had returned to Sacramento, they'd been nearly inseparable, spending time together whenever they could. She'd attended every one of his home games, met the other players and their wives and girlfriends, and now felt deeply embedded in Tyler's life. She couldn't imagine her life without him. Soon after returning home, she'd found a job and had worked hard all year, scraping together the $5,000 he'd paid her. She'd flat out refused the remaining $5,000, and he'd finally relented. And today, she would pay him back. Suppressing a smile, she walked with him hand in hand, and once they reached Storm Point, where the marmots lived, they stopped and watched the fuzzy creatures for a while before making their way across the open ground and back into the forest.
Tyler held back his grin. He had a surprise for Brielle, and just thinking about her reaction made him giddy, not an emotion he felt often. The last year with her had been more than he could have hoped for, and he had fallen hopelessly in love with her. It didn't hurt that his family loved her too. They walked through the forested area, the only sound the whisper of the breeze through the trees and the occasional cry of a bird. He had a picnic lunch in his pack, and once they reached an area where the picnic blanket would fit, he stopped and said, "Are you ready for lunch?"
"Yes,"
she said with a smile, her eyes sparkling like she had a secret of her own. He took his pack off of his shoulders, and after a few minutes he had the blanket spread out on the ground and their meal set out on the blanket.
"Very nice,"
Brielle said, clearly impressed with his planning. Pleased with her reaction, when he considered what he was about to do, his nerves came to life, much worse than they did before a big game. To cover it up, he straightened the blanket, then with a sweep of his hand, he invited Brielle to sit. After setting her pack on the ground, she gracefully sank onto the blanket. Then she reached into her pack and brought out a small envelope.
"I have something for you."
Her eyes seemed to twinkle. With no idea what it could be, Tyler tilted his head in question. What is it? She held it against her stomach.
"I made a promise, and I always keep my promises."
Then she handed it to him. The envelope was thick, and Tyler suddenly knew what it was. He lifted the flap and thumbed through the contents, his suspicions confirmed. 50 crisp $100 bills were stuffed inside. He lifted his eyes to hers, and her lips curved in a smile of triumph. If it made her feel better to pay him back, So be it. It wouldn't matter soon anyway. I don't know what to say. He shook his head as he suppressed a laugh.
You don't have to say anything.
I actually have something for you as well. Her eyes widened in surprise.
You do?
Yep.
What is it?
His smile grew. I'll give it to you after lunch.
Okay.
They began eating, but Tyler's nerves kept him from having much of an appetite. Finally, after chatting and eating, they were done. It was time.
Glad he hadn't refused the money, but also kind of surprised he'd taken it so easily, Brielle wondered what he had for her. Not wanting to guess, she focused on tucking the trash from her lunch into her camelback. She zipped the pocket closed, then looked in Tyler's direction. He was doing the same, although it appeared as if he held something in his hand. Something small.
Brielle.
His focus was completely on her as they sat on the picnic blanket surrounded by the beauty of Yellowstone. Yes? His hazel eyes had a tender cast to them as he smiled.
Having you in my life over the last year has made me happier than I ever thought I could be.
Oh my goodness, she thought. Is he going to? No. No way. Frozen with anticipation, Brielle waited for him to go on.
I think you know how much I love you.
She nodded. He'd told her that many times over the last year. I love you too. His lips lifted higher.
Which is why I want you in my life, always.
Brielle's heart pounded. He was going to propose. She knew it. She felt it. He opened his hands, revealing a small black box. Then he lifted the lid. A stunning diamond ring was nestled in a bed of velvet, and when the rays of the sun hit it, it sparkled brightly. She lifted her eyes from the ring to his face.
Brielle, will you be my wife?
Yes! The word exploded from her mouth and she launched herself at him, but being the spectacular receiver that he was, he easily caught her and held her tight. Yes! Yes, yes, yes! They held each other as they laughed, and once they'd settled down, she let him slide the engagement ring onto her finger. She took a moment to admire it, but then she turned her focus to him. Elated, she snuggled against him. I wonder what your family will say. Tyler chuckled, and Brielle could feel the vibration in his chest.
I already know what they'll say because I told them I was going to ask you on this hike.
He pulled away and smiled at her.
They're thrilled, especially Mom and Mia.
Warmth for his family pulsed through her. Not only was she going to be marrying the love of her life, but she would become part of his family, a family that she already loved, and she would finally have a sister. But the most important thing was Tyler, and as she basked in his love, she knew this would be a day she would remember forever. After reveling in their happiness for a while longer, they packed up their things and continued on the trail. The sun shone brightly, and as they hiked through the forest, hands clasped together, Brielle knew she was marrying her best friend, and she was grateful that she'd met Tyler that day in the park. Whether it was fate or coincidence that Luna had run to him, it didn't matter. All that mattered was that she was going to marry her true love and that their future held endless promise. Her joy was full. This has been Game On. Written by Christine Kersey. Narration by 11 Labs. Produced by Christine Kersey. Copyright 2018 by Christine Kersey. Thanks for listening.